The Horrible Gamers podcast may contain content not suitable for all ages. Listener discretion is advised.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Horrible Gamers Podcast, show number 281, being recorded on November the 2nd, 2019. I'm one of your hosts, Jesus Gonzalez, known as Jesus Walks Out. Today, I'm joined by my friend from the West Coast, the best coast, Gunny Chief, Henley Merrill. Welcome back, Gunny. Welcome.
Yay. Good afternoon, good evening. Happy Saturday to all of you.
Dude, happy Dia de los Muertos, Gunny. That's right.
Yeah.
Dia de los Muertos is today. Woo! That's
Orale.
the Day of the Dead, people. If you don't know what I'm talking about, in Mexico, Day of the Dead is celebrated today. And welcome from Ohio, our friend, the Mayo. Welcome back, Mayo. Welcome.
Hey, happy November, guys.
Happy Day of the Dead.
This year is going quick.
It is getting cold outside.
Anyways. And, people, you can follow us on Twitter at _Horrible Gamers. You can also leave a review on iTunes, thumbs up on Stitcher, Google Play Podcasts. You can leave a review there. Listen to us on iHeartRadio, all that good shit. Facebook Horrible Gamers Podcast is where you can find our page. You can leave a review there as well. And from there, you can find a link to our group. It is a closed group, so that means anything you post in the group cannot be seen by people that are not part of the group. And, as always, you can go and support the show on Patreon at patreon.com/horriblegamers and support us with the monies, like our friends Adam Sunday, Alan Maybe H, Bill Garner II, Brandon Willier, Brian Capessa, Chad, Commandalorian, David Snyder, Evan Tanaka, Henley, Jesse Kraft, John Jerome, Jonathan D. Hall, Jonathan Arcelo, M. Polo, Mechmod, Pork Chop Poo, Robbie Wheat, The Mayo, Subvader, and Vader Holic. Thank all of you for being supporters of the show. We love you. And this Christmas, I think I'm going to do something special for the Patreons.
I was just trying to think where our next thing for our Patreons we need to be. So
12 days of HGP? I don't know. What do you guys think? Well, one thing of something, don't you worry, people. Don't you worry. Also, Thanksgiving is coming up, people. Holy shit. It's all here. It's all here. The games are here.
Halloween is over. It's now Thanksgiving time.
Thanksgiving is here. Holy shit, Gunny.
we have Thanksgiving because, I went to the store the other day and they had Christmas decorations up and Christmas clothes for pets and everything else for sale already. I'm like,
Too early.
yeah,
And I'm already
Get
seeing
Thanksgiving
things like check out Black Friday deals early. I'm like, it's not even.
I see a lot of people talking
early.
about stocking stuffers at the store. I went to get my hair cut the other day, yesterday, if you noticed my beautiful hair today. And the lady cutting my hair, she was all like, oh, you want to buy some hair gel for half off? Buy one, get one free. And like shit at hair places cost like $30 for a bottle of fucking gel. Buy one, get one free. They make great stocking stuffers. I'm like, what?
You could have got one for me, Jesus.
I've
You could have got that
literally
second
never
one and
seen-
sent it to me.
I've never seen someone use hair gel as a stocking stuffer.
Wait, I don't have hair.
Yeah,
for our
Gunny,
listeners out
you
there?
wouldn't benefit from this, Gunny. Anyways, I don't know what happened there, but yeah, like stocking stuffers, I don't know. It was just a really weird, upsell she was trying to do there. It didn't work, but I give her props for trying.
Only $50.
Anyways, Stitcher.com/premium is where you can go and sign up for a premium Stitcher account and listen to podcasts on Stitcher app ad-free. You can also get access to exclusive Stitcher premium shows and much more. To sign up for Stitcher Premium, you can just head on over to Stitcher.com/premium. Use promo code HorribleGamers and get yourself 1 month for free. That's right. Free. Use promo code HorribleGamers while signing up and get your shit. Go listen. God, what are we doing? Next plug. Redbubble. You can go over to redbubble.com and search for Horrible Gamers Podcast in the search bar. Once you find Horrible Gamers, you click on our little logo, because you definitely know it's us. You click on the logo. It looks just like the logo, like in the podcast, whatever you're listening to us on. It looks just like that. And in there, you'll find t-shirts, mugs, hats, clocks, blocks, rocks, docks, socks, glocks. Okay, maybe not glocks.
What else? Shower curtains?
You'll find a shower curtain. That's right, Gunny. A nice shower. You want a shower curtain that has our logo on it? I know I do. Makes a great stocking stuffer. Right.
It does. I think I have my stickers on the stickers are on the way. They're shipping to my home.
Nice. Yes.
I got big stickers and small stickers.
Oh shit! You're gonna put them all over the Jeep? Put them on the Jeep.
I put it all over the PC, but I should put one on the Jeep.
Put one on the Jeep, Gunny. Put it on the tailgate. Put it on where the wheel goes. You know how you guys have that extra wheel in the back?
Yeah, the big wheel in the back.
Put it on the wheel. Just put it on the wheel. Fuck it. Cover the Jeep logo. Put the Horrible Gamers over it.
I figured I put one on my work truck because my Jeep only goes from home to work, and the truck drives around for 10 to 12 hours a day.
There you go. We can piggyback you some free advertising.
Most exposure that way.
Free advertising. Anyways, we still need to work on the HGP flag. If you have any recommendations on designs for an HGP flag, people, submit your design. Submit your design. We need to get the best possible HGP flag made. Okay? We need a fucking flag, guys. We need to make a flag. Okay? How are we going to be able to fly our colors when we take over the government?
We cannot take a stand without an HGP flag.
That's how revolutions begin. You got to have a flag first. If you don't have a flag, then you can't even get organized. How are you supposed to overthrow the country?
Yeah, you guys can have your
we can't just wave our hands
and stuff, and
in the air,
stand in the center and just wave a big old HGP flag so everybody know where to come. You could go. You got a couple listeners in your town, so you can just go downtown and just start waving your flag, and maybe somebody will stop by.
Start fighting with the police. Start a revolution in my town. Yeah. Anyways,
not only that, but we're going to take our acrylic blocks and start throwing them at people.
Shit. No, we're going to use those for protection. Yeah. Bullets can't go through those blocks, Gunny.
Gunny's still living in the purge over there.
Yeah. It's still happening, guys.
Yeah. Anyways, our intro is done by Fowler and Trix. Said it's called The Breakout. Our outro song is done by Broke for Free. It's called Night Owl. And let's get to talking about video games, gentlemen and ladies who are listening. Let's talk about video games.
Yeah.
I got video games to discuss this week, guys.
I played some cool video games.
Okay, so one game that I want to discuss that I did not discuss last week. It's a little game called Bad North. And now you're thinking, what the fuck, Jesus? But bear with me. Bad North is a strategy type of simple strategy game. It is available through Game Pass. It is available, I think, on the Xbox and on the PC Game Pass as well. Maybe not on the Xbox. I don't know. Don't.
I don't think I saw it on Xbox. I know the game you're talking about, but it could be. Could be on Xbox as well.
I know for a fact it is on PC because that's where I played it. And it is also available on your Android devices, on your phone, your tablets. It's available on iPhone as of last week. So anyways, Bad North is a little strategy game. You're pretty much on an island. It's a very simple graphics. It's kind of asymmetric. It's kind of top down at an angle type view. You can rotate around the island. And you have these forces, these little soldiers that you're commanding. And you'll have 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 groups that you're commanding. And you have each one of them has I want to say 9 soldiers and a commander with them. And what you're trying to do, you're trying to defend the island from these invaders that are coming on these little boats towards the island. You can see them coming in, and they're shooting arrows at you, or they're throwing fire bombs at you, or they're landing and fighting your guys with swords. And it's kind of based on medieval times, so your characters have swords and shields, and you can upgrade them to get better shields, better swords. You can upgrade certain types of squadrons or whatever, or I don't know what the fuck are they called? Platoons? What are they, Gunny?
Probably Platoon. I don't know what they're called on here, but I do see it on iPad for $5.
Whenever it is a platoon or the fucking group of soldiers that you're commanding, you can upgrade them to have a better, you can make them a specialized type of unit. So you can make them be a fucking unit that's a ranged unit. So now all of a sudden they're like only guys that shoot, like they have bow and arrows, like so they shoot arrows. And archers, yeah. And then you can have another group that's like a set of heavies, and they have heavy shields and heavy armor, but they can take a lot of damage and they can hold back enemies pretty heavily. So maybe your strategy there is you make a few squads that are heavies, like they have pretty heavy shields and they can block pretty well. You put them in the front, and maybe you have a squad that's archers, and you put them behind those guys, so the enemies will never break through those guys, the shield guys, and your archers can just take out everybody by shooting arrows down at them. As the game progresses, it does get harder, and this game is one of those games that's kind of like a roguelike, but not really. So if you die, or if one of your soldiers, like your units, dies, that commander and his troops are dead forever. Like, you lose them. So if you're in an island, you go to an island that's really difficult, and you deploy your weaker troops or your weaker soldiers, they can all die. No, you just lost all.
Permadeath.
You lost half your army. And the thing is, so like you have think of that one game, Void Bastards. So you remember Void Bastards? You had the map, and you kind of had like these little arrows that showed which space station you can go to next. And like once you moved a certain direction on the map, the other ones would lock up. So you can never go back. You can only move forward. That's how this is. You can never go back. Okay. You can only move forward. And certain islands will have question marks over them. And these question marks they'll mean that there's a reward there for you. And that reward can either be like, if you beat this island, you get an extra troop of soldiers. Like, you get an extra group of soldiers that you can command now. So it makes your army bigger. Or it could be like an item. Like, you get like this special ring, and if you equip this ring on one of your commanders, his troops get like an extra 50% melee damage or whatever the fuck. You know what I mean? They become more stronger. They get more health or whatever. They regenerate. They refresh quicker. Anyways, and your troops they get fatigued. So if you keep deploying the same troops over and over, eventually, when you go to a battle, it's going to tell you, like, these troops are worn out. They're defeated. Like, they're beat up, they're weak, and they're tired. Like, if you deploy these guys, you're only going to have so many troops, and they're going to be tired. They're not going to be very effective. So the thing is, you're trying to build up your army to have a bunch of different groups of soldiers, so you're constantly able to rotate them. You know what I mean? And the more you use the more you use a certain troop, though, the more XP that certain troop is going to receive. So the more upgrades you can put in that group. So it's kind of like a balance of what you want to do there, like which ones you want to upgrade, which ones are you using the most, which ones you don't want to use the most, and which ones you want to use for big battles, big heavy, like, this is like a deadly battle that we're going to fight here, so I need the best troops that I have for this battle. It's a very kind of like an easy game at first. You're like, this is nothing to this game. This is so fucking dumb. It's so easy. This is a little kid game, Jesus. But as you get further on in the game, it will get harder, and you might make some mistakes, as I did. I launched on this island, and we were outnumbered. We had like 4 troops of soldiers, and they had like 20, and they just kept landing, and they kept landing and landing and landing and landing and landing, and we couldn't defeat them all. My troops were getting wrecked, and we ended up getting everybody killed, and I failed the game. And it was like, game over, you gotta start from the beginning now. Like, good luck next time. And every time it's different. Every time you go through the map, it's gonna be different situations, different troops you meet, different enemies you meet. But I'm assuming eventually you get to learn all of them, kind of like Dead Cells or something, where you eventually learn the patterns of what's happening.
Like a procedurally generated type.
Yeah, kind of. And the maps are not procedurally generated, but the enemies are. The enemies switch up to how many deploy per island, so you kind of get a sense of like, okay, I know what this island looks like, but I don't know who's going to be deployed there when I land there. You know what I mean? It's not a game for everybody. I get that. It's not a game for maybe most of you, but for a little game that was a little strategy, like light strategy, kind of like chill, kick back, fucking roll a joint, drink some beer if that's your thing.
Drink a shot.
Yeah, drink a shot. Drink some whiskey, if you're like crafty, you like to drink them whiskeys. You drink a whiskey, and you just chill and get fucked up and play the strategy game and get procedurally worse at it until you fail. And you're just like, fuck this. I'm going to watch some Netflix and I'm going to bed. And you go home. You go and pass out all fucked up. But the game is fun, and it's available on your iPhone for $5. And it was such a good game on the PC that I really wanted it for my phone. And even as I was playing it on PC, I was like, this is a phone game. Like, it looks like it could be a phone game. And sure enough, I went to Reddit, and that very same day it came out on Game Pass. They were like on Reddit talking about like, oh yeah, the iOS port is coming out in a few days. And sure enough, a few days later it came out, and it was done. And the game came out on iOS for $5. You can buy it. It's not part of the arcade or nothing. And it seems to be like a game where you pay the $5 and you don't get any microtransactions.
That's cool. I like games like that.
Give us $5 and you get the full game. I love games like that, and I love to support developers that push out games like that, because I'm tired of developers that release a free game and then they milk you for everything else.
Hey, quick question about this game, because you mentioned, it's on iOS. Immediately I saw that on there. And I know you love that game, Kingdom 3 Crowns. Was that the name of that?
Yeah, Kingdom 2 Crowns and Kingdom.
Yeah, do you think that's going to come? Would you purchase that if that came to mobile?
It is on iOS, actually.
Oh, it is on there.
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
Kingdom. I don't know if Kingdom 2 Crowns is, but Kingdom Crowns is. So that's the single player one. That's the first one. But I think maybe Kingdom 2 Crowns is on there. But I know I saw the first one for sure on there, and it was like, I think it was $5 as well, or $6 or something.
That's a good price, man. It's a good entry point,
it's
especially for
game.
something that doesn't have microtransactions.
Yeah, fuck those little games. They're fun to like. If you have a commute, and for some reason you have a commute, you ride the train, you fly a lot, you travel a lot. I think these would be fun games to have, just to like pull out your phone and you're on a fucking 2-hour flight. I don't know, I'm going to play a strategy game for 2 hours. Fuck it. You know what I mean? I know not everyone has that situation, especially us West Coasters. I feel like a lot of West Coast people don't really commute. You know what I mean?
Right, we don't have as many trains. Unless you're like near San Francisco or Los Angeles or Sacramento, you're riding a VTA or an Amtrak, where not us, we're in our cars.
Yeah, we tend to drive everywhere. I know you East Coasters are like, what? They drive their own cars? Yeah, everyone tends to drive out here everywhere. So we don't really have like trains and subways and
we did just get a train in our town for about a year ago.
Yeah.
But it only goes so far. It doesn't go quite to the city.
I mean, there is like public transportation in Portland. There's like trains up there that like the Max line and
light
shit.
rail. Yeah,
it's light rail, but I mean, it's only like in Portland. And I don't live up there, so I'm not using that.
San Jose kind of has their own, if you're just kind of staying in town.
Yeah, and it's cool, but I mean, I don't use that. But anyway, some people might, and if you're using that, this might be a good way to pass the time instead of looking at that homeless person riding the train with you.
Hasn't showered in 3 weeks. Yeah, I'm going to play my phone game. Hold my nose. Hold my breath.
Out here in Ohio farm country, you pretty much just have to drive yourself everywhere. Like, you just don't have
You just get on the tractor, don't you?
Yeah, you just get on the tractor.
You ride the horse down.
Yeah.
Sitting on the corn piles.
But the best thing you could do is possibly get a bus, like local town busing or something like that. But that's only if you're in a bigger city. Like we have it here, but like I'm in a big city, so
them fancy big cities. You know what I'm saying?
You got to sit next to the Amish.
Right. Mayo rides his wagon everywhere with his horses.
I'm getting my Red Dead 2 experience in. I'm getting ready. This game is supposed to be a Western. This is like modern day Ohio. What are you talking about?
Mayo on a Saturday morning wakes up and goes and gets the chickens from the hens, and
me and Jebediah raise a barn or two.
I know our listeners can't see this, but he does have a piece of straw in his mouth right now.
He does, and he's wearing really dirty overalls.
Yeah, straw hat.
The straw hat.
He was playing banjo earlier, but not now.
Being a cat.
He plays the banjo for a whole 30 minutes before we do the podcast every week, guys.
You should hear him. Go to SoundCloud right now.
Don't tell them about that stuff. That's my specialty. You only Jesus music.
Anyways, moving on now. I played other games as well. So that was Bad North. Bad North. If you're interested, it's on Game Pass PC. It might be on the Xbox. It's a simple strategy game, military tactics or whatever. Very light, very, very easy to pick up. Available on iOS and Android as well. And moving on now to Call of Duty. So last week I kind of missed the whole Call of Duty talk. Well, this week it's a whole new beast.
And I actually played it since the show and finished the campaign.
That's good. I finished the campaign last week. Speaking of the campaign, so last week I was discussing about how I was in this one mission. Well, that was literally the last mission of the game that I was in when I was on the podcast. So yeah, I got on after the show ended, after we edited and everything went up. I got back on my PC and I started playing it. And lo and behold, like 20 minutes later, I was like watching the cutscene. I'm like the end credits. I'm like, what the fuck?
Oh, you were like, oh man,
I was at the end already. Like I could have just played 20 more minutes and finished this. But yeah, so I finished the campaign. I thought it was a good campaign. I thought it was well done. One of the best campaigns Call of Duty has done in a while. I mean, I really liked the Infinite Warfare campaign. That was the space one with the robot, remember?
Yeah, Infinite Warfare. Yeah.
But I hated... That's
what I was thinking of last week.
I hated the multiplayer. I've always hated the wall running and the double jumping and all. I've always hated that.
I remember that beta. It was dumb. I didn't like that at all, that beta.
I've hated
it. Drove me nuts.
I hated the wall jumping, the double jumping, the wall running and all that shit in that game. And I also hated the one in Advanced Warfare. I hated the exoskeletons, the exosuits or whatever. Hated that. Hated Black Ops 3. Hated all the players, even Ghost.
Infinite Warfare, Infinite Warfare, didn't they have... It was like these rolling spike balls.
Yeah.
Fucking drove me nuts, man. I couldn't stand those things.
I hated all the thing about those multiplayers. Every single multiplayer that Call of Duty has released, with the exception, this generation, with the exception of World War II, because I really liked that one, I would say. I thought it was kind of like a little too basic, but I really enjoyed it. And I also kind of liked... I would say I like Black Ops 4 because it was kind of futuristic, but it was more ground-based. It wasn't no wall running and shit like that.
Or boots on the ground, yeah.
And this one is like perfect. This is Call of Duty circa 2017 Modern Warfare. Like, this is that. This is me when I was like 17 years old or whatever. You know what I mean? This is my generation's Call of Duty is this. This is what it was 10 years ago. And even like, I was playing with all of you guys the other day, and like I even brought it up. I'm like, this game makes it feel like I'm back in like 2009, 2008, and just all my friends are all online playing the same game, and we're all inviting each other, and we're all staying up super fucking late. Like, hey bro, what time are you going to bed? I got a few more in me, and everyone's staying up till like 2 in the fucking morning, even though we all got shit to do the next day. And it feels amazing, man. Like, the multiplayer is really... It's kind of magical. You know, because they haven't been able to do this whole generation, in my opinion. They haven't been able to capture this Call of Duty magic since Modern Warfare 3, I would say. Or even, I would say since Black Ops 2, this Call of Duty hasn't had this much hype and this much, like huge... groups of people playing the game together and coordinating to get together and all this stuff. Like, I see it everywhere. I see it in the secret game chat we're part of, Gunny. I see it in the Discord. I see it in the group. I see it in other groups. I see it on Xbox. I see it on PC. Everyone's kind of getting together and everyone's like, fuck you, let's play. And everyone's playing, you know, and that's amazing. Like, I don't think Call of Duty would have thought they would have had this much success, but they obviously hit it out of the park, dude. It's like the best-selling... This is the best-selling Call of Duty since, like, Modern Warfare 3, I think.
Yeah, and I see it everywhere.
Yeah.
Okay, so I wonder how this is panning out for them. You know, I sat down the other night and I added like 30 people to my friends list, like and one sit down. It's just crazy, like guys from work, guys from HGP, guys from other places. I'm like, holy cow, you know, and it's awesome to sit there and have this opportunity. But so before, you know, Call of Duty has always been like, what are you going to buy it on? You're going to buy it on the Xbox, you can buy it on the PlayStation. But then you had guys buying it on both. You know, you had guys be like, oh, I have to buy it for my PlayStation friends, then I have to buy it for my Xbox friends. So I wonder how many sales they're going to lose from that. But I wonder how many sales they've gained, and if they, you know, are balancing it out and they're seeing the benefit of this cross-play. And I think that is really helping the popularity of it right now too. I mean, besides the fact that it looks great plays great and it feels really good. The fact that we can all get together and play together really helps it too.
I think they might have lost some sales with that, Mayo, but at the same time, I also think that maybe they've gained some sales as well, because there's people that have like an Xbox downstairs and a PC upstairs, and maybe they're like, you know what, I like this game so much that I'm playing it so much, maybe I want to play it downstairs sometimes, and maybe they'll buy an Xbox copy and keep it downstairs. You know, they're not everyone's like me, where like you have your TV next to your PC, next to your fucking room. You know what I mean?
I'm in that same boat.
Some people may split that up, and they have an Xbox in the living room or a PS4 even, and they're like, you know what, I'm gonna buy it on the PS4 because your progression carries over to your character no matter what system you're on. As long as you're logged into the same Activision account and everything, it's all tied together. So you carry your progression no matter what.
Keeping that copy in the bedroom, that way you have, keeping it spicy in there. Be like, hey, honey, we gotta play some Modern Warfare.
But I mean, I think that it's a hit, man. It's a fucking beautiful game. The campaign's amazing. I had a lot of fun with it. Iams gave me shit last week. He's like, "Well, Jesus, are you gonna spoil the whole campaign for us?" I'm like, "Fuck you, Iams, you pussy motherfucker, you."
Hey, can I say something about the campaign? I know it's your time to talk here about the game, but great campaign. No, I want to say, I'm not Mr. Spoil It here, but man, it looks amazing on the Xbox X. Amazing.
Yeah.
Wow, like watching like the fire, and like, let's say there's a piece of fire, or excuse me, a piece of wood that's on fire, and it falls down and it's like just kind of fizzling out. It just, the graphics are unreal running on the X.
Yeah. Unfortunately, I'm running into the same issue I did on the PC where the cutscenes were stuttering. They may have fixed that by now. I know that they've been constantly patching the game. I don't know if you guys probably noticed that every time you launch the game on Battle.net, it's like a 7 gig update every fucking time.
Yeah.
Oh, they keep trying to patch that in.
I did play through. I finished a campaign last night, and I was having that issue actually where it wasn't stuttering, but something happened, and I kind of like, I don't know if I minimized or I did something, but the voice got out of sync with the mouth movement, and so like everything was a little delayed. So I'm like watching it, but trying not to really focus on their lips because it was trying to drive me nuts.
That happened to me too.
Okay, don't look, don't focus,
Well, what happened to me was the frame rate dipped a lot. Like it started off at 60, then it went down to like 5, and then it went down to 4, and then it went back up to 60, but everything was out of sync. So I don't know.
Yeah, on my Xbox, the cutscenes are good. Everything's good except for it just crashes periodically.
Yeah.
Like the game will crash, or it'll crash my Xbox.
Some people have had their Xboxes bricked because of it. They say that their Xbox just really like doesn't work at all. It doesn't turn back on. So fortunately, I think that's just like a low risk type of situation where like it's not gonna happen to everyone. That's not happening to everybody, but it has happened to some people on Reddit, and they're saying that they're trying to get their consoles replaced by Microsoft, and Microsoft is kind of like, fuck you. You had a warranty.
Call Activision.
Yeah, you know what I mean?
Because Activision made the game, so that's kind of a hard thing. It's like, well, maybe it's something Activision done, and so that'd be a hard battle. You figure out
as soon as you fire it up on, I mean, just me speaking for the X, that you can hear that GPU just fire up like a jet engine. Yeah, it spins up, and I'm like, great, it's going to be GPU
like
intensive.
Loud ass fucking fan going.
Yeah. It's like a PS4 Pro.
Yeah. It only could run for 30 minutes. Yeah. Damn. Run for 30 minutes, and then it shuts off. I think it's a safety feature also.
That's crazy. But, yeah, I don't know what's going on there. But anyways, besides that, the multiplayer is a lot of fun. I'm ranked 45 now, or 47. Some shit like that. Between 45 and 47, I think. Pretty close to 55. Once you hit 55... Nice. Okay, so last time I read an article talking about the prestiging system. I guess now I got a little bit more clarification with it now. Apparently when you hit 55, you don't prestige at all. You can't. But you start getting these officer ranks. Because I saw somebody that was rank 135. Somebody that was playing against us in a match. They were like rank 130 something. And I was like, how did you... How are you that high of a rank? But I'm assuming they must have been playing with a lot of double XP tokens on or something, and and just been playing since the game
Yeah, I
came
think
out.
it's a max
lot
of
of
2 hours
Doritos.
a day or something. You max out, I think, on the XP points.
On the double XP, like Doritos and Mountain Dew shit, I think you can use up to 2 hours a day, but you can redeem up to 40 hours of double XP. That's a
Right, but
whole
there's
work
only
week.
so much per. Was it so much per week? I wasn't sure how they did that.
Well, it's 2 hours per day, so I'm assuming you get 14 hours a week that you can use for double XP.
I don't think so. I think they capped it at your whole week or something, and then a 7 day
Nah,
period.
you think so? I don't think so. I mean,
That's what I heard in a podcast. You
it's
can only use so much
40
in a week.
hours though that they cap it all together. So
Oh, so it's 40 total. Okay.
40 total, yeah. So you can redeem more than 40 hours of double XP, but that's a lot of double XP. And if you're
Yeah.
winning, that's a lot of double XP, especially if you're doing pretty good on the matches. You know, if you're above average, you're going to be ranking up a fucking shitload with that much double XP.
Yeah.
Personally, I've been having a blast with the game though, man. I can't say anything else about it. It's so fucking good that I've been hard pressed to like get away from it and try to play other games. I just really can't, you know, because every time I get on, there's somebody playing it. Fucking Nipron
Yes.
or Native
Yeah.
or somebody. Shout out to Native. He gave me some more embers this week. Fucking awesome, Native. I love you. Nipron was playing with me this week on Call of Duty. Had a lot of fun playing with him. One thing that I don't like is they removed the realism mode today. I don't know why, but they did. They removed it completely. But now realism is kind of tied in with the night vision mode because they've added the night vision maps. So night vision mode, I don't know if you've all probably played this before in the beta. It's night vision. It's nighttime maps. Same maps, but they're nighttime. And you got to start, as soon as you start the match, you got to put on your night vision goggles. The problem is in realism mode, there's no HUD. There's no tips. There's no nothing. You know, you don't even get a kill feed when you're playing in realism mode. So, like, starting up, I didn't know how to equip my night vision goggles. So I'm like holding Y, I'm holding X, I'm holding B, I'm holding
Up
A.
on the D-pad.
And then I was like, up on
Or is it
D-pad.
down?
Finally got it when I pressed up on D-pad. I was like, holy
Was that what it was?
shit.
Yeah.
I'm like, they don't even tell you in the beginning, like, yo, press up on D-pad, just in case you don't know, like me. Like, cause on PlayStation, it wasn't up on D-pad. It was like
Something
hold
different. Yeah.
hold
Yeah.
triangle, I think. So that's what I was trying to do. I was trying to hold Y, and it wasn't working. And I was like, what the fuck? And I was like, and I tried up on D-pad and it worked.
Yeah.
But like on PC, I would have been fucked. I would have been like, I don't know. Pause the game, go to my key bindings, find out what's my equipment, because I would have not known what the fuck it was on PC on the keyboard. There ain't no fucking way I would have known. I would have been
I had
fucked.
my son on the beta. He was playing with me. We tried the beta out. And we did. I think he actually played a mode with you, Jesus. I think it was the first game he played with you for a minute, and he didn't know how to turn on the night mode. And we're like just hitting different keys. I'm like, just pull up just hit tab or escape, pull up the legend, and see, because you can't play this in the dark. He's trying to like shoot people when he couldn't even see. You know? And I'm like, dude, you're gonna die anyways. You might as well stand still for a minute and just pull it up and see what it is, and sacrifice your KD for that round, because you're not gonna see anybody.
Yeah, it was rough, but I mean, I really love the realism mode. It's so immersive when you're in there and there's nothing distracting you. There's nothing like no name on top of a person, no HUD, no like telling you how much ammo you have left, no kill feed. I mean, you kind of get a notification when you get a kill streak. You get like that little chirping, like the little noise when when you get a kill streak, and the guy will tell you like UAV standing by, and then you can call it in. But like if you just forget it, or if you're not paying attention when you get that kill streak, like there's been matches where I played the whole match, and at the end I pressed the kill streak button, and all of a sudden my guy's calling in a fucking UAV and a helicopter. I'm like, what the fuck?
Yeah.
I didn't even know I had these things the whole match. But yeah, night vision mode is kind of cool, man. I am really digging it and having a fucking blast with it. I kind of hope they do bring back the realism. Because as much as I like hardcore, I don't like the team killing in hardcore, and I feel like there's something special about realism where like there's nothing there. You don't even know if you got a kill. You know what I mean? In hardcore, they still tell you if you got the kill. You still like still pops up like you got 100 points for killing this person or whatever. But in realism, nothing pops up. Literally, there's nothing that shows up. Like if you shoot at somebody and they go like running into a house and you're shooting at them as they run in that house.
Oh, you don't know. That's
you
crazy.
don't know if you killed them. So like you sit there for a second. You're like, should I go in after that motherfucker?
Yeah.
Or should I just wait out here see if they come back out? Like you don't know what to do because you don't know if that person is dead or not. And like they kind of do up the damage on the headshots. So if you get a headshot in realism mode, it's pretty much a one-shot kill with every gun.
Interesting.
So like even a pistol, you can headshot somebody with a pistol, and it's going to be most likely a one-shot kill. They're going to go down right away because headshots, they're pretty much like one-shot kills, and I think body damage is increased a little bit too. So it takes a few less bullets to kill somebody. Like if you're hitting them center mass, but if you're hitting them on their leg or their arm, they might get away from you, and you might be screwed. You know what I mean?
That's cool, man.
Anyways,
Yeah.
what else have you played besides the modes? Besides, you play more multiplayer, man? How are you liking it?
Yeah, so pretty much for me, like I said before, this is my first Call of Duty, so, and I'm enjoying it a lot. Like, this one has really sucked me in, and it's pretty much all I played this week. Like, every time I've had the opportunity to sit down and get at the computer, I'm like, Call of Duty it is. And kind of like what you said, I run into is just a lot of people I know are on when I happen to be on. So it's like, okay, well, this person's playing, so I might as well go ahead and jump in and join them. Or, I'll be like, oh, I'm going to do the campaign tonight. I jump on, and next thing I know, I see Nipron's on, and Native's on, and Ghost Nico's on, and I'm going, all right, campaign will wait, So then I go back in and play some multiplayer, and I'm enjoying it a lot. I know the first time I did the realism mode is with you. I think maybe my second or third game. You're like, we're going with the realism mode. I'm like, all right, okay. I actually did a little better because it was a little more slower paced, and us old people, we like those slower games.
Nice.
But I did pretty good that round. But I feel like I've gotten better. It just took me for a minute to adjust my mouse sensitivity. And now I'm way more comfortable with it, the way it feels and the way it plays. The only thing I wish I could do, I wish I could like slide a lot better. The way I have my keyboard laid out, my sliding feature isn't very convenient. And I see all these people with the stupid shotguns that like to slide around a corner and one pump you,
Right, yes.
Sometimes
I was
I
getting
die
that a lot.
like guy running around, sliding through a doorway and then shooting me with a shotgun,
Well, the shotguns, the way people were cheating there was a thing that you could do with the shotguns is if you had a charm, you can equip the charm on the shotgun, and it would increase the spread of the shotgun. Because it was more pulled out. Because what they do when you have a charm on your gun, they kind of pull you back a little bit more so you can see the charm on the gun while you're walking around. So people would hip fire with the shotgun and just get super lucky with the kills because they would have a wider spread. But they supposedly fixed that with this latest update today, supposedly.
Hey, I haven't been on today. I've been kind of on the run today, so I was wishing I could be on, but been kind of busy.
Yeah.
But yeah, I'm really, really enjoying it. I did finish the campaign. Did that last night, and I enjoyed the story. It was pretty good. The one time I ran into, I thought it was really hard to kill. I don't think it's giving away anything. The one, is he like I want to call him like a tank character.
Juggernaut.
So it took me forever to kill that guy. I'm like running around those little things and like trying to flash.
That was hard.
I'm like, man, this guy just would not die.
That whole time I was having trouble killing him, but then I forgot I had a fucking grenade launcher, and I just used that, and he killed him like in 2 bullets.
Oh wow! I didn't try to do it.
I actually like I died like only the first time, but then I realized also that when you're in that room, you can press the red buttons. Because I thought like it tells you at first like throw smoke grenades. Well, if you hit the red buttons, that'll smoke him too.
Yeah, and it makes like the room steamy or whatever, and it kills him off.
And he'll stop shooting, and you can just start headshotting him with I had a shotgun, so.
Yeah.
But yeah, I enjoyed it a lot, and it took up all my time pretty much this week. So my week is kind of short because of this game.
Yeah. Yeah, if people don't know, this game is kind of like a prequel to Modern Warfare, the first Modern Warfare.
Oh yeah, because it even shows you some things at the end. No
Yeah, at
spoiler.
the end it shows Captain Price doing some things, and I'm like, oh, wait a minute, this whole thing was what? I
Okay.
thought for a minute they rebooted the whole Modern Warfare. Like I thought they just scrapped the previous story completely, and I think they kind of have because they have to. Because in Modern Warfare 3, by Modern Warfare 3, like the Russians shot nukes, they've invaded the United States. Everyone's shooting nukes at each other. It's just like
Yeah.
that story would never make sense in real life. You know, like everything's been nuked. The world
Right.
has ended. You know,
We're not in the apocalypse yet. In this story.
it'd be a Fallout fucking Call of Duty or something.
Right.
In this one, it seems like it's based more on like reality, kind of. You know, they got terrorists and fucking factions and different shit. But um, towards the end of the game, I realized like, holy fuck, this was a whole prequel to the Modern Warfare series. So I'm assuming the next game is gonna be like kind of tied to the Modern Warfare Call of Duty 4, the first game we played. You know, I think it might have like maybe they'll go back to some of those missions, maybe not all of them, and we'll see what happens.
Yeah, I was actually going to ask you off air about just because of spoilers, what that stuff was talking about. At the very end, after the credits rolled, there was another cutscene, and
Yeah, there was another
they
one.
were referring to. And again, it's because I don't know the series and I don't know the names and different things that were dropped. I don't know what that was relating to, and I was going to ask you guys off air later about it.
There was another cutscene at the end.
Yeah, there was
Yeah,
another
once
one.
all the credits were done rolling, there was a cutscene at the end.
What?
You,
There was a-
okay, so you think it's the beginning of the game, but it's not.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's tied to Call of Duty Modern Warfare. Yeah.
Yeah.
You, if you've played the Modern Warfare,
He's-
you would recognize some of those characters.
He's talking to the CIA director or wherever she is.
Yeah,
Yep.
you would recognize some of those characters that they're talking about, and the people in the cutscenes and all that. It's pretty cool, man. Like,
That's what I figured, but want to be safe. And
I'm
figure it
glad
out.
that yeah, they did a good job with the campaign, and they killed it. It's fucking amazing. Anyways, Call of Duty Modern Warfare people, play that night vision mode with me. I need friends to play
Hey,
that with me.
Jesus, can I say one more other thing so I don't move on to that next? But
Okay.
I can tell you, I know you gave out that spoiler and how intense it was, and I've seen people talk about it on Discord and Facebook about going into these houses in the realism mode. Not the mode, but just I played on regular. But holy fuck, there were like at least 2 occasions, especially even on the first time, where I'm coming into the house, and in this game there are men, women, and children. I'll just say that. And so there were times where I came in and I literally had to put the controller down and step away for a second. Honest to God, I thought, man, this game is messed up. There were at least 2 occasions where I had to do that. Yes,
Why was it messed up? Did you shot somebody or something? What did you do?
man. Yeah, and I was hoping I didn't shoot anybody else. That it was rough. I'll tell you that. And I thought, wow, this is
Oh, so you accidentally shot civilians without like. You just
yeah.
you're
So they
clearing
weren't
a house,
civilians.
right? And you're kicking a door or something, and you just shot a bunch of people or something.
Not a bunch of people, but it was
He's not a bunch.
Just like 3
not a
or
bunch.
4.
It was I was killing the terrorists. You know how like you come in and then you go to the second floor and you're all stacked up,
Yeah.
and then there's like somebody who pokes their head around the corner, but then the terrorist is underneath the bed. But then there's the wife with the screaming baby, and then there's like other smaller
Yeah,
young
okay,
children. They're not quite huddled in the corner, and it's fucking intense. And literally, so you're not gonna like you either hesitate or you wait to see somebody with a gun. And man, it is definitely intense. And it wasn't until and I think that second time was the same mission that you talked about last week. Until you're actually there in that situation with with a controller or keyboard and mouse in your hand and you're pointing guns at people, it's intense.
Yeah.
It's very intense. Yeah. So there were definitely some wow moments and moments where I just had to like, oh my gosh, like I checked my own morality with those missions.
I played all those missions in realism mode. I switched the difficulty up to realism in all those missions. Then I turned it back down for the other bullshit missions. But for those like raid missions or like those like house missions or whatever, you're raiding houses and shit, kicking in doors.
Yeah.
All those missions I turned it on to realism, because in realism it's just like in the multiplayer realism where there's no HUD, and you kind of just have to listen to the call outs that Captain Price is doing or whatever. So, yeah, that was pretty fucking wild playing that shit in realism mode. You're like, holy shit, dude. This is fucking wild.
Yeah, those were some pretty cool missions, and it's so fast paced too. That's the other thing I've noticed too, where it's boom boom pushing you along.
Bravo 6 going
and
dark.
I would say my favorite one was the Highway to Hell mission. That was so cool.
The sniper one?
Yes, that was awesome.
The sniper one was pretty intense too, man. You shoot people's legs off and shit in that one. You notice that?
Yeah, and you gotta there's wind
Fucking
involved,
wild.
and where you're, the timing and everything, and yeah, that was badass.
There's been controversy surrounding that one, Highway to Hell, because apparently, it isn't called Highway to Hell. It's called Highway of Death in the game, and then that's kind of like a thing that really happened in real life. You know what I mean?
We have an article about it. I don't even know what the controversy is yet, so maybe we can read that later.
We'll talk about that during the controversy in the news section. But yeah, there's a lot of controversy surrounding that whole Highway of Death shit. But the game is incredible, man, and we'll see. Hopefully, Activision learns from this crossplay shit and doesn't fuck around with the next game and does a good job with it as well.
I see, when Jesus or Gunny was talking about it too, and I think remember when this game was first being talked about, I can't remember if it was PC Gamer was talking about the realism. They're like, oh, the developers or people was having a problem with the civilians in the game, and they're like, this game is so realistic and da-da-da, and we were kind of like, whatever, of course it's going to look good. It's a newer generation game, but I think now we all understand more the fact that when they talk about putting civilians in the game, like we didn't know at the time, we're talking about like raiding houses and stuff like that and going through and really close quarters combat.
Yes.
Instead of just being like some weird situation where there's some people running around in the background or something like that. It's a more personable feel to it. And I think that's what they were trying to get at without spoiling too much at the time.
Damn, and they sure did. I would not want anybody in this room with me watching me play this game. It's that, to me, it was super intense.
I thought it was pretty intense because like the people are screaming and they're all freaked the fuck out. You're like, this motherfucking SWAT team is at my fucking door telling me to get the fuck down on the ground and shit, and it's like, holy fuck.
And I think I almost feel, again, this is not a spoiler. I really want to spoil it and tell you exactly how I felt and exactly what happened, but I'm not going to. But I can tell you that I came into a room and you can see there's a woman and then she's arguing with two other gentlemen, terrorists, right? Because I assume they're terrorists. I'm there to, eliminate the terrorists and find what's his name?
Yeah.
And so I'm like, okay, here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to shoot those two guys, right? The two baddies. And then, I don't know, maybe she'll hide under the desk or the couch or whatever, right? Boom, boom. I shoot. She turns around like, you mother... Boom, she shoots me, I'm like, oh my God. So then, right? So then she kills me. I'm like, the woman killed me. How can this happen, right? Yeah. So then now, like, I'm in this mindset where everybody's a threat.
Yeah, no matter who. Yeah, anyone could be
okay. And then that's when I'm like, okay, she's going first, right? She's the closest to me through that door, either as I come through the door quietly or I burst through the door.
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next scene, man, it's messed up. It messed me up. It really did. It really messed me up.
Yeah, it was intense. About the only thing they didn't do in that mission is have a little kid shooting a gun at you. You know what I mean? That's about the only thing. And it wouldn't have surprised me that, like, having the little kid in the corner of the room standing there with a pistol or something trying to shoot you or something. Like, that would have been the moment I would have been like, holy shit, they did it all. Fuck.
Yeah.
I'll
tell you guys what it is off air. So
yeah, for sure.
Really, just maybe put that controller down and go, oh my.
I'm pretty sure I know what you're talking about, but we'll talk about it off air. Anyways, it's a great game, people.
Thing I can say that I didn't care for actually, when I don't think it's what gives it away. There's a mission where you're like controlling cameras. I just thought that was
big
kind of a
Gazi mission.
Part.
Yeah.
Where I didn't really care for that.
Yeah.
Like, it was okay, but I was kind of like, let me get back to the shooting. You're going from camera to camera, and
right.
I don't really want to jump into it too much, but you guys know what I'm talking about.
I thought that mission was super cool up to that point, but you're right. Up to that point, it was like
slowed down.
Yeah, it slowed down a lot, but like
the whole right after that, it really picks up.
The whole landing, like flying by in a helicopter and seeing everybody on the ground fucking protesting and screaming "Fuck America!" throwing fucking Molotovs over the wall Like, that shit is like, holy fuck, yeah, let's go in there and save everybody. Yeah. But you realize real quick, like, we're not going to be able to save everybody. What the fuck am I thinking? These motherfuckers are going to get in here somehow, you know what I mean? It's fucking wild.
I like what they did after that mission, Mayo.
Yeah, I like when you take the guy to the compound, he's like, bye, sunrise.
They put him in the room.
I'll be out of here.
All hell breaks loose again.
Yeah. He's like, by sunrise, I won't even be here. It was nice meeting you guys. And you're like, whatever, motherfucker, get in there.
You're in a safe room. You can't get out.
Yeah, you can't get out of there. That's what we thought. That whole mission was super cool when you're shooting the flares and it lights up the sky and you see the dudes walking through the... You're like, holy shit. It was like, holy fuck, there's a bunch of them out there. And every time the flare goes out, you're like, fuck, I gotta shoot another flare. You run back to shoot. There's even more people out there. It's like, fuck.
more good game development utilizing ray tracing, I think. They're really just designing games around ray tracing. Like, they're using that technique and making games around it. It
was insane because I thought that mission was pretty insane too. When you're first setting up and you first get to that compound away from the embassy, you get to that compound, you're like, all right, we're in the safe zone now, we're waiting for extraction, and you guys are like, all right, we're gonna set up on this rooftop, and you got like the sniper rifle gun with like an ACOG scope on it, and you're looking across to the street and you see a bunch of dudes over there talking. You're like, fuck, are they terrorists? Can I shoot these guys? And they're like, no, they're not combatants. They're just standing there talking. One. Oh, you shot one?
Yes, I shot one. You know what happened, right?
Yeah. What happened?
I thought I was supposed to shoot. So I'm like, I dialed in, and I saw the three guys you're talking about. Mm-hmm. Boom, you can't shoot civilians. Yeah. Restart again. I was like, oh, no, I got to wait for something to happen first.
Yeah, because I was watching him, and it was like, okay, you don't engage until you see weapons. And remember, rules of engagement, you can't shoot somebody unless you see a weapon. And it's like, holy fuck, this must be intense, dude. Like you're fighting a war against an enemy that doesn't have uniforms. You know what I mean? Like, these motherfuckers are just standing there with guns, and you don't know what the fuck they're doing. They're just standing there,
Right. I thought I'd get a few headshots, and, I thought I'd get ahead of the game here, but, oh, no, you can't do that.
That mission was fucking intense. This game was fucking incredible, man. I loved all of it, and I can't wait to see what they do next year. But next year is supposed to be Black Ops again, they said. So I'm thinking they're going to go back to that futuristic Black Ops thing. I'm hoping they go back to the Black Ops 1 thing where they were back in like Vietnam, Cold War era.
Mm-hmm.
The Russians will probably get tired of us, Americans making these fucking games. Like, what the fuck, guys?
They're going to hack into it.
You make Russians the bad guys every fucking game.
Change the game up.
Anyways,
game no more.
Speaking of video games and stuff, guys, I played some more games this week. I've actually went ahead and played some good old Firewall 0 Hour.
Oh, got the VR out, did ya?
Mm-hmm. So Firewall 0 Hour got the new update, as I said a few weeks ago. It was I think it's called Dark Web update. They've added a new map. They've added a new lobby. Like the new lobby now, you're in like a little room, and you're watching TV. And this spider comes down from the vent. It looks pretty fucking real. And I think the spider just comes down randomly. You don't trigger it. It just kind of picks you. Like that would set to randomly fucking fall down on people. And every so often you hear somebody screaming like, "Oh fuck! What the fuck!" And it's like, because this huge spider comes down from the vent, and there's like a big black widow, and it like lands on your face, like it feels like it's on your face, it lands on the fucking like in your face in VR, and you're like, what the fuck? Well, no, it doesn't land on your face, but it lands like on your chest in the game, and you can just look at it in the eyes and be like, whoa, dude, what the fuck? But it's pretty nuts. Firewall 0 Hour, man, it's so immersive. Like, there's nothing else like it out there. You know what I mean? As good as Call of Duty is, I don't think I could ever compare the two. Because when you're playing Firewall, you're in the game. You are holding the gun. You are in there. You're not doing, you know what I mean? And it's you and 3 other dudes like Rainbow Six or something where you have 1 life and that's it. And then if you guys are not coordinating, you guys are not talking, you're pretty much going to lose. So you got to have a lot of communication, a lot of talking, a lot of, like, all right, dude, I'm watching this corner, you watch that corner. And it's pretty wild. I've been having a blast with it, and it's kind of shitty because Call of Duty came out, and it's like I really want to play Call of Duty, and I kind of want to play with Firewall because it has this
So
new update.
so there's probably not a lot of people playing it, is there? Did you see the player count on there?
I don't know if you can see the player count, but there's always lobbies going. And the thing is, you get to know some of these people that are in these lobbies. A lot of the people playing Firewall Zero Hour are not kids, dude. They're all like people my age. They're all like adults.
I noticed that watching streams
It's
and
never
or
like
seeing videos.
Yeah, it's never like a little like 12-year-old kid playing this game or a 13-year-old kid or a 10-year-old kid. It's always like, yeah, you may occasionally get like a little squeaker in there. I mean, like, hey guys, hi. Some little fucking kid, but it's usually like always adults in there playing, like some dude talking about his fucking wife and how she doesn't shut up, or talking about how his kid is crying in the background so he has to keep muted, or talking about work, or talking about a lot of cops. There's a lot of cops play this game. So, talking about work and shit that happened at work. I'm like, what the fuck, dude? It's fucking weird. But yeah, it's a lot of adults playing this game, so it's a different feel from Call of Duty. There's a lot of adults playing Call of Duty, but it's just more mature game, I feel like. You know what I mean, Mel?
Yeah. It's similar to a couple of VR games I have on Steam. That I haven't played them a whole lot yet. I need to get back into them, but it's similar to what you're playing.
Yeah, I would assume that.
Yeah, the realism and the immersion is just insane. And I kept getting nauseous to a little bit of movement I would try to do, but it would be like at the end of long gaming sessions too, where I'd be in VR for a while and I'd go from game to game to game, and then I'm like, I'm gonna fire this up and see, how this is, if they made any improvements or any changes. And then I get in game, and a little bit after that, I was trying to be like, all right, the motion's kind of getting to me, or something like that, like the walking around and the turning around, looking around corners and stuff would actually kind of bother me after a while.
That's interesting. But no, I haven't had any sickness. It's just, it's different for me, going from like playing a 2D game to playing I would say a 4D game when you're in the game. It's pretty wild. I still haven't seen a 3D movie though. I need a fucking 3D movie to watch on the PSVR.
There's a big screen cinema thing, and they have where you can basically put yourself in a movie theater.
Yeah.
And you can watch it like you're in a movie theater, but you can actually host, and other people can join you, or you can join other people.
Oh, that's cool.
And they have a thing where you can watch previews of movies in 3D. So I've seen the new Star Wars trailer in 3D and stuff. So I've gotten to see some stuff in 3D, but it's all trailers, and it's the same one. It just keeps cycling over and over and over and over.
Okay.
But I have gotten in different lobbies where you can do like I said, one's in a theater, and you can actually look at your seat that you want. So you can use your analog stick and kind of point at the seat you want and hit one of the buttons, and it will warp you to that seat. So you can be in the front row and looking straight up would be in the movie theater, or you can be sitting in the back center row, but you can't take somebody's seat. So if there's other people in the lobby with you,
what? That's fucking crazy.
You can't sit in their seat because there's somebody in the way.
That's
and
funny.
Then you can have little buckets of popcorn you can have and 3D glasses on your avatar.
That's fucking
so you can
cool.
Look at people, and then it has a speaker. You can talk to them. You can be like, "Hey man, what's up?" And people are like, "Shit, watching a movie," kind of thing. But you can also do a campfire. So you're sitting on this little bench with a fire in front of you, and there's a screen, and you're in the woods, and you can hear crickets and stuff while you're watching the movie.
That's fucking dope.
There's all these different modes. But
I
yeah,
know
you
that Hulu has it on the PSVR. If you have PSVR people and you have a Hulu account, log into Hulu with, it's called PSVR Hulu or something like that. But Hulu has the same thing now, where I think there's 3 different modes you can put on the Hulu one. And one is a beach house, so you see the ocean in the background, big windows, see the ocean in the background. You're in a living room type situation with the big TV. Another one's called theater mode, where you're kind of sitting in a big theater, huge screens in front of you. And then the other one, it's something else. I don't know if it's called basic or some shit like that, basic home. And you're in a regular looking living room, in a house. And I think they even have Halloween edition ones where you're in a spooky haunted house. So you're watching a movie, if you want to watch a scary movie, you would essentially pick this one. And it's a spooky setting. So you're in a haunted house.
creepy house, yeah.
Yeah, and you're sitting there watching a scary movie. You're like, oh fuck, and they'll like sometimes a door will open by itself in the background, or you see like a cabinet open and shut real quick or something. Like it does shit like that. So it's interesting to have different like little things like that. I wish Netflix had that because I watch way more Netflix stuff, especially recently. I've been watching a lot more Netflix stuff than Hulu. But it's cool that Hulu has it. I know Netflix back in the day had this feature on the 360 where you could invite friends to watch movies with you.
Yes, that was fun.
They didn't even need a Netflix account. So like if I was on Xbox Live, if I was on Xbox Live Mayo and you were my friend on Xbox Live and you were paying for gold, all you needed was gold. And if I had Netflix, I could just pick a movie, be like, I want to watch Star Wars, and I would put on Star Wars, and I'd be like, invite Mayo to my Netflix party, and you would get like an invite that said, Jesus invites you to watch Star Wars with him on Netflix. Do you want to join? And you would put yes, and they would like warp you to like a little movie theater thing.
And it would show you your avatar.
Yeah, and on your screen, it looks like a movie theater, and it shows the seats on the bottom, and it shows your little avatar sitting down next to my avatar. And you're watching the movie, kind of. You know what I mean? So that was pretty cool. Fun. But Netflix really quick, after like so many years, realized like, wait a minute. These people aren't paying for Netflix.
It was dumb. I felt like it wasn't even quite a year, and Netflix is like, oh, we can't allow this people to watch and enjoy a movie together.
You guys are watching.
I don't know if it was Microsoft or whatever.
You guys are watching free movies. Fuck you. You're not paying for Netflix. Yeah, so.
That big screen thing actually has a thing where I believe is where I could host it besides other people with VR to come in and sit and watch it with me. So like if I had friends in VR that could, when we watch it, we could all watch it in a group. I think I can do like a web link, and people that doesn't have VR can watch it on the regular monitor with us also. And it has like an in-game, almost like an in-game chat, so we can still chat with each other. We could watch a movie together.
Fucking cool. That's
so like you don't have to have VR. Like I could create a lobby.
So every HGP member can go in there and watch a movie?
I think there's a max of 12 people, I think, in the lobbies.
Okay.
But, so yeah, like, I could host it, and we could literally watch it as a group. And the people that had the VR, and I'm not sure if, like, the PlayStation has it. It's called Big Screen Cinema, I think it was called. If it would have a cross, it'd be nice if it had like a cross thing, because it's all one account, like, and we could just log in together, get in the same room and have cross-platform VR. That'd be kind of nice.
That'd be pretty dope. But yeah, there was an app on the PlayStation or something.
But yeah, I'm pretty sure I can post a link and it will actually let you come and watch the movie with me just on your computer screen or on your TV or whatever. And the voice chat would still work.
Facebook has that now too, where you can host a watch party.
Yeah, I noticed that.
And you can like if you find a movie on Facebook or something, you can I could share it to the Horrible Gamers podcast group, and I could be like, I want to host a watch party, and I could play a movie if I wanted to, if I owned it, and like you guys can just join and watch that in the group, and like you can comment and we can chat real time as the movie's playing and just fucking watch a movie on Facebook.
Yeah, I noticed that with video.
The future.
Or like live news events or whatever on VIP. Yeah. It says invite people to your watch party.
Yeah, you're hosting a watch party. Woo!
While we're on the subject too, is one thing I did do this week on last Sunday. I had a couple minutes after running and stuff when I got home. It was getting kind of late, but Oculus was doing a special promotion where they were letting you watch different like sporting events, and they had an NBA game going on in VR. I get to watch for free. So nice. I jumped in and watched. It was the Portland Trailblazers versus Dallas Mavericks, actually.
Yeah.
And I got to watch like the last 10 minutes of the game in VR. So it was kind of neat. So what it does, it has two modes. When you first log in, it has a director mode and a courtside mode. So obviously the courtside mode, you're in just one fixed position, but you're like center court, right at the edge of the court. And you can just look back and forth. And the players are going back and forth. And it was a little blurry. It wasn't like crystal clear, but it was good enough to be like, this is kind of cool, but the director mode is really sweet, because what the director mode did, the camera would kind of just change depending on what was going on, kind of like a NBA 2K game, but they had this view that was behind the basket, but it wasn't like, the basket really wasn't blocking your view of the game. It was kind of like in this right position where you could just see everything going on, and it was really neat because that game actually, ended with a call where like this guy for Dallas was going to the basket, and a guy for Portland like raked the ball across his arms, and he clearly fouled him. Like it looked like to me like he completely got him right across the both arms, and they kept showing the replay, and you get to see the replay and everything in VR. So it's like I'm standing like right in front of him watching this, and they ended up doing they called it a jump ball, and so I'm like, no way, I had clear view, you can tell,
Yeah.
Right.
and
Yeah.
and they
Mayo's
did this jump
calling
ball,
up the NBA.
Yeah,
He's calling the
but,
NBA commissioner's office. Hey, motherfuckers, I'm watching the replay.
VR.
This
They
is a
screwed that
foul. They'll be like, hold on, the refs are calling the Mayo. They're going to verify with the Mayo this was a foul. The Mayo...
People get the vote.
The Mayo says this was indeed a foul, and everyone's mad. Fuck the Mayo! Fucking Mayo!
That's right. Well, it was a Dallas game, so they would have been happy.
Yeah.
They'd been chanting me. They'd been like Mayo for president at that point.
Mayo! Can you imagine that? Like, dude, that'd be so cool. Like, I've always thought about that. Like, someone needs to come up with an app to just put on the PlayStation and put on PC. An app where if you have a VR headset, whether it's Oculus, whether it's the Rift, whether it's the Quest, that free one without a PC, whether it's a PSVR or a Windows mixed reality headset, you can just wear a VR headset, log into the site, and watch sports games for maybe a fee, like say $5. But I would totally watch the Super Bowl and big games like the Dallas Cowboys is like the team I watch. I would watch them play in VR. If you can put me on a fucking court set and I had to pay you $5 for the game, I would pay that just to watch it,
Even if they had something like you said, like just kind of add on to that, Jesus, if it was something like, like you said, sports, right? It doesn't have to be football. For me, it would be football. And also, even if it was like this NBC, NBA, all access, what have you, give me that option to put that headset on and be able to watch normal, and or I can just click to the next camera.
Yeah,
that would
so
be
sick.
And
Imagine being able to watch
let
an
me
NFL
click to the
game.
top overview camera, the one they have over the football field, and or the NBA one.
Or just fucking click on any camera that I want to click on. I get camera 1, camera 2. You just
I feel like I'm in
of
control of what I want to see and where.
So this app, Jesus, is called Next VR. And I'm just going to read off the store page real quick. They have multiple things on there. So it's kind of like what you guys are talking about. They feature NBA games, WWE, boxing, NHRA, ICC soccer, concerts, exclusive behind-the-scenes music experiences, and stand-up comedy events. So they did have a Post Malone concert they did. I'd missed that. But that was the night we recorded last week. But so, yeah, they have different like concerts and just different events that they
I
host.
actually have used this app on the PlayStation. It actually is available on the PSVR.
Well, there you go, PSVR people. You check out Next VR.
Yeah. They have I've watched music videos. It was a really weird music video. I forget who was singing I forget what even song it was. It was like some kind of electro fucking EDM song. But it was really fucking trippy. I was like, dude, if I was high as fuck right now, I would love watching these horses and naked girls dancing all around me, because this is fucking incredible. But everywhere you turn, like, the video was a 360 video, so like they made this music video, but there was some weird shit going on. You're like, what the fuck? You're just looking around like tripping out. But yeah, I know exactly what you're talking about. Next VR. I actually saw that they were advertising that Post Malone concert, I think on the PS Store the other day when I was in there downloading Death Stranding.
Yeah, I was curious about that.
Like, Post Malone was being advertised. Like, you go watch Post Malone. Okay.
Yeah, they're doing the same thing on the Oculus Store, and that's what brought me to it. I was like, oh, they're doing Post Malone. I was like, oh, it'll be kind of neat. And then I seen the NBA games behind it, so I'm like, oh, this is kind of like a courtside seat, kind of one place holds it all,
Yeah.
So I didn't know how it was going to work. Like, I was like, do you have to have the NBA Game Pass subscription or whatever? I can't remember what they call it, League Pass.
Yeah.
Or do you have to have this? Because I'm like, I don't have League Pass, but they're doing a free trial of the League Pass.
If I could watch the Super Bowl this way, man, I would totally watch the Super Bowl this way.
Yeah, that would
fuck
be neat.
Being with people. Fuck a Super Bowl party. I'm watching the Super Bowl in my VR headset, courtside, motherfucker. Yeah, I'm on the field next to the players on the bench.
And they're showing different things, and it looks pretty cool. Like, and on their website, it shows like a football game, like a like a college game,
Yeah.
and it shows a wrestling event, like a WWE event, and there's a guy on the corner of the ring. So it's kind of neat.
I know they do boxing matches, and they put the cameras on the corners of the edge of the ring or whatever in the corners. So you watch the boxers fucking punching the shit out of each other like right there. You're like, oh fuck. Anyways, enough VR talk. Damn it, fucking console peasant shit.
Yeah.
Moving on now to a game that I played this week, guys. Outer Worlds.
Outer Worlds. I played a little bit of this last week.
So,
I think we all have.
Outer Worlds came out a couple weeks ago, I guess now. Same day as Call of Duty. But I played quite a bit of it, and I'm actually really, really, really enjoying the game, dude. Obsidian, you can definitely tell they made a Fallout game in the past. Because this game is pretty much Fallout in space with bright colors. Way better color palette than bullshit-ass Fallout brown and gray and dirty brown. I mean, that's all Fallout is ugly brown and gray.
The non-apocalyptic Fallout.
But this is... I'm loving it, dude. I love the colors. I'm loving the atmosphere. I'm loving the world around it. I'm loving the characters in it. So I've been playing quite a bit of it. I did the first world, so like the first kind of like starter world or whatever, where you start off in that... I forget what the fuck that place is called. But the one where like that town needs power, and you got to go to the power plant, and you could divert the power to the people in the garden or divert the power to the town. Well, I invested a lot of my skills into the speech tree into the game. So like, you know, you have the different skills. I think you have intelligence, speech or dialogue, weapon, melee, and something else. A medic, I think, an engineer. Some of the five
like,
different.
I think it's all those.
And so dialogue, if you put points into dialogue, it kind of automatically distributes them to lie, deception, and persuasion. I think is what it is, or lie, persuasion, and something else. No, one of them is lie, and one of them is to persuade. I don't know what the other one is. I think the other one is just to like you have different dialogue options in case somebody brings something up. But it's super cool, man, because I like how that works out in your favor. Because sometimes if you're really good, if you're an intelligent character, if you have a character that has high intelligence, kind of like I do, you get dialogue options that other people wouldn't get necessarily. So if you have a character that's really like heavy weapons-based character and really strong, but maybe you didn't invest a lot of points into the intelligence or into the dialogue, your character's going to have maybe like the dumb dialogue options. Well, my character...
Oh, like mine.
Like, my character has some... Like,
also.
so there's a few times in the game where I've run into certain characters, and it'll say, like, you can ask him what this is because you are intelligent. Because it says on the... Like, it'll say in brackets intelligence, and then it'll say, like, ask him this. Or it'll say in brackets lie, or it'll say in brackets persuade. So those are based on, like, how high persuade, lie, and intelligence are. So, like, you can only use those dialogue options if you have those things high enough. You know what I mean? If you don't have them high enough, those won't even show up for you.
That makes sense now, Jesus. Because I put my points into weapons, engineering, defenses, and then I was watching gameplay. I'm like, why are there so many options on that person's screen? Because I went the dumb renegade route.
You know what's interesting, Gunny? I've kind of been putting a lot of my points into weapons, but I don't think I'll need to.
That's what I heard.
Most of the main guys, I've been able to lie to them. So I'm just lying my way through the galaxy. So kind of like the first main event that happens, you got to reroute the power. Everyone knows this. This is kind of like the Fallout. You know the nuke is going to fall. This is kind of what happens here. Like, you got to reroute the power. It's the very first mission you do. And so you either got to convince the people to come back to the town or convince the town people to leave the town and go to the garden. Well, I rerouted the power back to the town. And now I needed to convince the mayor of the town, the guy who's like the corporation guy or whatever, how to convince him to leave for that old lady to come back. Yeah. So I went back to the office, and I'm like, dude, you got to leave. And he's like, well, I ain't leaving. I've been here 25 years. I never thought I would leave. I ain't going nowhere. And then it was like, all I had to do was lie to him. or persuade him. Like, persuade. Like, no, dude, you should really leave. Like, this lady knows what she's doing. She's going to save your town. And he's like, oh, really now? Well, I didn't think of it that way. Well, maybe I will leave. And then it's like, okay. Like, all I had to do was persuade him, and he just left. Like, and some people...
25 years.
Some people... Yeah, and some people have that... Don't have that dialogue option. You know, you just end up having you end up having to fight him. But like all of a sudden, yeah, like my character is, I guess, smarter than him, and just outsmarted him and told him like, "Yo, dude, like you should really leave. Like this is not safe for you to be here." And he was like, "Okay, I'm gonna leave right now. She come take over my office." It's like, okay, and then I just went back to the old lady and I was like, "Hey, I got the guy to leave. You can go back now." And she was like, "Oh, thank you." And then I went to the next what's it called? The big ship. The Outbreaker, what the fuck is it called? The Breakout? Whatever the
Back to the beginning of the game?
No, the big ship, whatever it's called. The one where it's like a neutral zone. Everyone has like an office there. Like all the corporations have offices there. The big fucking ship, dude. The one you go to.
I haven't got that far into it.
So, anyways, you leave.
I haven't gotten that far
you
either.
leave the planet that you're on. You go like to outer space, and you go to this big ship. It's kind of like the Citadel in Mass Effect, where everyone kind of goes there, and there's this big neutral place. It has all these stores and all these offices, and all these corporations are there, and they all have. It's a neutral ship, so they all have offices there. So you meet like the Halleck Corporation, and you meet the Spacers Corporation, and you meet the other corporation, then Auntie Cleo's Corporation. They're all there. Like there's 5 corporations, and they're all there. So I got to meet all of them, and I'm just having a fucking blast, dude. Literally, the game reminds me of Mass Effect. I have my companion chick with me. She's like a dumb ditz, fucking dumbass. I never thought I'd leave my village. And I'm like, whatever, you can like be super mean to the characters. You can be like, shut up, go back to the ship. Shut the fuck up. I want to be by myself. Or you can be like, okay, come along now. And I'm kind of like just doing her thing, you know, like she's like super cool with me because I'm like doing missions with her. Like she really wanted to meet this engineer because she was like, because she came on the ship with me because she didn't want to stay back in the town that she came from. She was like, well, I got nothing to go back to. And I was like, well, I guess you can come with me. And she's like, cool, I'll be your engineer. But she doesn't really know how to be an engineer. She just kind of was a mechanic. So she wants to meet an engineer to learn how to be an engineer. And so I took her to meet the engineer. And she was like all like starstruck. And the dialogue options are pretty funny in the game. There's a lot of dumb dialogue, but some of it is really funny where like the lines that your character is saying. Well, your character doesn't really talk, but you know, like the lines you pick as dialogue, it's like some shit is pretty funny, dude. And I've had some funny laughing moments, and I've had a blast with the game. And I've actually found some secret hidden areas in this big ship that I went to. I've hacked some doors, and I've learned to lockpick a little bit, and it's really cool because the game doesn't require you to actually lockpick like Fallout does.
Oh, I'm glad because
it's not the same
that
way
in the games. I would continue to break them all the time.
I hate it, dude.
No, you have to go buy more lockpicks.
Yeah, go.
Move the left stick. Move the right stick.
Wait for the vibration to fucking kick in. It's like, fuck you, man.
Don't
you know what I mean?
Okay, you broke the pick. All right, next time.
Yeah, good luck next time. It's like, fuck you, dude. No, in this one, you pretty much, you have lockpicks, and the higher your lockpick skill is, the less lockpicks it takes to open a certain door. So there has been doors that I haven't been able to open because it's like, you need 50 lockpicks to open this door. You only have 45. You're fucked. You know what I mean? I'm like, fuck. I wish I would have been. Like, I haven't really invested a lot of points into that tree because that one is like, it's lockpicking and sneaking.
Skills,
Lockpicking, sneaking, and theft, I think, or something like that are the skills that you get for that tree or whatever, and I haven't really put points into it. I have the minimum one unlocked to have like 20 points into it. That's the minimum for every class is 20 points. So I have 20 points invested into that. And so I can lockpick some doors. And I was able to get into this really cool secret hidden area of the ship. And I found this dude who was stuck in a bathroom because he was the plumber or something. He was like, I've been stuck here for I don't know how long. I came to plunge the toilet and I've been stuck here. The door closed on me. And then I was like, well, you better pay me something or I'll just lock you back in there. And he's like, oh, here you go. And he gave me like 200 of the credits or whatever. They're called bits. He gave me 200 bits. Nice. And keep in mind, I need 18,000 for these these two main missions that I'm doing. I need 18,000 bits, and I have like 3,000, so I need a lot. So I'm like, give me your money, and he gave me like a bunch of bits. He gave me like 300 or 200 something bits, and then as soon as he started walking away, I just shot him in the back of the head, and I killed him. And I'm like, this is like a Skyrim Fallout game. You could just kill anybody. And then you
get the rest of his money. Yeah.
Yeah, you literally can kill anybody, anytime, anywhere, and the body stays there. Like I killed like marauders, they're like the bad guys of the game. You kill them, and you walk by their body, you loot them, and you leave. And you like there was like that first village or that first map that you spawn in, the first one you go to, right, where you got to turn off the power to the village or whatever. That one. I walked back and forth the same area like 3 or 4 or 5 times, and the marauders that I killed in the very beginning, their bodies were right there. Their bodies were just
they're still there. I noticed that.
It's like,
I thought it was a glitch that they didn't move, but apparently they all stay there.
The bodies all stay where you leave them.
It's like people just laid down and went to sleep.
Yeah, they're all dead. Like so it's pretty cool. You get headshots, their heads blow off. You got like this VATS system in the game, but it's way better than VATS. So you can be standing still, you press RB, you slow down time, right? And as you're aiming at an enemy, you can aim at their leg, at their arm, at their hand, at their face, at their chest, at their ball sack. And each limb or each body part you're aiming at, it'll be like, if you're aiming at his wrist, it'll be like, you blow his, it'll say, his hand is going to get blown off if you shoot him right here. If you aim at his leg, it'll be like, you're going to cripple him, and he's not going to be able to run after you. So you can just shoot him in the leg and walk away. Or you shoot him in the chest, it'll be like knock back. The enemy's going to get knocked back on the ground, and he's going to fall backwards on the ground. Or if you shoot him in the face, it's going to say blind. You can blind him if you shoot him right here in the eyeball. So I always go for the blind, because that's pretty cool, because they kind of like, they can still shoot at you, but they're not as accurate as they would be otherwise. But yeah, that system is really cool. It's way better than VATS. VATS was, in Fallout, VATS is where you actually stop time and you pick each body limb individually and then you shoot. And this one is more like
a slowdown, right?
Yeah, this is more of a slowdown. You're still moving type thing. And the more you move, the faster the slowdown goes. Like, you have a cooldown on it, so if you stand still, you can kind of aim at multiple people, but if you move around a lot, then it's gonna like get used up way faster. And your companions have special abilities that they have. So like the girl that I have with me, the engineer chick, I forget her name. I should really know her name, but I forget it at this point in time. She has like this fucking wrench. She runs at these people and hits them with like this huge wrench or this huge hammer, and that's her special. Like, she really hits them really hard. And this other guy that I recently got with me, he reminds me of like a funny character from Mass Effect. Think of somebody funny, like a Joker type person. You know what I mean? Like a fucking goofball. That's what he reminds me of. He just joined my crew like right now before I started the podcast. Like, he joined because he wanted to leave his village or his fucking city or the space station that he was on. And I was like, sure, dude, I'll fucking take you on. I'm part of my crew, whatever. Let's go.
Yeah, he's like a jester from Skyrim type style.
Yeah, and the thing is, all these characters, you can just tell them fuck off. You can you can recruit nobody if you wanted to. You can literally be on this spaceship by yourself, playing the whole game any way you want to. That's what's amazing about this game. They really did go all out like a Fallout game, and you can legitimately pick and choose how you want to play the game to your style. So I know for a fact that Mayo's playthrough is going to be completely different from mine, that your playthrough is going to be completely different from mine, Gunny, and we're all going to have different experiences, you know what I mean? Like us, where I'm a guy that's just kind of like bullshitting my way through the galaxy, lying to everybody and betraying people. You might be the rough and tumble fucking gun, and you know, I'm a fucking cowboy, I'm going to shoot everybody, everyone's going to know my name, motherfucker.
I'm a rebel.
You know what I mean? And Mayo may be the different fucking nerd character that's just using science to fix all the problems in the world. I don't know, you know what I mean? So like, we can all have completely different playthroughs, but we're all going to get to the same ending. And And I think there's like multiple different endings to this game. It has different endings, and it has different outcomes. So like now I met this dude who told me like, hey, if you turn this guy in, the scientist from the beginning of the game, he reminds me of Rick from Rick and Morty for some reason. But they're like, if you turn him in, I'll give you a big reward. And I'm like, okay, I'll turn him in. And the guy's like, wait a minute, you know where he is? And I'm like, yeah, I know where he is. He revived me. And the dude's like, what? Like, we've been looking for him for decades. How the fuck do you know where he is? So, like, my whole goal with this situation, like this corporation that I'm fucking helping right now, I forget their name. They're called the corporation in my head. They're like the assholes of the game, right? They're like the big evil corporation. Well, I'm helping them because I'm going to turn this guy in. But see, my whole thing, Gunny, is I'm going to help him. And when it comes time to turn the guy in, I'm going to betray them. I'm going to be like, fuck you!
Ooh, yeah.
I lied this whole time. I'm not going to help you. I'll see how that works out for me. Maybe I'm going to die. Maybe it's going to fucking backfire on me. But I'm going to like, lead them on. You know what I mean? I'm going to try to lead them on and keep getting missions from them. Because I know like the game ends in different ways. Like the game can end with you being like part of them, or you being part of the rebels, you being part of another corporation, you being part of this, part of that. So the game has like multiple endings. And I don't know what I'm going to end up with. And I'm just going with the game, kind of like going with the flow like a Mass Effect where like, I'll see what happens.
I'm doing. I'm going with the flow as well. Yeah. And I think that's really how I've started out. And so I'll just tell you this, where the part where I've left off at is that mayor guy with the top hat, whatever. I'm back to talk to him about whether I need to tell him he needs to leave or, I'm going to help him, you know. I've already met with the woman and so everything I've done is like I almost feel like I'm at this like undecided point. I'm not siding with anybody. I haven't killed anybody yet. I think I'm just getting a feel for you know, for each character. Yeah. So I'm going with the flow.
Did you restore the power yet or took the power core from one of them yet?
I haven't, not yet.
All right,
I think that's the next thing I have to do when I log back into this game is I have to restore power.
Yeah, so that one's pretty interesting. I want to see where you restore power to, because you can either restore power to the garden, the botanical area or whatever, or to the city, and it's up to you.
Because I told her, I said I'll see what I can do. Because that was my dialogue. Yeah. Because I'm like, this is interesting. Like, do I want to tell her like, yeah, I'm on your side and I am going to help you, right? Or do I tell Top Hat Dude? Basically, I took his companion, right? Because she was like, I want to hang out with you, Gunny. I was like, cool, come with me. And then I told him, I said, I'll see what I can do, right? So I feel like I'm undecided on everything at this point.
Yeah, Top Hat Dude was being a real dick to that girl. That's the engineer girl. That's the one that ends up being
Yeah, she wanted out of there anyway. Yeah, she was like, I'm going to come with you. I'm bored over here. I'm like, come on, baby, let's go.
Yeah, I was like, come on, let's go. Get the fuck out of here. This guy's being a dick to you. Fuck this guy.
That's the vibe I got also. That I only played a little bit, and that was the vibe I got.
Did Mayo, I know I watched you stream this for a little bit, and I know you took her with you.
Yeah, I brought her with me, and then I pretty much stopped a little bit after that. Like, you kind of go to like a little camp, and then a couple more people talk to me, and it's like, all right, that's might be a good stopping point. I think I had maybe like a little bit over an hour and a half into it or something at that point.
Yeah, I know you made it to the garden. Like, yeah, that's right.
Call of Duty time it is. It was getting a little late. And I was starting to get a little tired because I was up early, you know, and I'm going, all this reading and dialogue, I need to shoot some things. And sure enough, I log into Call of Duty, and I think Jesus is on, and I can't remember who else was on, so we ended up shooting some bad guys for a while.
It's a beautiful game, though, dude. And I ended up turning off the subtitles when they're talking to me, so I'm actually listening to the dialogue more. You know what I mean? I want to be more immersed.
Yeah, I got the headphones on. Yeah.
Yeah, and I play with headphones on. Dude, I am fucking loving this game, man. There's far few in between games that come out that make me fall in love with them like this, and this is a game that I'm actually, like, really, really, really want to invest in. Like I'm just doing, like, all the dumbest little shit you can do. Like, going around stealing shit and fucking... Like, I broke into this lady's gun store. And I didn't even know I was breaking into her gun store because all I was doing, I was lockpicking this hallway, and I ended up going into these vents, and I was in these vents, and I was finding like this loot, and I ended up in this room that had like a big machine gun, like a badass looking machine gun, and they had all this like guns and ammunition, and I stole every single gun, I stole all the ammo from this room, and and I see this other door, and it's like, okay, lockpick this door to get out of this room, and I lockpicked this door to get out of the room, and as I'm walking out, she's standing there, and she's like, hey, how did you get back there? And I'm like, oh shit. I'm like, and I just kind of like walked past her, and I was like, doo, like, don't mind me.
Don't mind me with 50 guns on my back.
Like, I'm just gonna walk right by you, lady. Don't mind me. I didn't steal this big machine gun from you. She's like, doo, just walking by. But I legit stole her inventory. You know what I mean? Like, that shit is awesome. I love that shit, like Skyrim and Fallout.
It's totally awesome. Fallout, man. Like, you didn't see me steal it, so I didn't steal it. I didn't do shit. Technically,
I didn't do nothing. But she stole her shit. Like, I just thought it was hilarious because I'm being all like real sneaky. I don't even know how I ended up in this room, right? Like, I don't know how the fuck to get out of there. All I know is that I came in through a vent. And I'm like lockpicking this door to get out, and I open the door, and she's standing right there, like, "Hey, how did you get back there?"
I'm just coming back from lunch. And,
I'm like, "Oh, sorry, eh?"
You should use your intelligence and been like your intelligence and been like, "I've been locked in this room for how long was that guy locked in the bathroom?"
Oh, I don't know, weeks. He said,
like in the same situation. I've been in here for weeks. You know. Thank you for letting me out.
No, and I've actually used that logic on one of the guards, because in the beginning of the game you have that big spaceship that you first land. Well, it's parked illegally, so like I went in there, and I walk out, and there's a cop there, or like a soldier, and she's like, "Hey, you look like you own this ship. Like, you just walked in there like you own it." And I was like, "Well, yes, I do own it." She's like, "Well, you parked it illegally, so I'm gonna have to fine you like 10,000 bits or whatever for parking illegally." And I was like, "Wait a minute, I don't own it."
Yes, she's like, that's cool that it.
And she's like,
I feel like it's a tutorial on like, hey, where do you want to invest more points, right? Isn't it? It's kind of clever how
it's fucking awesome. And then she's like, "What do you mean? You just said you did." I was like, "I was lying. I actually am just the maintenance guy."
I told her I was the captain, or what's his name?
I told her I was like the maintenance guy looking for, like, doing some maintenance or looking at the ship for some maintenance or something. And she was like, "Oh, that makes sense." And I told her, like, get back to work and do your job or something like that before I tell your superior or something like that. And she's like, "Yes, sir, right away." I fucking laughed. Oh, it's fucking funny, dude. You can just lie to anybody.
Yeah, I think I did the "I don't have a job" thing. I was like, "I don't have any money" or something. And they're like,
what I said.
"Oh, well, okay. I guess you did help us for like killing these vandals or whatever. We'll just let you go this time." I'm like, okay.
The game is funny though with the dialogue. It's so stupid but it's so good, and it reminds me a lot of Fallout, because a lot of the billboards in the game have that Fallout aesthetic to them. The posters in the walls have that Fallout aesthetic to them. Like, it looks like the Fallout posters. It looks just like that. It looks like Fallout, but super colorful and in space, and I'm fucking loving it so much, dude. I can't wait to see where the game takes me, and I think the Outer World is probably going to be like a big series in the future. Like, I think it's going to become like if it's not like a Fallout, maybe like a Mass Effect type thing, where like we're going to see different stories based in the Outer Worlds,
Yeah,
you could do so much.
See them coming up with something even bigger, because now they have a larger budget with Microsoft.
Yeah, all of Microsoft's backing with that. So, I mean, can you imagine an RPG like this, based on this game, on this IP, like huge though? Like take this and multiply it, make it twice as large, make it 3 times as large. It could be incredible, dude.
Yeah, I enjoyed the little bit I played. But like I said, I got to a point. I think I was just getting tired, and so I'm like, all right, I've kind of had enough of this for now. I was kind of streaming it, and I'm like, yeah, it's time for some Call of Duty. So
yeah,
I need to get back into it.
I'm having a blast. Playing it on my TV on the OLED, 4K, HDR on. I'm having a little bit of issues, so running everything on Ultra defaults, because it was on my monitor. It defaulted to Ultra on everything. Ain't no fucking way I'm playing this on Ultra. I switched it over to the 4K TV, and obviously the frame rate was down to like 30s, and it was like 35, And it's not bad. It's better than it's on the consoles even, because the consoles are doing 30 locked, and like they dip down, like the Xbox One and Xbox One S and PS4 original, they dip down to like 22 frames a second sometimes, where like shit's really blowing up on screen. And the Xbox One X and the PS4 Pro, they go from 30 to like 28 at lowest.
Yeah,
27.
I'm not getting that whole like. I mean, it's right. I don't see that whole 4K-ness in this game at all.
Yeah.
I mean, is it 4K? I don't even know. It doesn't look like it, and I do see the blown upness, like kind of like Metro. Exodus or whatever the last one was. It doesn't. That's what it reminds me of.
And it seems very so. Like playing it like that for a bit, like the first few minutes, I was playing it at 30 frames a second, like 35 frames on Ultra, and the game looked beautiful and everything looked nice, but like the movement felt really slow. Everything just felt slow. You know what I mean? That it felt like 30 frames. It felt really slow. So what I ended up doing, I dumbed down the graphics a little bit. Not a whole bunch. I'm still playing on high resolution, like high textures. Still playing in 4K, but I dropped the 4K to 70% instead of 100. So it's still displaying at 4K, but it's 70% of 4K, whatever the fuck that means. And then I dropped down the shadows. You know, like in Call of Duty, you can drop down the resolution of like 1080p, but you can do 1080p at 50% or whatever the fuck. It's the same thing in this game. It has those settings, and it really bumps up your FPS. So right now I have it running, and it does mostly a solid 60 throughout the whole game, but at times it does dip down to like 57, 56 when it's crazy shit on screen, but it's not like super game breaking, so I don't mind it. But the game, it looks fucking incredible, dude. It looks beautiful as fuck, honey.
So I'd say what you're doing there is actually kind of like what your console's doing. You should talk about hearing that 8K support in the future here. So your image coming out of your computer is whatever resolution you set it at, but it's still putting it on your TV as 4K.
Yeah.
So it's kind of like you're playing, let's just say 1080p. You could do 1080p. It's still showing up on your 4K TV as a 4K resolution, but the base picture is actually 1080p based. Yeah. If that makes sense.
I do see that. I see that.
So I'm playing in 4K, but I'm dumbing it down 70% of the 4K.
The input is less than 4K.
Yeah, which it makes your graphics look a little bit less like they would in 4K, but in reality, it's not much of an impact. Like you're not gonna really, really notice it unless you're like absolutely looking for it.
Right.
And I'm not. You know,
the biggest thing you probably would notice that on is if you have a really big TV. Because, you know, the bigger the TV, the more pixels you're going to have.
Yeah. I noticed
the pixels are going to be a little bigger on your... If you're running a lower resolution coming into it, even though it's putting it in 4K, on a really big, I'm going to say probably like a 70-inch TV, you're probably going to notice it more than you would on a 50-inch 4K TV. You know, so... Because those pixels are that much closer together on a 50-inch TV, so you won't notice it quite so much.
So... Okay, so it's called 3D resolution. That's the setting that I mess with, and I'm looking at a website here that says this pretty much renders the game at a lower resolution, helping to take some of the load off of your GPU, but then it scales it back up again to match your chosen resolution, giving you the illusion of say 1920 by 1080 while actually rendering it at a lower resolution. So it says here. You can adjust it in 1% increments to whatever percentage you like, letting you render the game at things like 97% of 1920 by 1080, or 2560 by 1440, which is 82% of that, or 63% or 39%. So you can pretty much just it's not in 4K, but it's outputting the picture to 4K. Honestly, I'm playing on a pretty big TV. It's 50 inches, and I'm sitting like 3 feet away from it, so I don't notice a difference. So I don't know what the fuck's going on. Maybe I'm looking at it wrong, but I'm still seeing the HDR. I'm still seeing the colors. Everything looks beautiful. It's a cartoony kind of game that looks kind of like Fallout, but it has like that cartoony, bright, colorful look to it. So maybe that's what is kind of hiding that from me. It's not like this Call of Duty look or something. It's like this cartoony type world almost. So I don't know. It works for me, and it helped out my frame rates a lot. All I know is that I'm saying the game feels much better at 60 than it does at 30.
You can actually
I haven't tried it on PC yet.
So you can do the opposite. I know you can do this on Metal Gear Solid, some good old Kojima stuff here. You could actually, under PC, Jesus, fire that game up, and you can actually make it render or display, like the output being in 4K on a regular high def screen or a 1080p screen. Say.
Yeah.
So it's basically like you're basically making it look really sharp, and it's gonna be just.
Yeah, you're saying I could set my settings to 1080p and then just bump it up 200% or whatever to make it 4K.
Well, you could put it on your 1080p TV if you had a 1080p TV, but you could bump up your graphics to 4K. So it's putting that 4K image on your 1080p TV.
Yeah.
It's not really 4K,
yeah.
But it's going to be really fine the way it broadcasts it,
Yeah. You're talking about that's what the Xbox does if you hook it up to a
the X
1080p
will do,
TV.
right?
Yeah.
Yes. Yeah, so it's going to...
If you allow 4K up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
There's a difference between the Xbox One X and the PS4 Pro. If you hook up a PS4 Pro to a 1080p TV, it doesn't do that. The PS4 Pro...
What is that called? I remember...
super sampling.
Super sampling,
So the PS4 Pro... Like the Xbox One X, if you hook it up to a 1080p TV, it's going to display Modern Warfare at 4K, but it's going to dumb it down to 1080p. So it's going to bring that picture down. But it's still going to always... The GPU is working like it's doing a 4K game. Whereas on a PS4 Pro, if I'm playing Modern Warfare on a 1080p TV or monitor, and I set it to 1080p, the GPU is only working as hard as it needs to output that 1080p frame rate, or that gameplay at 1080p. It's not super sampling or nothing on the PS4 Pro.
Interesting, yeah.
That can improve performance in frames per second.
Oh, definitely would, yeah.
Which is what it did for Anthem. Remember Anthem when it was running on the Xbox One X like at 27 frames or something? And on the PS4 Pro, people were playing it on 1080p, but it was like at 45 frames per second? Well, that's because on the PS4 Pro, if you set it to 1080p, that extra GPU power was being diverted to the frames to make it run faster. So there's upsides and downsides to that. I wonder what they'll do with the next consoles, if they'll let you mess with your own settings like that. It would be interesting to see if they could allow you to do that. It'll make it more like a PC, you know?
That would make it neat if you could go through your settings and make it how you wanted it.
Right, instead of just saying, 4K or no 4K.
Yeah, or HDR, no HDR. Like, what if they let you turn on and turn off ray tracing if you decided to do you want it? Like, maybe I don't want the ray tracing. Maybe I'd rather prefer the frame rates. Like, I wonder if either Xbox or Sony, I think one of them will do it. I think it's going to be Xbox. I think they will allow people to change with settings. I think we're at that point where people kind of know about them. And it doesn't take a rocket scientist to figure it out. You know what I mean? And people know what frame rates are because they've been talking about frame rates. So I'm assuming when they come out and they talk about the 120 frames per second, Mayo and Gunny, I think next year we're going to see that they're talking about 120 frames, but the 120 frames at 4K is if you're lowering certain settings only. You know what I mean?
Right. There's that trade-off like you talked about.
There's a trade-off there because you got to think about it. The hardware is locked in at this point. Right now they have dev kits out there. And yes, the dev kits, we might see a slight change from that in terms of hardware, but they're not going to change out like the GPU in them. They might change out like the RAM or something in there based on something easy that can be changed out. But I think as far as GPUs, we're locked in. And as far as from what I've seen from the GPUs this generation, a lot of them struggle to do like ray tracing. Even a 2080 card, those are doing ray tracing, but like that is like first gen ray tracing. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
A couple years from now, we're going to be into like second, third generation ray tracing, and it's going to be way more advanced. So I think we definitely need to see settings on these consoles coming out in the future. But other than that, guys, I mean, Outer Worlds is incredible. Play it. It's fucking on Game Pass, man. And if you don't have Game Pass, either on PC or Xbox, you just have a PS4.
It's like $1.
I kind of recommend you buy this game, even at $60. Yeah.
It's definitely a AAA title. Close to it. AA.
It does feel like a AAA title, but I don't know. People say it's 40 hours.
Yeah, 30 to 35, something like that. That's what I heard.
It was a speed run in 25 minutes.
Really?
Yeah. I just seen that tonight.
How do you do that? Do you just? Oh, I'm assuming. Okay, I think I know how. I think you just skip to the fucking end.
I don't know. But yeah,
Just
they beat it 25 minutes.
Turn everybody in, and we're done, boys. The game's over.
Yeah. Right back.
I turned into the freaking good guys. There's no more rebel faction. We're all evil now. Yeah, the game is very interesting though. I would love to see like at the end of like Game of the Year discussions, guys, when we're discussing these games, like where did Gunny's story end up? Where did Mayo's story end up? Where did my story end up in that situation?
Yeah, you don't remember this guy? No, I never talked to him.
You know what else I think is gonna have that? Star Wars, the new game coming out next week.
Yeah, I'm hearing really good things about that game.
Has multiple endings as well, I think, and I think it has like a dark side, light side. You know, which side do you choose?
Dark side.
Hell yeah, fuck yeah! I'm a Sith, motherfucker. Anyways, I'm done talking about what I've been playing 2 hours later. What have you been playing, Gunny? Mayo.
Sorry, you gonna cut out on me for a second? I'm like, were you talking to me?
Yeah.
Sound like Mayo.
Yeah, it sounded like it. But yeah, I've been playing a lot of the same stuff. You know, we talked about Modern Warfare, and we talked about the Outer Worlds. You know, on my end of the Outer Worlds, I did find it funny at the very beginning of the game when you're supposed to meet up with the guy in the ship, landed on him, and you see the little body.
And the dude's like, fuck, I told him to put the beacon down, not to hold it. And it's like, I'll fucking
not to hold on to it. You know?
That dude is funny, man. That old guy, he reminds me of like Rick from Rick and Morty. That's what he reminds me of. I was like, this motherfucker looks like Rick from Rick and Morty.
Yeah.
Like a super genius that's like everyone wants to arrest him, but no one can because he's too fucking smart. You know what I mean? He's outsmarting everyone.
Yeah, and then I remember going to, you know, you kill those first couple of bandits, it's teaching about the game, and I get down there and you go in the ship for the first time, and the computer's like, "Are you such and such?" And you're like, "No." And then the computer's like, "Well, you have to be such and such," and so you were basically like had to tell the computer you were it or whatever, and so it's like, "I'm just gonna start calling you Captain. From now on, you are now Captain." You know, something. I can't remember the name.
Captain Hawthorne.
Yeah, that's what it was. Hawthorne. Yeah. You know, and I'm like, okay, I guess I'm Captain Hawthorne now.
Captain Alexander Hawthorne. You're like, what the fuck? I remember telling her, like, because you know how, like, in the beginning it tells you put in your name of your character, and I put Jesus. So I'm like, I am Jesus. And she's like, no, you're not. You're Captain Hawthorne. I'm like, what the fuck? And I was like, okay, whatever. I'm just going to agree with you. I'm Captain Hawthorne. And she's like, here's your new ID card, Captain Hawthorne. I was like, I guess. And now everywhere I go, like, to all these space stations and ports, when people ask me for my documentation, I could either tell them I am Jesus or here's my ID card. I'm Captain Hawthorne.
Oh, nice.
Oh, shit. This is funny, dude. Check it out. Fun game. Amazing game, guys. Good games coming out this. And Red Dead's coming out next week, Mayo. Fuck.
I know. I'm gonna need your help, Jesus. I'm stuck over here right now because I have Call of Duty that I'm really wanting to play. And then I have Outer Worlds I need to play.
I'm gonna help you out, Mayo. Uninstall Call of Duty. Start playing Outer Worlds. Come Tuesday.
Okay.
Don't play Red Dead until Wednesday. Try to finish Outer Worlds as much as you can by then. Then switch over to Red Dead. And then go to Best Buy. Pre-order the PS4 Pro. And get Death Stranding on Friday. And then Saturday. Okay, and then Saturday, make sure you start downloading Star Wars. And play that the week after that. Oh man, it's gonna be insane.
The reason I say is I need your help. I'm gonna have to like block you online. Like I'm gonna have to like hide Call of Duty because that way when I log on and I see you playing Call of Duty, I'm like, no, I have to play Outer Worlds.
No, I'm turning off Call of Duty, man. Like, I'm sorry, people. Like, if I'm not playing, if you're inviting me to Call of Duty, I can't. I have to beat Outer Worlds, Red Dead, Death Stranding, and Star Wars. And
you played Red Dead though. Come on.
Okay, well maybe I don't have to beat Red Dead, but at least I have to see what the performance of it on the PC because I pre-ordered it. You know.
I definitely have to beat it. So
Mayo has to beat it.
Work cut out for me.
I don't have to beat it because I know the story of Red Dead and it's my game of the year last year. But I feel like Mayo's gonna really love that story, and I think he definitely needs to experience it.
Yeah, I'm excited to check it out. What, 3 more days?
Or he's gonna fucking hate it. This is stupid, Jesus. I have to pet my fucking horse.
I do this every day in Ohio.
Yeah, right.
I have to feed my horse.
I got cowboy boots. I got hay. I got all that stuff. Manures.
Do this every day in Ohio.
Got a horse brush. I got I own 4 of them.
I have to clean my gun every time I fucking shoot in the desert. Damn it. Fuck.
Oh, I remember all these things now. I remember everybody complaining about having to clean your gun and pet your horse. And,
it's all amazing. It's all part of the beauty, man. It's all part of the cowboy lifestyle, brother. It's all yeehaw. Get out there, be the Marlboro man. Yeah.
The Marlboro man. The nice thing is, since I haven't played the first one actually yet, it's nice that this is a prequel, so I won't be lost on the story.
Wow! You never played the second one, so that's cool. I think you're gonna have a different perspective.
Yeah.
Because playing playing Red Dead originally and then playing this one, you kind of know where everything ends up. You're like, okay, this had to have happened at some point. Like, where did it happen? You know, like, where did the betrayal happen? And you have no idea. You have an idea that something's gonna happen that's really bad, but coming in fresh like you never know that. You never know where it's gonna happen, Mayo. You don't know what's gonna happen. You don't know what awaits you, brother.
I'm curious too how much of a download I'm gonna have when I first launch the game, because there's only 109 gig.
50 gig day one patch. 90 gig day one patch.
93 gigs. Yep.
Right. Or if it's gonna have like a 4K texture pack, because really 109 gig doesn't sound that big for a 4K high res.
Well, actually, on the Xbox One X, it's that size.
Yeah. So I don't know.
And
Maybe it is.
It did run 4K on the Xbox One X.
Yeah, to me it just sounds like it's such a bigger game. Like, we see games like Call of Duty and stuff like that now that are these huge download sizes. Even like Gears 5, that was a big game. Mm-hmm. And when you added that texture pack, that 4K texture pack, it was bigger than what Red Dead is.
Yeah,
I believe.
Yeah. Gears was. I just feel like Gears has always been badly optimized. Not badly optimized, because this one actually ran pretty good on PC, but I feel like Microsoft doesn't know how to make their games compress the files. They release some games, man, that are fucking huge. What the fuck?
Mm-hmm.
Why is your game 200 gigabytes, Microsoft?
Right? Yeah.
Why is Gears of War taking up 170 gigs on my hard drive right now? What the fuck's going on? You know what I mean?
If you look at the largest
bigger
file,
hard drive that way.
If you look at the largest file on my hard drive, and Mayo, thanks for the hard drive that I got. I think was 500 or 1 terabyte, whatever it was, 500 gigs, right?
Yeah.
And,
speaking of,
so I got that. So now I can actually install Scum and a couple others that I want to install. Probably like Outer Worlds. I want to put that on PC as well as my Xbox. Get that difference. But Forza 7, right? It's Forza 7, the Apex one. It's the one that it was more of a test thing on PC. That thing was 92 gigs. Yeah, but it looked incredible. Incredible.
But 92 gigs?
Yeah, it was a lot, though. It was finally uninstalled.
Oh, I just had flashbacks of back when I was listening, when you guys would give Gunny crap about playing Forza. You guys be like, but that rain tech, bro.
It was 80 gigs of texture packs or something. I don't know.
You're like 90 gig for that rain tech. I remember you guys getting after him for that.
Oh yes, yeah, when they did that on Xbox One, yeah.
Shit.
Yeah. X. We all got X's, yeah.
Yeah. Anything else you played, Mayo?
So I also did. I can't remember what night it was. I think it was the night. I was trying to check out the beta for GTFO. And I couldn't really coordinate when I was getting on with other people, so I tried jumping in all by myself, and that was a mistake. This game is a 4-player designed game, and I drop in. I'm like, okay, I'm just going to shoot these things. I'm going to do what I can by myself, and I get in there and I just run out of ammo really, really quick. And I'm like, I'll try this again. I just must have shot really bad and missed all my shots, or I did something wrong.
How many times did you try?
I tried 4 times.
I tried at least 6 times, and I thought I was doing something wrong, but no, it was the same thing for me. And I thought if I crouched, and if I can get by these guys and just get through doors, it would lead me to wherever I needed to go. But no, that was basically the beta of this, or the alpha was I just got wrecked every time.
Yeah, I was getting wrecked too, and
I think it was Steam friends only, right? That was the thing. It wasn't like you can invite outsiders.
Yeah, I got a message from Gunny saying you received a gift from Gunny from unknown 1567. Like a bunch of numbers. I was like, do you want to accept this gift? I was like, I guess.
He's sending you viruses.
Yeah,
You're like, sure,
what the
download it.
fuck is this shit? I don't know.
Put it on my machine.
Sending me viruses.
Through Steam.
Yeah. Fucking good.
But that day actually when it came out, I was having problems with my Steam. I guess while I was at work, Steam was down. And it was down for a little while. When I got home, it was up. And so I was able to log in. But my friends list wouldn't populate. It kept saying, I wasn't connected onto the internet or their servers were down. And I knew I had connection because I had logged into Steam and was on Discord and everything else at the time. And I couldn't pull up my friends list. So I didn't know if I could play with people, like trying to do it through in-game or not. So I didn't really push it too much more. I tried it for a little while. And I just went back to Call of Duty. But what made me think about it was, at the same time, I'm doing this alpha test. I happened to look at my phone, and Microsoft had sent me an email that I was accepted into the beta for the xCloud. So I kind of read up on that off the email, and it taught me how I needed to sign in and get access to this xCloud and start streaming to my phone. And so far, I fired it up. It's asking me to log in with my Microsoft ID. Download this app through the Google Play Store. It had an app for Google Play and iOS, and they're like, download the app. Log in with your Microsoft credentials, and you're gonna be good to go. So I was pretty excited for it. We're getting to check this thing out. So I have two Xbox controllers laying around the house. One that has Bluetooth and one that does not. And they're kind of hard to tell the difference between just looking at them. So I grabbed the one, fired up, and tried to pair it with my phone, and it wouldn't pair up with my phone. So I'm like, okay, it has to be the other one. So then I go grab the other one, pair it up with my phone, launch the app, and so it asked me right away, log in with your Microsoft account. So I log in, and there's like 5 games available for the xCloud preview. So right away I checked out Gears 5. And Gears 5 didn't want to load very well for me. It took a minute. Like, it got stuck on the loading screen. I got to the title screen where you can select, like, campaign and multiplayer and all that stuff. But I'm like, I'm just going to try the campaign because I don't think there's any way I can do the multiplayer. I did notice a little bit of latency and lag in the movement with the controller. So I would say there's probably, like, between a second and a half second of lag between movement. So I don't know how well it's going to be on multiplayer. You look like you want to say something, Gunny.
No, I was just thinking, like, how are you scaling this 1 second? Like, what numbers? Okay, put some numbers in between that 1 second to kind of give me a better idea of the lag that you saw.
Just
like a 1 through 10 or a 1 through 5. I mean,
a count of 1 in your head. Like, so you would say push up on the analog stick and say 1. That's how long it would take for it to move in game.
Yeah. Was this playable for you at this point?
Yes, but I wouldn't want to do anything real competitive or multiplayer.
And the other thing I thought about too was, what about you? Okay, so if you're playing on normal, it would probably be okay. But what if you were playing in hardcore mode or something on single player game? I mean, that's another thing we didn't talk about ever. Is I'm playing the permadeath mode or something. It's not like I want to play through the cloud this way.
Yeah, and I think it would be really hard, actually, because I would be concerned about that little bit of delay in your controls. I got some noise behind me in 1 second here real quick.
Yeah, that would be an issue, like, with that. But again, it's alpha, beta, Microsoft at this point. It's not.
Yeah.
We're not
they do have the options
yet.
There was, I think, 5 games, and it was Gears 5, Sea of Thieves, Killer Instinct, a Halo game, and there was one other one, I can't remember what it was. So I tried Sea of Thieves, and that ran pretty well, and I feel like that could be like a pretty decent game for it.
Right,
running
that would be a
around the
game where I
tavern.
can say, "Oh, like, oh man, one more second," or and I would have had that kill, or what, you know what I mean? And so it's not something that needs, like snappy controls to,
Hmm.
to have that enjoyable experience.
And besides that, it played really well. It looked really good. It did look a little distorted every once in a while, and I have pretty good internet where I'm at. So Jesus, where I'm at, like my internet speed is, I have a gig down and 60 up, and there's still just a little bit of delay there. So that I'm a little concerned about Stadia. Like I'm excited for it, but I really wonder, like, what's your take on this?
I think you'll be fine.
You think Stadia is going to be good?
Yeah, I have no doubts in my mind that it's going to be all right.
And you
I
just
think,
think
of
they're
course, at
ahead of
launch,
Microsoft that they're gonna be better at it?
I think at launch they're going to have a little bit of hiccups here and there. Of course,
Sure.
they're going to. It's going to happen. It's going to be like
Yeah.
moments where like everyone's going
Mhm.
to be, oh fuck, it's not working. I can't log in. Everyone's going to be freaking the fuck out. The world's going to be ending and shit. And
Well, I
but
think, yeah.
I think overall though, Stadia, I think this is a beta launch. What they're doing is their founders are really beta testers. They're
Yeah.
like what's a
True.
better beta tester than somebody that's willing to give you $130?
Right.
Yes.
That's a perfect beta test. You don't got to give them shit. You're paying us to beta test our shit. So it works, and I think they're gonna be beta testing it pretty hardcore, with Destiny and the Ubisoft Pass and Red Dead and all these games coming out for it and Borderlands and all this shit. And I think a lot of people are gonna be picking those games up. Believe it or not, I think a lot more people than you may realize are going to be picking these games up because I think there's a thing there where people want this and they don't want to upgrade to a new console next generation. I think some people want to they want to be able to experience 4K 60 frames without the hassle of the console. Now you may be thinking, well, what about the internet? Some people don't give a fuck about
And
the internet. They don't have data caps. I don't have a data cap.
and there's people that don't give a fuck about the 4K, 60. They just want
They'll play
that, like,
1080p with 60.
yeah, they want to play 1080p, or they want to play 1440p. They want to play COD. They want to
If you
play
can play
this
this
shit on their
monitor,
phone,
on your laptop, on your
right?
phone,
They
on
want it to
your
be
TV.
snappy and responsive, and they want it in the cloud. They don't want this, like, do I need a better card in my phone?
Yeah,
to download?
think about it. If Stadia is a success in the future, you will never have to worry about what kind of fucking graphics card you have. You have to worry about, I'm playing on the Xbox, and the Xbox network is down, or I'm playing on the Xbox One X. Well, what are you playing on? I'm playing on the S, or I'm playing on the original, and my shit doesn't work as
Yeah.
good as yours. Like, you're not worried about any of that, dude. Like, what are you playing on, bro? Stadia. Oh, okay, we're good. Like,
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah.
We'll
I
have the
could
same
do my
performance.
iPhone, my Android, my Samsung.
everyone
yeah,
has the same
my
performance.
PC monitor.
They play anywhere. Like, you don't have to worry about that. I think that hopefully Stadia is able to integrate crossplay somehow with the consoles. I think at this point it's not gonna be like Xbox versus PlayStation, like crossplay. It's gonna be Xbox, PlayStation, and Nintendo. Like, fuck you, Stadia. We're not letting you in. And Stadia's gonna be like, come on, guys, let me in. I want to play too.
Yeah. I got toys. I got a shovel. I got a bucket.
I want to play, guys. Let me in.
Look, guys, look at my new
And,
army
like,
man.
PlayStation and
the
Xbox
box.
and Nintendo and Steam, they're all going to be hanging out in the house like fuck that guy. You don't like him. He's a nerd.
Somebody leans out the window. Jesus, did you bring beer? Yeah, I can go to the store and get some. We'll go to the store, and then we'll let you in.
We'll let you in if you bring the beer. Come back. Like I feel like Stadia's going to be the one left out, and hopefully, like, somehow Google is able to work out a deal with either one of the platforms or all of them. Even if they just work out a deal with Steam and they exclude the Xbox and the PlayStation for now, that'll be enough. But they need to work out a deal. And I think because there's going to be a problem there. If not a lot of people adopt Stadia at first, and we're hearing a lot of complaints of like, oh, well, I can't find a full lobby of Destiny, or I can't find a full lobby of whatever, Red Dead Online or whatever the fuck. I can't find a full lobby. There's going to be a lot of complaints, and less people are going to be willing to jump on it. They're going to be like, oh, well, nobody's playing that. Look at it. People can't find full lobbies. So I think it's in the best interest of Stadia and Google to just like try to make a deal as quick as possible with somebody. Be like, hey, let us crossplay, man. Just let us join you. Just a little bit.
I think Stadia is going to be actually probably decent too, because could you imagine like right now, say Stadia came out and you bought Red Dead on Stadia, and then you started playing it and it did have a lot of lag? How many people will be out there with their pitchforks?
Oh, yeah.
You know, I paid $60 for this game and it plays really bad. And I mean, that they would go south real quick on them. So maybe they have to be pretty confident that this is going to work well. And just the Xbox One I've done, I know it's a beta also. I know it's a test and they're just trying to figure this out too. There was just that little bit of delay. They do offer where they said there's going to be, you know, I can stream from your console. I don't think it's available yet. It says I can in the app. I haven't tried to yet. Like, I haven't turned my Xbox on downstairs.
They're saying you can stream from your console to any device or just some?
Yeah, to my phone, yeah. But I don't think it's available yet.
Do you have to be in-home network?
I think so. I think that's what they're doing. I think it's literal user network.
You can do that right now on your PC.
Right. It's probably the same thing that the PC is doing.
And the PC one doesn't work that good. Have you ever tried it?
Yeah,
yes, I've tried Steam Link.
No. Try the console to the PC. Yeah.
Yeah, Xbox.
So right now there's a mode. You know how you have the Xbox console companion. Launch that on your Windows. When you launch that, go down to your Xbox One, turn it on, and then launch share with PC or some shit. It's called something. I don't know what you have to do. I know you have to go back to your PC and you can click the little console icon on your PC, and it'll connect your PC to your Xbox, and you'll see whatever's on the screen on your Xbox on your PC. But there's such a delay there, even being an in-home network thing, that I just don't think Microsoft has the chops to pull this off like Stadia does. Maybe they will when the time comes for it to release. From what I've seen of it, from what I've tried of it, with that bullshit in-home console streaming thing to your PC, it doesn't work that good. It's always like a lag there. There's always some kind of hiccup. The shit disconnects. The shit has like frame drops, or the fucking screen freezes. There's a problem there always. So I think
it might be different. To play devil's advocate here, it might be different from a Microsoft data center. You know, like an actual xCloud.
Well, yeah, I'm saying that might be different, but I mean, what's the point of, like Mayo said right now, he has the option to stream from his console. What's the point of that?
Well, that was kind of a gimmicky thing, right?
Sounds bullshitty.
And even though, like
why would I care?
Even now, when they're talking about, well, you'll be able to do it from, I think what they even said was you'll be able to do it from your console to your phone, even if you're not home.
Well, that's stupid. Why would I want, like, you're killing your fucking console?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. I'd rather do it from a data center.
Why would I want to leave my console running all day long when it's going to catch on fire and burn my house down because I fucking been playing Destiny all day at work. I've been playing Red Dead and Death Stranding all day at work, and my console caught my house on fire because I left it on 24 hours a day. You know what I mean?
Sue Microsoft, man, and get like $10 million, buy a new house.
I think that honestly Stadia's going to be a hit, and people are sleeping on it. And next year, when you see the prices of those consoles and you see the price of Stadia, that's when Stadia's going to become very fucking appealing to people.
Absolutely, it's going to be at Target and Walmart, and it'll just hang there with the Chromecast. You'll be like, "Mom, look, it's a Chromecast."
$125
how much is it?
compared to
$69.
Well, not even that.
Fortnite.
No, not even that, Gunny. It's $129 with the Chromecast and the controller, and you get 3 months of Stadia Plus or whatever the fuck, Stadia Premium, compared to $500 of a new console. Like, what do you think? Parents are going to be totally flocking to the Stadia thing.
Absolutely, yeah. And even at GameStop, right?
Right away, though, too. So you're probably looking closer to $200.
Well, think about it, Mayo. By next year, it'll be out, but it'll be out a year. So there will be deals on the Stadia store and shit. It's going to be bundles. They could work out a bundle even for a free game.
Hey, Mayo, even if I mean, and Google's a smart ass company. Hey, even if they put that the Chromecast on the, like, it's a little package at Costco and it's on a hook or it's in a big pallet. Hey, all Google has to do is put in big block letters below the little Chromecast, use any controller, Bluetooth controller. Boom.
Play any game on this.
Buy it right here,
on any screen.
$49,
Anywhere,
$49, right? Every parent is going to be like, "Oh, Johnny's going to love this," right? Yeah, those are going to go.
Yeah,
quick.
It's going to be big, man. And I think people are sleeping on it. And I think next gen is really what's going to make Stadia big. And I think they're really smart to launch it a year before the next console comes out, because they know when Xbox launches, they're going to have an expensive box. And so is PlayStation. Say what you will, but $500 is expensive. But that's why I think also Microsoft has been really smart, and they've introduced a new program, which we will talk about in the news section. But
yes,
I mean, it's going to be a war next year, and I think the biggest loser might just be Sony. 'Cause it seems like they're not doing anything. They're like, whatever, dude, we're on top.
is that? I always say that's like the Japanese mentality for some reason, and not to pick on the Japanese, but Nintendo and Sony are, we're gonna do our thing no matter what. We don't care what anybody else is doing. This is how we're gonna do it, and this is what we're doing. And Nintendo's been that way forever.
Oh, they don't give a fuck.
It's we don't care. We don't care what you think about graphics. Our Switch is at, what is it, like 720p?
Yeah, the max, right? Yeah, you can max it out on
and
that.
We're going to make good content, and this is how we're going to do it. And Sony does it, we're going to fight the hardware war, the consoles war, but we're going to do it with exclusives, and we're going to do it with, high quality exclusives. And, and that's their draw. But they also don't like to play nice with other people too. We were talking about crossplay. Look who dragged their feet about doing crossplay. It was Sony, because Sony is like, we don't want to play with you guys. We want to, we don't want to infect our, PlayStations with your Xboxness,
But what did it take, Mail? What did it take? It took Epic to come out with DOS and said, "Fuck you, put it on your console or not."
But if aren't they? They're still so petty.
And then you got Activision, and Blizzard, this huge company, or whoever. Excuse me.
What is it? We're talking about Call of Duty, and they're so petty they won't show each other's icons in the match. When we're in the lobby, us on the PC, it shows Battle.net, it shows
other console,
PlayStation, it shows Xbox. And what's it show when you're on the console, Gunny?
Well, if you want to add somebody on there through the Activision account, and there's the different options, right? PC, I can add. It's weird because it's like you want to add somebody on the Xbox, I can add somebody's Activision account on there, and then it says other console.
Really? It doesn't even say PlayStation Network?
No, it doesn't. It'll show other.
On the PlayStation on the PC it says PlayStation Network.
Yep.
Yeah, on the PC it says Xbox Live, Battle.net, Activision, PlayStation. It says all the shit on there. It has all the accounts. Like, add them to whichever one.
I just find that hilarious. That's just a very petty thing to me. Like, we're not going to show you. We know it's a PlayStation, guys. Okay, I'm playing with the Xbox guys. It has their logo. I'm playing with PC guys. It has their logo. Who else am I playing with? Switch people? No.
Right.
Stadia,
it's a PlayStation guy.
The Stadia is going to be even more petty. They're not even going to show.
Internet.
It's going to have a letter G.
Internet people.
We'll have a letter C for console. That guy's playing on a console.
Yeah, they're pretty petty. So I think you're right. But it's just the way it is, man. We'll see.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting, at least, to say the least.
I can't wait for next year's E3. I think it's gonna be fucking huge.
Yeah, everybody will be there. It'll be a big war.
Big war.
We got to start playing now, Jesus, to come to Gunny's house. We're all going to E3 together.
Yeah, we're gonna go fucking fight the war, Gunny. Yeah.
I'm gonna go plan one of my vacation weeks for E3 week, and I'm flying out.
Let's go. I'm down. Fuck yeah.
Anyways. Leaving the kids here at the house. The kids are all going to party up. My wife and I are going to come out to California.
The kids are going to party up. Your house will be fucking trashed.
If it would still be up.
Everything's burnt down over here, so it's going to be hard to get a room.
Yeah. Anyways, what else have you played, guys? Anything else?
That's it for me. What about you, Gunny?
Let's see. What else I played besides Call of Duty? I finally got around to playing. I've already downloaded the games off of Xbox Game Pass, but I finally got around to Yooka-Laylee. and the impossible lair. And so, yeah, this is totally different from that first game, where the first one was more of that was it the pinball style game, right? And so, but this one's more of that platformer. But what I didn't realize, maybe even if it was this different or the same as before, but like you play as like Yuka, and then Laylee sits on top of your head, right? So that's what kind of gives you this spin, like in midair. And I don't know what else like that character does, since I've only played like maybe an hour of this game. But I thought, okay, this is going to be like a simple platformer, just see how high I can get and how fast across the other side of the map I can get. But actually, no, it does some pretty cool stuff. One of the things it does, I've noticed, is that it's I almost feel like it's like Mario. Is it Mario Brothers 2? Yoshi and Sonic had a baby, right? Because it's like you're jumping these different platforms, and then you're on the Xbox controller, you're holding out X, and you're doing like this, like almost like this Sonic roll, but it's not as fast. And that's how you're like taking out some of the enemies. And if you press the RB or right trigger button, it's like his tongue comes out, kind of like Yoshi, to where you can grab things. So maybe let's say you can pick up a bomb, and then you press right trigger again, boom, to then throw that bomb out to blow up an enemy, which I thought, oh, this is pretty cool. So it's got like one of the things I thought was funny was, you start out and it's a simple thing, and then it'll bring you into like another kind of Mario Brothers setting where it's almost like that top-down view, where it's like, oh, okay, here's your different levels, right? You finish level 1, you can actually go back into it and find more things that you can gather. You can find like these coins, like a 1 through 5, and I think I only found 1 coin in the first one. And so that's how, like, it'll do like a Mario Brothers thing where, hey, like, if you take this platform up higher, it'll take you to the secret room to find that super coin. I'll just call on that. Or you can just kind of like play it all the way across the board and just get to the other end. I don't think there's a timer, like it won't show like, oh, this is how fast you did it. But hey, you made it through and you've completed it. But once you complete like that first section, which maybe only takes like 2 minutes, the game kind of lets you know as you talk to like the queen bee, that, hey, you can fight the impossible lair at any time you want. So if you want to go for it, good luck, right? So that's at the very top of like mission 1. So you can walk up there and try and fight the end boss at any time. So I'm like, of course I'm going to try and fight the end, because you do fight him in the very beginning of the game. And of course, it's not like where I'm like, okay, am I just supposed to like avoid all the things he throws at me? Because another thing, this might be for you too, Mayo, is I feel like there's a pinch of Dead Cells in here with this game from what I played with it. And I thought, interesting how it's kind of throwing all these different old games in there, and then it throws a little pinch of Dead Cells. With a light RPG elements. So, yeah, and of course I try to fight the boss, and he's just like, nope, sorry, it's not your day, right? Kills me. So as I'm coming down, I come down to level 2, right? And I finish that one up real quick, and then boom, like this wall like shoots up. Not like a very big wall, and then there's a guy standing on top of there, and he's like, and you're like, hey, like, what's this wall you put up in front of me? He's just like, you know what this is? This is a paywall, right? Like, you're going to have to like earn some more coins to get through the paywall, So I thought it was a little
This is
fun.
the EA wall.
Yeah, this is the EA wall, right? I thought, this is funny, right? It's cute, right? It's a cute game. And even the boss, like, his name is Capital B, right? So I'm like, yeah, you bitch, right? But it's cute. It's for kids as well. So it's very...
I enjoy a good side scroller every once in a while, though. I think that's why I like Dead Cells so much.
You'll like this one too, because I thought, okay, this will be easy, right? I can actually jump and then press X and roll like Sonic. And yeah, I kind of did that. And it did some things like Super Meat Boy, where it's got like the blades rolling, and they're moving in different directions. But I thought, hey, they're easy to get through. But then there'll be like a section, like a pitfall section, where this rope, it's kind of going back and forth. And I'm like, easy, jump on the rope, right? No, you have to like I don't know, it's like just frustrating because it's like the rope's right there, and every time I keep falling down and dying, like down into the pit, you know. I'm like, oh my god, this is freaking like now it's like making it frustrating for me, you know. So it's not like exactly like you can jump at any point in the where the rope is. Yeah, it's like you got to jump like right as the rope's coming down, not as it's coming up. So yeah, there was like times where I died like 7-8 times, you know, or I'd fall off a ledge or something. But either way, I was able to. It loads you right back up. There's like the save points. I feel like are very generous.
Oh yeah, some of those platformers I find are too generous. I know it's maybe for like a younger generation at times, so they can get their way through it. But it's like you'll come to a ledge and you'll die, and you'll respawn right at the edge of that ledge again. You're right there immediately. So you can correct it really, really easily and get through it pretty quickly.
Yeah, what's the game that I think Ubisoft has the rights to? I don't think they make it. Rayman. So there is like some Rayman stuff in here as well. They added in, which is pretty fun because you're picking up these feathers. They call them quills in the game, and that's sort of like your currency. And you can buy potions and different things to kind of give you temporary invisibility, or you're invincible for like sections where you would just normally die. So yeah, it's a pretty fun platformer, even in like the metagame where you're at that like. That kind of that top-down menu, you can find little secrets and, unlock different things as well. Move blocks around. Real simple. Move some blocks around, throw some bombs at
generation of secrets, back in the Mario generation where you had invisible blocks you could run through. And that's another thing I enjoyed about Dead Cells was Dead Cells had a lot of that kind of stuff where there was like walls that were like hidden and you could just run through it and you actually didn't know it was there unless you looked for a certain environment. There's a part where you can actually pop your head off. If you beat the game the first time, your head actually can come off, and it's attached. Remember the game like Decapitate? I remember it's an old Sega game. You're kind of like a mummy character, and you kind of throw your head.
Yeah, it was a successor to that. I forgot the name, but it was more.
But there's something like that in Dead Cells. So when you beat it for the first time, you can actually pop your head off and you can control it, and you can actually jump on an enemy character and it does damage to him and it'll actually kill him. But you mainly use that to find hidden areas and stuff on the map. Like I've had times where I think it's the third map, it's called Ramparts. If you go all the way to the right, even though it's randomly generated, there's like castle tops you're on, and the whole level is castle tops, and you kind of can work your way down, but then you kind of have to go back up and keep working your way to the right. When you get all the way to the right, all you see is openness, where if you jump off, you're going to fall and die, you're going to fall in this hole and die. But if you pop your head off and you shoot it out there's actually an invisible platform out there you can land on. So you can take your character and you can jump on this invisible platform and you run across, and the screen scrolls across a little more, and there's a hidden area over there, and there's different weapons, and I think there's a blueprint over there. So stuff like that I just really enjoy in a game. It's that old school hiding stuff. You don't see that much in adventure games nowadays. You don't have that where they hide stuff like that. Our adventure game more is all super serious and.
Yeah, so I feel like this one is more, like I said, it's a little easier, and it gives you a really good tutorial, and it even shows you like, hey, there's some ferns. Why don't you go over there? You press LB and A at the same time, and you kind of buddy bump or something like that, or friend slam, or I don't know what the name of it was, but basically that's where you just jump in the air a little bit and then slam down, and then like a secret will pop up, secret item. So then like obviously every time you see a fern, you're gonna want to do that same thing. Right, to get that secret item. So there's just different things like that. But I think I made it to level 4, 5. But yeah, it's fun so far. I'm having a good time with it. Definitely gonna finish it. I definitely feels that the old Mario and Donkey Kong Jr. goodness in there. Definitely some throwbacks.
You want to check out sometime graphically that's really impressive. It's that kind of game. It's got a little bit more strategy behind it. Check out Trine. I had the first 2 or 3 in my Mayo pass, and they're a slow side scroller, but they are just beautiful looking. Like graphically top notch. Even though they're older games, they look just absolutely amazing, and they got a lot of puzzle elements to it, but maybe check that out sometime, since this is kind of late. You have access to it laying around there.
Yeah, and I see Trine 4 on Steam a lot, but I haven't like looked at it.
That's a new one. It just came out within the last couple months.
Okay. Yeah, I'll definitely check out the old ones on the Mail Pass, because I have not. I don't think I've ever played a Trine game.
Yeah, so a Trine game, you basically will have 3 characters. You have like a thief, a knight, and a magician. And the magician is kind of cool because he can make like boxes out of midair. So you take your cursor of your mouse and you hold down right click and you draw a box, and that box will just appear in the game, and you can jump on top of it, but he can levitate it too. So if you click on it, you can drag it around the map, so you can place it where you need to maybe clear some kind of height obstacle or something like that. But you have to, on the later games, actually it has a version, I think it's co-op, where you can actually work together to get through these puzzles. Single player, you can just hit, I think, RB. And if you're using a controller, which I would highly suggest, you can just switch between the characters. They just kind of disappear, and you have the new character. You can have, the knight. And the knight has like a shield where he will deflect like fire attack. And sometimes you have to deflect the fire to hit something else to trigger something. And just stuff like that. The rogue thief type person has a grappling hook that you can kind of shoot anywhere and grapple. And you can grapple, let's say you can stick it into like a boulder, and you can pull on it, and it will fall from where it's at, and it will roll and cause a chain reaction somewhere. And that's how you'll get through the level in that little spot. But it's a lot of little puzzles like that where you'll cycle between the characters. But it's just a really nice looking game, like presentation wise. It's a little slow, but it's kind of neat. I think you will like it.
I think that's something I'd probably be more interested in than the next game that I played. Let's see what that one was. That was Felix the Reaper, another game that's on Game Pass. And
I don't know anything about this one.
It's a weird game. So, you're like this like character that he'll put on like a cassette player, and he puts the headphones on, and he's just constantly dancing, right? And anyway, so yeah, your name's Felix. You work for the Ministry of Death as a field reaper. And so that one of the things you're doing is it's basically like it's just a heavy puzzle game with a love and death story. Bizarre as hell. But so yeah, you basically like you're on this platform of just all these blocks. And since you're working, as on the side of death, you have to stay in the shadows at all times. And so all the blocks that are kind of like in the shadows, that's the ones you can work off of. So when you're pressing like right trigger, it'll kind of show you like, the blocks that you're allowed to interact with, or that you can go to. And so so once you do that, and then you'll get to the object that you need to move, or interact with, and then you need to then take that, like, let's say, for example, I needed to take this deer and place it in a certain position so that the human could then shoot that deer and kill it instead of I think what the whole idea is, like, otherwise the deer kills the human. So, like that's your whole job, to keep him alive or something, in this first mission.
Keep things balanced or something like that.
Yeah, you're like, that's what you're doing.
Supposed to happen.
Right. He's not supposed to die yet. That's kind of what I'm gathering, here, that, so he's not supposed. So I don't know. It was just so frustrating on the second puzzle that it wasn't satisfying to me, because I couldn't figure out how to move this cart back and forth, by using blocks. And, you can actually pan around the entire like map and section and zoom in and out. I mean, it's not visually stunning or anything, and even your character, like he, even though he's constantly, making these like this dumb dance, I thought, okay, well, maybe the music will be good, right? It's going to be this techno beat music, and that would be interesting enough. But no, I felt like, I don't know, like he was like this Irish whistling music was going on, and it didn't grab me at all. I didn't find it fun. So yeah, that's definitely going to be an uninstall for me. Even after I completed the second puzzle, I'm like, all right, I made it through, and I don't care. Like, I'm not going back to play this dumb game again. So yeah, that's a no for me on Felix the Reaper.
Yeah, I can put Jesus to sleep over there.
Boring.
Are we done? What's going on here? Just woke up.
No,
from
we're talking about
Gunny's-
Xbox Game Pass games. One
Gunny's
is good.
bullshit ass fucking list of games he has.
Oh.
Oh
Okay,
god.
Jesus, look. I think the next 2 games that I'm going to talk about, I think you're going to be really excited.
Oh yeah, real excited, Gunny. Real excited.
Check it out. So, I'm actually on the internet today looking at some news articles for the show.
Oh wow. Oh wow.
And-
Old guy on the
I
internet.
don't think I forgot about.
He uses
last
the
week.
internet, people. It's exciting.
One of the things I forgot about was
What browser are you using? Are you using Internet Explorer or are you using?
I used what does Microsoft use? Bing. I was binging things.
Oh my god.
I'm Chrome all the way, guys. Chrome all the way. But I do log in. I do use Bing to get my Microsoft points because I'm a console peasant and I do need those points. And I think I'm going to claim. I should be up to $10 now. I can claim a $10 rewards card.
Wow. Okay.
How long did that take?
I'm up to like 20,000 points. But no, Battlefield 5.
Oh wow.
It is a free weekend. I think from basically from Halloween until the November 3rd. And so I'm like, oh, like I still don't know what part is free. Is Battlefield 5 free with the new maps this weekend, or is the new maps free this weekend? And so what I'm talking about is the Pacific War in the Pacific. That's what it's actually called. And so that starts out with you get the 2 free maps. The 2 maps that are out, and those are, let's see, what are those? Pacific Storm and Iwo Jima. So if you remember back from, was it 1943? I think that was the actual name of the game that I played back on the Xbox 360.
Yeah.
Yeah, those were cool, man. It reminded me of a little bit of Battlefield 4 that we played. You know, with like the different vehicles, you spawn back on the ship and stuff. But yeah, it was cool. It's definitely like I like that engine that they had, man, and just the explosions and that shit is cool. So yeah, I had a good time. The what's cool about like those boats that you take off from the ship, I guess they're the amphibious, like the tanks. So you can just drive up on the land and just start trying to take take at 'em, man. While you just and you're just sitting in any other seat. But I usually just jump out and I'll just try and use my Panzercheck, man, and just start blowing everything up. But it was pretty cool. They got some new weapons, the M1 Garand, the Type 99 Arasaka, Type 100, and another new weapon. So you're just fighting the Japanese there on Iwo Jima, man. Pretty good time. You got to check this out. It's pretty cool, man.
I don't care.
You don't care about Battlefield?
No.
The new maps?
Nope.
Oh, man. It was a lot of fun. Pork Chop Poo, I know you're interested in this. Definitely play that this weekend. Or, and if the maps are free and Battlefield's not, just go pay the $5. I think I saw on CDKeys.com. Yeah, on CDKeys.com, you can actually, it's like $3.20 for a whole month of EA access.
Mm-hmm.
So that's a pretty good deal.
Why is Jesus laughing over
Jesus like still sleeping over there. What the hell, man?
It's like, oh my god.
I'm waiting for the exciting game that you were going to talk about.
Oh, Star Citizen.
Oh wow. Okay. Oh, okay. Now we're talking. Now Jesus finally woke up. Wow.
Hey, Star Citizen. So that was free, I think, for a few days or what have you, and you get 5 ships. But so I only got like the basic ship, right? So that was the one where I'm like, I'm like, this is something I want to learn and navigate and stuff. This is funny because the first thing you do when you spawn, you're in your bed, you get up, and I felt like the controls were pretty easy on mouse and keyboard where, you interact with the door to open it.
This doesn't have gamepad support, does it?
I didn't try it. I just did mouse and keyboard.
Yeah, I probably wouldn't try it.
But getting the game to install for the free version was a little tricky. I think you had to go to like Star Citizen free weekend or something, right? And then it like gave you this coupon and boom, boom, boom. You were in. And I felt like also the navigation of where it said, okay, like, because you were so close to where the command center was. And it says, okay, spawn my ship or something like that, and it's like, okay, your ship is going to be in 2 Bravo West, right? 2B West. And I'm like, okay, is this going to be, from what I've seen from streams, do I have to take like trains and shit to get to where I need to be? No, you can actually look up on the walls, like everything's like, okay, 2B, and then West is going to be this way, kind of like an airport. So I was like,
so
sweet.
it like signs like an airport.
Yeah,
that's fucking dope.
This is pretty fucking awesome. So I was able to like run all the way down this hallway. All right, 2B West. It's got like an arrow. Hello, right? So yeah, obviously running down there, and I get down there and I'm like, the one thing I want to make sure of, your default, you're wearing a spacesuit with a space helmet, and you get your basic service revolver. So I'm like, all right. So I think I'm good to go. And this guy comes up. This actual player comes up. This German guy, and he's like, Helmut, right? And I'm like, do I press T to talk? But anyway, I'm just like, as far as I know, I'm wearing my helmet. I think it was F1. You can, it brings up that menu of where, it shows you what you're wearing, and there's just like 1,000 other things. It's basically your HUD menu. And I'm like, it shows I'm wearing a helmet, that it's, that it's equipped. Helmut, right? And I'm like, is it a German word? I don't fucking know. So I actually go out, and I'm like, all right, well, I'm going to go ahead and, what do you call it? You come through one door, it closes, and then it equalizes the pressure, and now you're in the outer space section. Right? I'm like, well, I didn't die. And of course I get out to my ship, and I can't figure out how to get the door open, like how that door flies down or lowers down. And he's over there going, speaking German to me. I'm like, I'm sorry, I only speak English, just trying to be as friendly as possible here.
He probably understood exactly what you were saying.
Yeah, and I'm just like, but he was very helpful, right? Like, he was sending me messages and shit, and he's like, oh yeah, use, tab. And so anyway, I was able to get in the ship before dying, right? Because it actually shows your stats of like how much oxygen you have. I'm like, all right, I don't need to Google too much or go into my controls. So I get in the ship and I take off. I'm flying around, and one of the things was where you have your hyperdrive, and I thought, okay, I can't find a star map of where I go, and I'm just trying to learn all these different controls. So I get up away from the space station, and I go ahead and put on my thrusters, to kind of learn the different ways of how I'm going to travel. And the hatch comes open, and I fly out. My ship keeps moving, right? And I'm like, oh great, so obviously I died, because I'm like, now I'm like 50 miles from my spaceship. I'm just floating in outer space. Like, all right, let me go ahead and try this again. And I actually went into the controls. I'm like, all right, this time I'm not going to open the hatch. And man, somehow I did. I don't know. It's like sometimes there's like 2 different buttons I've noticed that'll open the hatch. Some might be like the controls that are actually in front of you. Like, you'll see like your stick on how you move and the different buttons. But yeah, so certainly learn the controls before you take off in outer space and your ship flies away without you. Or don't hit the eject button. That's another tip, guys. Don't eject yourself. But other than that, the game looked really good. And I had no hiccups in like frames per second or anything. It played flawlessly. And you get your own launcher. Star Citizen launcher, guys.
Well, there you go. Another launcher. That's what we need.
The hell? What is...
Did you see Mayo?
Yeah.
Speaking of another thing, playing around on some toys that Jesus has, and good stuff.
Yeah.
That's cool, man.
Anyways, anything else, Gunny?
No, I think that's all. That's all I played.
All right. I guess it's finally news time. Let's get into the world of video game news. That doesn't come to the end, Gunny. Damn it.
Oh, I guess we changed it. All right.
Oh, you people.
I'm gonna put that in front.
Oh no, put that in the end. No one cares about that shit. People want to hear the news, Gunny. Bring the Sony news. Sony is now shutting down its live TV service PlayStation Vue in January 2020. This is a cable streaming type service for the PlayStation. I know Eric Smith, our former host of HGP, St. Nicholas, was using this back in the day. I don't know if he still is. Maybe he's not anymore, but maybe he is. Anyways, the live TV streaming shit is gonna end on January 30th, 2020. Yeah. This comes a week after a report said that Sony was looking for a buyer for the service. It says here Sony claims that it has continually lost money for the company since they launched it back in March of 2015. So, yeah.
That sucks. Yeah, I know it was very popular. I saw advertisements for the last couple of years.
I don't know if it was very popular. I mean, I think that they fucked up by naming it PlayStation View. They should have named it like something else. You know what I mean?
I think it's
because you're tying that to the PlayStation brand, and a lot of adults that watch TV that are going to be subscribing for this bullshit are not necessarily PlayStation viewers or gamers or whatever. You know what I mean? If they see the name PlayStation before the View, they're like, "What is this? Some kind of gaming? Some kind of gamer TV? What is this shit?"
So do you think even though Sony is like the leader in this console generation, that most people are just playing games and not actually going to the app section?
Yeah, no one gives a fuck about this. Yeah, dude. No one's watching TV on their console. That shit was an Xbox thing. That was the TV console watchers shit. That shit was for the Xbox people, man. No one watches TV on the PlayStation. Let's be real now. So I think that they fucked up by naming it PlayStation View. Had they named it like T-View, like for television view or something like that, maybe they would have had more success to be able to brand it to the old people that watch TV. Because a lot of young people, be quite frankly with you, don't watch TV.
True.
Don't watch.
But still,
I haven't watched TV in a long time. The only time I ever watch TV, the only time, is on a Sunday when the Cowboys play. Or a Thursday when the Cowboys play. That is literally it. That is the only time I see TV commercials. That is the only time I'm watching TV in my life. Oh, and at work. I guess at work, we have a television at work. And, like, we turn it on. But we have, like...
in the break room?
We have, like, basic cable on there. So I guess I technically watch TV at work when we're on break or lunch or whatever.
So you're at home, you're at work watching The View, aren't you?
No, we don't watch The View. That's some liberal shit. But we watch other shows. We watch like Naked and Afraid or motherfucking The News or different shit like that. You know what I mean? Like in the morning when we go into work, you know, we usually get there pretty like 15 minutes before work. You know, so we'll sit down and say good morning to each other and fucking watch the news in the morning or whatever the fuck. So, yeah. Anyways, I'm not surprised this is shutting down. Big fucking deal. Moving on to some more news. Let's talk about some PC news, ladies and gentlemen. That's right, PC news in the forefront here. We got some rumors now spinning up of the new NVIDIA GeForce RTX 3080s and 3080 Ti's. Their claims here are that the Amperes, what they're called, Ampere, or how would you say this, Mayo? Ampere?
Yeah, I would say Ampere.
That's what it's called. Anyways, it's going to be called the NVIDIA Ampere. It's going to be supposedly their new 3000 series cards. So their claims are that these are going to have higher VRAM in them, so more video RAM. So it says that the new 3070 is going to have 12 gigs. The new 3080 is going to have 12 gigs as well. And the 3080 Ti is supposed to claim to have 16 gigabytes of VRAM. Also, they're going to be cheaper than the current 20 series cards, which is fucking crazy.
That's what I want to hear. Yeah.
I'm definitely hopeful for that because this last bunch was really abnormal for their pricing. Like, typically the top of the line card is $700, not $1,200.
Yeah.
So that all has to do with the process how they make them.
Yeah, it also say that.
Have you ever watched a video on how they make a graphics card?
No.
Or a CPU?
No, I've never.
It's kind of neat. I think you can YouTube it. They make like a giant wafer of, let's say, CPUs. They make a whole bunch of them at once, and they literally have multiple CPUs on there, and some are better than others, and that's how you get the different variants. So they're all designed to be like i7s, let's say Intel's, but this i7 underperformed. Like a couple cores were either dead or not correct.
Oh yes,
And so it became an i5, because those cores work. So they minimize their waste, I guess you could say, and so they design them all to be i7s, and then they turn around, and if they don't work correctly, they become i5s, become i3s, and so on. In the same way with graphics cards. So the 2080s will have, they'll be all made in groups, I believe, and if it doesn't perform as well or doesn't work as well, it's starting to become a lower graded card.
Okay, I did see that on YouTube. Yep, which is interesting. But I didn't know that was about graphic cards. I thought it was just
these are made by a new process. It's going to be the 7 nanometer, and it's going to be smaller dies. And I guess the cost for 7 nanometer is down right now, so it's actually going to be less expensive to make these cards. So that's why the retail price is going to be lower, and they're going to require less power.
Which is interesting, but they say that might affect overclocking. You may not be able to overclock it as much.
Yeah, they're saying now we're really getting to the point where they're pushing as much as they can out of these cards. And the overclock, when you buy an aftermarket card, it's pretty much an overclocked card from that company. MSI card over a reference card is an overclocked graphics card a little bit. And different companies will overclock them different amounts. And that's when you see the extra fans and you see all that stuff on them. They're saying now these next generations, they've kind of starting to hit that peak where you can't really squeeze much more out of it.
Yeah. Anyways, let's move on now to some more news. Blizzard is now hosting BlizzCon 2019, and here's some of the announcements that they've made so far. They made an announcement that Overwatch 2 is now in development. They say it is a full-on sequel with a focus on co-op and new player versus enemy modes. They said there will be story missions and hero missions in which you'll be able to level up your heroes. And Overwatch 2's PvP editions will have new maps and heroes, but they will also be coming to Overwatch 1.
Okay.
So they're saying that if you buy Overwatch 2, you're actually just paying for like the campaign, the story, and the PvE concept of it. But if you want to still play, say you're not interested in any of that, you can continue playing Overwatch 1, and you're going to get all the content that's coming to Overwatch 2. So it's an interesting way of like keeping your player base high. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because you're telling your players you don't have to upgrade to Overwatch 2. You can if you want like the stories or this new PvE mode. But if you just want to play the multiplayer still, you want to keep playing that, you're going to get all the content we're going to release for it no matter what. So that's interesting. It says the first new hero is going to be a Canadian named Sojourn. But we don't know what her abilities are. And also the game director, Jeff Kaplan, he said that he has no idea when Overwatch 2 is going to be released.
To be announced.
Yeah. And other news, Diablo 4 released a pretty badass looking cinematic trailer. It was announced. And so yeah, it says here that it's going to be a true sequel to Diablo 2. It's all about satanic rituals, occult symbols, and lots of blood. So, yeah, pretty much says here BlizzCon opened up 2019 with a extended CG trailer, setting up the story, and then followed that up with a few minutes of gameplay footage. So there you go. Diablo 4.
I haven't seen that yet. I got to go watch that after the show.
It looks badass. Like all their trailers always look pretty badass. Like even the World of Warcraft cinematics look pretty badass all the time. You know what I mean?
Oh, absolutely. Diablo 3 was a lot of fun. I never played 1 and 2.
Yeah. In other news, speaking of World of Warcraft, their next expansion is called Shadowlands, and it's going to release next year. It's going to take players to an alternate realm of death and decay, where they must choose one of several factions to align with to fight against Sylvanas. The trailer was pretty fucking wild. It says, with Sylvanas dueling Bolvar, the Lich King, before using his helmet to tear open the sky and obliterate a barrier between Azeroth and the Shadowlands. Da, 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 da. Like any expansion, Shadowlands will implement sweeping changes to most of WoW's current system and progression. And so stay tuned for more news on that. And it says here, WoW Classic, they have a new update coming on November 12th for the people playing WoW Classic. Also, speaking of all those games, Hearthstone, they have a new expansion. It's called a Descent of Dragons. And so they're adding a bunch of more dragons to the game.
More dragons. I like it.
More, that's what everybody needs, more dragons.
More dragons.
In a card game.
And now, speaking of mobile games, Diablo Immortal is still coming and is still being in development. But no release date yet. There is Hong Kong protesters at BlizzCon, but no real news has been covering them. They're just kind of like outside protesting.
We got to get Nipron down there. We should get him on the podcast.
Get him out there.
Let's get him in there live. Nipron, Facebook Live that shit tomorrow, dude. Just go down there with your HGP flag, bro.
Just go. We stand with Hong Kong. Just go out there and protest. Move on here to some... Oh, speaking of that, we'll just go right into that Hong Kong protest news. It says here, Hong Kong protesters gathered outside of BlizzCon 2019. Pretty much, yeah. It doesn't seem very big to me. There's people out there protesting. Just that. That's all it is.
That's probably the only people there. It's showing a picture of like 20 people, and that's probably the only people.
That's probably literally the only people there, yeah. And it's like the same 20 people in the picture, so... I'm assuming not a lot of people showed up for this protest. I mean,
no, people forget real quick, right?
Yeah,
so,
I mean,
well, okay, I'm just saying that it maybe it's not as big as whatever said it would be.
It's hard to get people to do things.
People.
People are quicker to say they'll do something than actually do it. You know what I mean?
Look at area. What area was that?
51.
Down in Nevada.
51.
Area 51, right? Everybody's, there's going to be 1 million people there. I think 100 showed up.
Yeah.
Right?
All right. Let's move on now, guys, to Death Stranding. Reviews are now out for Death Stranding.
Ooh.
And it's kind of a mixed bag. I mean, what did you guys think of the reviews you've seen so far? The scores. I mean, I personally haven't been reading many of the reviews. I've watched one video on YouTube about it. The guy did not post any content that he played. So he even said, like, look, all the content I'm showing on this video is from, like, trailers that they've already released. He's like, I'm not using any gameplay. I didn't capture no gameplay. I'm just going to talk about it, and I'm not even going to spoil it for you guys, he said. But he said that he was just going to show content that were released on trailers. And I mean, speaking of the score right now on Metacritic, it stands at an 84 with 74 critic reviews. 2 100 scores, a few 90s, a few 80s. Let's look at the critic reviews here.
I think 84 is good, in my opinion. Other people might be like, it should have been a 94. Why is it not at a 94?
It has 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 100% scores. IGN Italia, give it 98. IGN Japan.
Yeah, I think Japan.
Give it a 95.
And see, but America gave it what?
6.
Yeah, 6.8 or
6.5, I think.
Is this gonna be like Borderlands, where everybody was giving it high scores, and then PC Gamer gave it a 6 out of 10?
Yeah.
You know, it's
GameSpot.
Weird,
GameSpot gave it a 90. A few other websites gave it a pretty high score. IGN Spain gave it an 87. Look at another. PlayStation Universe gave it an 80. Destructoid gave it an 80. Game Informer give it a 70. So, I don't know, man. I don't know.
You know, I think what it is it's been so hyped. It's still hyped, right? The game's still not out. It's so hyped by so many people, and Kojima's showing, you know, he's been releasing a lot of video to the media and he's very active on Twitter and Facebook, friends with Jeff Keighley, and but I mean that's the smart way to do things, right? Especially you want to get as much exposure to the public as possible, and I think you get, I'll just say the internet in general, that oh my god, this game's going to be not just a 10, but it'll be 11.5, and Metacritic score of 99, and you know what I mean, like, and then you come out and it's only like an 85. Oh my god, it's a failure.
Yeah,
how can anybody play this game ever when it releases?
Personally, dude, I'm super hyped for the game, no matter what the review scores say. I haven't really read many reviews. The reviews that I have read have said that the game, it's something that you've never experienced before, but you'll probably never experience again. It's a game that you're literally just delivering packages. That's all it is. You're going from point A to point B. You're delivering packages, different packages with different things in them. It could be anything from like sperm to medicine to a gun to ammunition to babies to anything. You could literally be delivering a dead body. You can even deliver a dead body to like another location. And they said that the game, it's about the connections you're making. That's the whole thing, that it's about connections you're making. And they said like the whole gameplay, you're never going to see anybody. You're never going to see another player. But you will see their items that they leave behind to like that helps them in their journey, and like now it's helping you in your journey. You took the same path this other person took. So like maybe during your gameplay, Gunny, you'll see a ladder that I left. Or you'll see a rope that I left like off of this cliff. And you're like, holy shit, Jesus went this way and Jesus left this rope right here. And you can thumb that up and be like, hey, Jesus, thanks for leaving this rope. There's been a review, like one guy said he was having such a hard time at the beginning of the game in this one area with all the enemies or whatever, because you really can't fight them. You're trying to avoid them. It's like a stealth game kind of. And he was saying that he was having such a hard time in this area that he stopped playing the story. He stopped completely. He was like, I'm done playing the story for the next 10 hours. And he went and collected resources. All the resources he can collect, all the metal and all that shit he needed to collect. And he built a road over the area where he had to go through. He said once he built that road, now he could just drive a car across the highway and get to the other side of the map quick in 10 seconds. And he said, you can do that. You can legitimately build something and anyone else who is your friends list or people randomly that get that loaded into their game, they're going to be able to drive on this highway and they could be like, hey, thanks for building this highway, dude. You like saved me like hours worth of gameplay. Thank you.
You know what that tells me? There's a possibility that my first playthrough, it's not going to be about the destination. It's going to be about the journey.
Yeah, that's what it is. And that's what Hideo Kojima, like, that's what he's been saying.
Hoping for.
That's what a lot of reviews have been saying, that it's not about the destination. It's about the journey and how you're getting there. And some people have been saying that, like, even though the game has no multiplayer, that you feel connected to all the things that you see people leave behind. You're like, holy shit, somebody went through here. Somebody left me this fucking rope. Thank you for leaving me this rope. You know, and you like the different things, like you see the struggles that somebody else took, and they left all that shit behind to make it easier for you, and now you're making your way through here, and you're having an easier time because they left all that stuff behind for you. And it's all connected. And like, for example, there was another example that I saw where like somebody said like they came to a canyon, right? They were like on this canyon, and somebody started building a bridge across the canyon, but obviously they ran out of resources or whatever materials, and they never finished the bridge. Well, you can continue building the bridge that they started building and finish it if you wanted to. You know what I mean?
What, Jesus? What about this?
You get
what
credit
if I continue to build this road or this set of ladders to what the last person left me, but not finish it? Continue down a different path, but then you come along, Mayo comes along, Nipron, Mojo, all those guys, you all come along and be like, oh, so look at this thing, it's almost finished, now I'll finish it, right? Mm-hmm. Man, see, I love shit like that.
It sounds dope. To me, it sounds like really like a cool game It sounds a lot like Red Dead. People were giving Red, like Mayo was saying, like people, like oh fuck, people were giving Red Dead a lot of shit because you gotta take care of your horse, you gotta take care of your character, you gotta shave, you gotta cut your hair, you gotta take a bath, you gotta clean your clothes or whatever the fuck, you know what I mean? Your character gets dirty, your character gets blood on him or whatever, you gotta go take a bath. Like, to me, all that stuff, it isn't a chore. It's immersive, and I feel like that's what Hideo Kojima may have went for in this game, and I look forward to experiencing it. Honestly, I may fucking hate the game, and it might be boring as fuck. Like some people say, it's like some people have said the first 10 hours are really boring because it's just cutscenes and like you're doing like one little thing, and then back to cutscene for 40 minutes. Then you're doing more little things. Back to cutscenes for 20 minutes. And it's like, they say that the end of the game is longer than 2 hours. Like, you have to watch a cutscene.
Yeah, that's classic Metal Gear, right?
For two and a half. They say
it's like Metal Gear, but
it's
that's classic Kojima. How about that?
That's kind of rough, though.
2.5 hours.
Hopefully you could pause it, because can you imagine getting to the end of the game and you like have to walk out the door and go to work, and you just have to like shut it off, and you can't get back to it.
No!
I'm calling off sick today.
Could I PlayStation Home that shit, and then like that would suspend it? I hope.
I don't know, man. To me, the game sounds incredible, though.
Dashboard Home. I don't know. Set a pause if it doesn't work.
Everything that I've seen from it, all the reviews, all the cool stuff, the way that, you know, people are saying that anything like when you're walking, every little step that you take, you can just fall over and lose all your shit. Then you gotta pick everything back up and load it back on the character, and yeah, it's fucking nuts. They say that when you go out on a journey, yeah, you can look up to like, I think they said 70 different systems, like how to plan your route to go to the next location to like deliver packages. Like you can look at the weather, you can look at the terrain, you can look at the weather forecast, what items you're going to bring, how are you going to load your character, like are you going to bring rope, are you not going to bring rope, you going to bring boots, what kind of boots you're wearing there, Mayo, and you know, what kind of backpack you have on, you know, what kind of, are you wearing armor or are you wearing no armor, you're going to bring the little hover car with you or not, are you going to drive there, like you have unlimited fucking options to just go all out and be a cool FX driver. I don't know.
The possibilities are running through my mind right now.
I'm hyped, dude. I don't know what it is. I don't know what it is, guys. I'm all in. I'm in. I got it pre-ordered. I'm in, Mayo.
Nice. I mean, I'm actually, since I'm hearing this is going to be coming to PC in like 2020, so it's going to be later in the year. It gives me an opportunity to hear what you guys say and think about the game before I'll, you know, really want to jump onto it. So maybe you guys will hype it up a lot, and I'm going to want to get it. You know, it's kind of like Red Dead, you know, it's not, I knew Red Dead, everybody knew Red Dead was going to be good going in.
Yeah.
But like this game, we have that question of whether it's going to be really good or how it's going to be. And this will give me an idea of what it's going to be like before I even have to worry about purchasing it.
Well,
yeah.
What some people are saying is that this is the first time that, like, this is like Hideo Kojima's vision without, like, no fucking limits. Like no one told him no at any point in time. So, like, it's pretty bad shit crazy. They said, like no one, it's like, you can tell this dude wanted to make a crazy fucking story, and no one said, no, you can't do that. Like, he just kept fucking going. So, could be really bad or could be a good thing, man. I don't fucking know, dude.
Hence all peeing in the same spot.
Yeah, you can drink an energy drink and then go piss. You have to go piss because your character drank an energy drink. You have to pee now.
So, probably the main thing I'm thinking of right now, though, is what I'm going to wonder if you're going to have the option to not have the things left behind. Because could you imagine, like, being one of the later people to play the game?
Just have...
And like, this game's easy. I walk up.
I'm just driving around this highway.
Yeah, there's a highway here for me. I wonder if there's going to be an option where you can be able to turn this off and actually go through and play it the way the first guy to play it was. Because can you imagine after 50 people, if it has like a link of the way people have done it?
I think the way that those things come on, the things only show up once you connect the network. Because the whole point of the game is there's a bunch of cities in America. America is like fucking falling apart. And it's your job as a porter to connect the cities. So the whole point is you're carrying these packages to the city as a delivery, but when you get there, you're telling the people, I need to connect you to the fucking grid or whatever the fuck. And once the network goes up and running, that's when the network populates items that people have dropped in their games.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? So now when you go back to the original city, you might see new items in the area. Like, holy shit.
So, Mayo, even though, let's say you have no friends on
that's
the
crazy.
PC, on Epic, whatever it is, Steam or whatever it's coming to on PC later after a year, but it'll probably just be from, random
the
people.
Community, yeah.
But you have friends, so you're okay. Don't worry. They'll be dropping ladders for you. They'll be dropping all kinds of resources.
Speaking of that, too, I have a feeling, like I mentioned when we were texting back and forth, I think this is going to be a Steam game.
You think so?
If you look at the tweet that Kachina had, it's all Steam colors. It's actually white and blue, and it looks like it's like a Steam, almost like the Steam messaging. If you ever look at Steam messaging, it kind of reminds me of that, and kind of the design of it's kind of like in the Steam forums. It looks, and then also like a year and a half ago, I want to say he was at Valve and did a walkthrough because a lot of people were like, "Oh, he's gonna make a Valve game, or he's gonna team up with Valve, or he's gonna make a PC game." So I have a feeling it's gonna be a Steam game.
I think as we talk right now, I just don't think there's been a deal yet. I think they're still deciding on a deal, honestly, right? Because they haven't confirmed. I think Kojima Productions is still like Epic or Steam, Epic or, you know what I mean? So it's not confirmed at this time.
I just, for some reason, there a lot of his other games are already on Steam. All the Metal Gear games are on Steam. And not as many, say, console ports will come over to the PC side. A lot of his stuff has.
I do hope it's Steam because, but I'm sure Epic will just be like, it's got to be on our platform for 6 months. That's the deal. Yeah.
I'm just going to call my shot. I just feel like it's going to be a Steam thing, and it might just be for other systems too, right, or other launchers right away. But I just feel like for some reason, Steam's going to snatch this up and play a little bit of Epic.
Yeah.
And maybe not even be an exclusive. Maybe not do it that way because Steam is very open about what games are being played where. But maybe they will at least be, okay, we have it on here, and, we don't really care where else you play it, but we're definitely going to have it.
Yes. You were going to get attacked, Mayo. I had to warn you. There was a cat. There was a big cat coming up behind you.
It is a big cat.
And it was ready to attack you.
Yeah, it was gonna eat me. Yeah. You seemed to my chair, my old gaming chair. That thing is.
Yeah.
All I see
vicious.
is talking to this cat.
We'll see, man. We'll see. All I know is that I'm gonna be crafting boots because you gotta make new clothing for your character, and I'm gonna be drinking Monster energy drinks. Fuck yeah!
Here comes some more promo codes. Buy your Monster energy drink and get a Kojima extra ladder.
Yeah, they said they have Monster energy drinks in the game. That's what you drink to stay energized, motherfucker.
They give you more energy for your character so you can run around faster.
Yeah, you gotta deliver them packages, bro. It's Christmas season. You gotta deliver them packages.
You gotta be able to run. That's what I do every day.
No quitting time.
Right? I drink Monsters. Bro, I'm drinking
Gunny.
And
Gunny's gonna be, this game feels like work.
Yeah, pretty much.
He delivers his packages and
Rains and bangs, bro. That's what I'm drinking. Rains and bangs.
I'm just gonna go to work.
Candy black cherry vanillas.
Moving on to more news. Ubisoft has now, during his latest earnings call, they have expressed interest in making all of its PvP games cross-platform.
Woohoo!
Yeah.
I want to get wrecked in Rainbow Six Siege.
Yeah. So we'll see what happens. I mean,
that's really good news. I'm happy, man.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
They're saying that they're planning to make for example, Rainbow Six Siege playable on the current Xbox as well as the next gen Xbox. All that stuff. So yeah, we'll see.
Or Honor. I mean, nobody plays that game, but still, you'll have a few more people on a server now.
Poor Honor.
Oh,
I get-
Jesus. It says here, Rainbow Six Quarantine, it talks about that. Watchdog Legions. Gods and Monsters. Hell yeah. Oh, no, never mind. That's talking about delayed shit. But still,
Yeah,
the fact that
they
it
all
will
got
be,
delayed. All their games, literally all their games got delayed.
but
till a later
still,
time.
the fact that they've announced this and that'll be, we won't have to worry about like, oh, is there anybody online or, yeah, it'll just be a.
I was wanting to
plethora
play
of
Watch Dogs
players.
Legions, man. I was wanting to play Rainbow Six Quarantine. It sucks that they fucking delayed them.
Did you hear about that Halloween event that they had going on with Rainbow Six Siege? I don't know. It didn't.
No.
I wasn't sure if it changed gameplay or not. But I feel like it would just be easy for them to kind of add this into it. I don't know why it's just going to be a separate thing. Kind of odd.
Yeah, I don't fucking know.
We'll wait to see what they have at E3.
Ubisoft crossplay, no one cares.
Wait till
Moving
fucking
on
June.
here to more news. Chad Robertson, the head of live service, is leaving BioWare.
Another one.
I mean, he's
Down
the
the
head of
drain.
live service on Anthem. And he's not leaving BioWare.
I hope he's going over to Respawn next door.
He said, "This is my last week with BioWare. I've been with the company for 14 years, and I am grateful for everything I've been a part of here. Star Wars, what is that? What's TOR stand for?
Is that the
Oh no, Star Wars, The Old Republic, Anthem,
Old Republic? Yep. Yeah.
the Austin studio, and BioWare are in good hands. You can expect great things ahead." He said, "I join as a fan now, and look forward to playing BioWare games. God damn it. For years to come. I'm very excited about the next step of my journey in the game industry and look forward to sharing that soon." He's going to Stadia. Bum, bum, bum.
Yeah, going over to
Bum,
Google's.
bum, bum. Google's new studio that they're releasing or they're opening here.
Right, because they had the new studio they're opening that they're going to make AAA
They gotta
games
hire
that'll
people,
be out in a
man.
couple of years.
They're hiring everyone over there. Let's go work for
Yeah.
them, guys.
We're gonna get this right eventually. Enough people are
You're
gonna
not too
leave
far
the
from me.
companies in. Somebody's gonna end up in Stadia.
They're only an hour and a half from me.
So go work for them, Gunny. Go be there.
I'd love to, man. I'd love
PR
to go work
guy
at a
or
game
whatever the
studio.
fuck. Sure.
Take the Google
Xbox.
bus.
Xbox has now announced their all-access payment plan system thing. You can now also get an upgrade for the new Xbox Scarlet. Xbox Live is bringing back Xbox All Access, Gunny. This means in the United States, you're able to pick up an Xbox One S All Digital Edition, that's the one with no disc drive, for 24 monthly payments of $19.99. An Xbox One S for 24 payments of $22.99, that's the one with the drive, or an Xbox One X for 24 payments of $30.99.
That's not
That's
bad.
right. If you make all the payments for 24 months, the console is yours to keep. This is also, though, including Xbox Live Gold and Game Pass during the time you're paying for it monthly. And people who sign up for the Xbox One X or Xbox... Okay, if you sign up for the Xbox One S, you're able to upgrade the console. So you make all your payments on time. You trade back your old console after 18 months, so a year and a half from now, and you're able to upgrade to the new Xbox Scarlet. But if you sign up for the Xbox One X plan, so right now in November, you sign up for the Xbox One X plan, you start making your payments of $30.99 a month. Next year, November, 12 months from now, you're able to upgrade to the Scarlet. So there you go.
Damn, that's a great deal.
So right at launch, you can do it.
From what I heard, you know how you're using like Capital Bank or whatever it might be, or that actually it's not. So because a lot of people are probably wary of this, like, oh, what if I miss one payment? Is it going to be a 26% interest? And from what I heard, that it's not. That it's actually a very good deal for what you're paying for the console. It's not like you're paying double or triple.
Well, it's 0% finance, so
0%. So just make sure you make all those payments on time. And man, just imagine if you got this, and let's say the only game that you actually purchased, the only one you actually put money on, was like Call of Duty or something. You are set. you've got tons and tons of games on there, or whatever your favorite game is. Let's say it's FIFA or whatever. Yeah, it's an amazing deal for people that don't have a lot of upfront cash.
Yeah.
You don't have to worry about if you're live or your Game Pass is going to expire.
All in all, right now, if you do this and you say you don't upgrade, say you just keep the Xbox One X for 2 years and you pay it off, you're going to be paying $743.76. So, at that rate, I mean, right now, if you go to the store and buy an Xbox One X, you might find one for $375, right? And say you're paying for 2 years of gold. Let's say you find a deal on that for $45 a year. So you're paying $90 for the 2 years of gold, plus the 2 years of Game Pass. That's $120, right, a year? So
yes,
$240. We'll do that. So you would save $40 by doing it this way if you're paying for everything outright. But that's if you find an Xbox One X for $375. I doubt it. The cheapest I've seen them is $450. You know.
Right.
And that's if you find Xbox Live Gold for $45 a year, which shouldn't be too hard. And that's paying $10 a month for Game Pass every month for 2 years. You're gonna save like $40, but that's, like I said, that's if you find a console for that cheap, which I don't think you will. I mean, I think you'll find it for $450, maybe $425. So we're at $50. So you don't save anything if you just.
That's why it's such a good deal, and it takes out all the headache.
Yeah.
It takes out all the headache. It's just you get the console, turn it on, you put the codes in for the Game Pass and the Xbox Live Gold, and you are set. Yeah. Start downloading.
And in a year from now, if you decide to, you can upgrade to the new console. And I wonder if it'll be the same price or more expensive. Maybe a little bit more expensive, I would assume. Maybe $40 a month instead of $31.
Yeah, because probably it's going to be a more expensive console at the time.
Yeah.
So it's going to be higher. And it's just like our phones, you know. Yeah. I feel like we've heard this before, like I would say a month ago. Maybe a podcast was talking about this.
Yeah, we were talking about this, motherfucker. You.
I know.
This is exactly what we talked about. We even mentioned the price. Yeah. Didn't we say like $30 a month or something? And look at this shit. I tell you, man, my boy Phil Spencer is out there listening to HGP and The Secret. And he's like, you know what, guys? I'm going to take some notes real quick on this.
Thank you, Phil. I want to thank you, Phil, the Xbox Live Xbox team at Microsoft.
Yeah.
For taking our
fucking badass,
ideas
Phil.
and
keep kicking
tips
ass.
and tricks, our knowledge, putting that to work.
So in Australia, this is going to start already. Actually, already started. October 29th. You can go in person and online to a Telstra store and sign up for this. In the United Kingdom, this is going to start in November, sometime in November. In store only at Game. And in person or online at Smith's Toys. In the United States, this starts November 18th. Online only at Amazon.
Awesome. That's what they need right there. So start with that Amazon, then work your way to your Best Buys and your whoever,
Microsoft
Walmart
stores and all that shit. Yeah.
GameStop. Yeah. Fucking A.
Nice and smart move. This is how they're going to probably have to battle Stadia. You know, the cheap entry fee of Stadia. Now, you're still spending a lot of money in the long run, but it does cut down your cost.
And you're getting free games every month with the Game Pass. You know that?
Yeah.
Like, you can justify the cost of, well, I'm paying more in the long run, but I'm saving money because I don't have to buy the games.
Exactly.
So,
right.
It's a good idea. And I think
you got more cash in your pocket to buy other things.
Yeah, this is a good move. This is a good move, man. Fuck yeah.
So would you say Microsoft would release, I'm going to say, major first-party games, say maybe 3 a year, maybe?
I would say maybe 3, if not at minimum 2.
So maybe between $120 to $180 a year, you would be purchasing games.
Yeah.
And then you take, the cost of your rental.
Take the cost of the Game Pass out of that, because you're paying $120 for that.
Mm-hmm.
You know, that's a lot of money you're saving if you sign up for this. I mean, I think that it's worth it. Personally, I might even sign up for this. Fuck, maybe I'll get an Xbox One X again. No, guys. Come on, settle down now, Jesus.
You're going to get your phone,
maybe.
Settle down, Jesus. What are you thinking?
You're talking about Scarlet, Jesus. This might be how you get Scarlet.
I mean, maybe next year this hard gets. I doubt it. I'll probably just buy it outright, let's be honest. But Maybe. What if the console's like $700 and I don't have $700 to spend?
Damn, I might consider this.
Because I spent it all on my graphics card or whatever, my 3080 Ti or whatever the fuck. You know?
I guess the next thing too is to see how will Sony respond to this. Is Sony going to offer something similar? Because now they're kind of sitting out there, well, let's say $500 per console, $400 per console. Okay, well, Microsoft has this option where I can do $30 a month. You know, Stadia has this option where I can pay $10 a month.
Yeah.
So the other thing too I thought about too was where this is perfect for somebody who's younger, might still be in school, that doesn't have the $700 in cash to
definitely, dude.
To buy the console, get the Game Pass, and or oh well, I got to have a live subscription. Oh my gosh, I'm not going to have all this, but I want it, right? This is how I want to play these, this game on Game Pass or Sea of Thieves, whatever that, I want to play Fortnite, right? And I want to play it on a console. And how do I do that? But then it also might work out for somebody like me that, let's say I probably do, but then the wife's like, well, you've already got, PlayStation and you got this PC, but then I can be like, check it out. How about this for $35 a month? Yeah. Right? She would actually agree to that. She likes plans like this. She loves plans like this where she's like, hey, if it's something like $35 a month and I don't have to pay an upfront $600, that's her idea.
What I don't know is how this would work. Let's say for somebody like me who already has Xbox Live Gold, who already has Xbox Game Pass, what happens if I sign up for this? Do they stack that on top of what? Like, how does that work? Do they stack?
Yeah. So somebody had a question about that. Somebody had a question about that in our group, and I'm just. This is what I think they're going to do. They're going to send you a brand new console, and there's going to be codes in the box. That's what I think. Okay. So I think you can log in with your own account and stack them. Yeah. I doubt they're going to be
that'd be the easy transition, I think.
Yeah, that's what they would do. They would be like, well, here's your box. You paid for it. Basically, the bank that they financed through, right? I forgot the name of the bank that Xbox is using, but basically they've already covered the cost, right? So the financial responsibility is on the bank. So I would think Microsoft already has those packages in place. And I could be completely wrong, but that's what I think. They already have the box. Here's the codes for it. And you can just stack. I doubt they would be like, here's a box with everything installed, and you have to be a brand new user. I don't think it's going to be that. I hope that's not what it is. That you can be an existing user already and get this deal.
Yeah, I mean, right now the Xbox One X is $400. So, I mean, and then Black Friday's coming up too. So maybe you want to wait for those deals instead of signing up for this. I don't know. I mean, yeah.
True. You can wait. If you're more interested in
just buying a console, all right.
Right. Or being like, you know what? Maybe I don't want an X, or I just want to go with the S that were most consoles. The majority of what they've sold so far.
Yeah.
And that's the cheaper deal. That's the $20 a month one, and that's the one I want. Yeah. Because I don't have a 4K TV. Sure. Then go that route.
Yeah, they're saying
I heard those might be down to 100.
Yeah, they're saying this year the Xbox One S and PS4 original, like the Slim or whatever, the OG PS4, those are going to be down to like $175, $200 this Black Friday, and then the Xbox One X might be down to like $300 for Black Friday.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Definitely wait.
And then there's always the trade-in bullshit they're going to have next year. GameStop will have it. Everyone's going to have it. Go trade old console. Get the new one. Yeah.
Yeah. That's the only time I go to GameStop, trading old consoles.
But yeah, I mean, other than that, what else do we have for news? Xbox All Access. Mayo's going to sign up for that, right, Mayo?
What's that?
You're going to sign up for that, right? Good job.
Yeah.
Yeah. What else do we have for news? Don't have anything else for news.
Nothing else happened, huh? Let's see. Anything else new that we didn't add in? We talked about this and Blizzard and Diablo. Lots of Diablo going on. Luigi's Mansion 3 is out for the Switch. None of us have a Switch. Mayo, did you want to talk about Steam's redesigned library for the PC corner?
Yeah, we can.
I noticed that today.
So they announced, they didn't announce, they released the redesigned Steam. So if you haven't been on Steam for a little while, fire it up, check it out. They added a bunch of big tiles for all your games, kind of a simpler UI. I've been using it for a while. I'm in the beta of Steam, so you can usually get this stuff kind of early. So I've kind of forgotten about it. I've gotten so used to it now that I forgot that not everybody was using it. And so you can enable the beta really easy. So if you just go to your Steam settings in the top left, and I think there's even a tab, I think, for that, and it'll literally just enable the beta, and that's all it takes. It's going to close Steam, and it's going to relaunch it.
Yeah, so I didn't get a chance to mess around with it. It's funny because you talked about, hey, there's an article here, so I went over to Steam and sure enough, it had already completed the update. But you had it for already almost a month, and now I just noticed it.
Yeah. Another thing, too, is I don't know if people realize, too, and I'm sure you guys probably don't realize this. If you also go to your settings and you go down to interface, you can actually download different skins and reskin your Steam.
I did not know that.
Make them look completely different. They're actually from a third-party source. Like, you download them from a website, and you basically go to change your skin, and it'll just ask you where your download file was at, and you can enable a new skin for your Steam. And it's much stuff like different layout of your games. The chat boxes are different. Color scheme can be different, and stuff like that.
Interesting.
It's been around for a long time.
All right.
You know what else has been around for a long time? Call of Duty's scandals have been around for a long time.
Mm-hmm. I'm assuming this is some news.
Scandals? Oh,
let's talk about the Highway of Death.
Yeah.
So
what's up with that?
So this refers to a real-life highway in Iraq. This was the site of a 2-day-long Gulf War era attack by American-led Allied forces on Iraqi troops who were in the process of retreating from the area. It says here the bombing was widely condemned both domestically and internationally. And a day later, the President of the United States declared an end to hostilities. Pretty much, however, in Call of Duty, there is a level or a mission called Highway of Death. So this takes place in the fictional country of Uzbekistan. And it says here that it looks a lot like the location that the U.S. bombed back in the early 90s. And but in modern warfare, we are told that it was the Russian forces who bombed people trying to escape the area. So people are wondering, what the fuck, Call of Duty? Why are you blaming the Russians?
The naturalist? I forgot what they're called, yeah.
It says here, yeah, so, I mean, and a question, so someone asked the question to Modern Warfare narrative director Taylor Kurosaki. They asked him, you take a real world event and flip the script. In the same breath, he says, I think you could probably find many instances of the words Highway of Death being used in a lot of cases. The reason why Uzbekistan is a fictional country is because we're taking themes that we see played over and over and over and over again over the last 50 years in countries all over the world and locations all over the world, and we're not making a simulation of one particular country or one conflict. These are themes that play out over and over again, and with a lot of the same players involved, we don't portray any one side as good or bad. In our game, there are American characters who betray the trust of other characters in the story. There are Middle Easterners who resort to tactics you wouldn't think are above board. There are also characters that are from the same region that you think are more morally just. Same thing for Russian characters. We have Russian antagonists and Russian heroes in the game. And again, that was our goal. This is not some sort of propaganda. This is reporting on what is happening in these conflict zones. And the biggest victims of these proxy wars are the local people on the ground. And I think that this is a thing that we're really building awareness of. So yeah, some people are giving them shit because they're, a lot of times in Call of Duty games, the Russians are the bad guys. Almost all the games.
Yeah. Right.
But I mean, isn't that just how things are? I mean, it's like America and Russia. We've always been like friendly foes. Like, hey,
even though the Cold War is over,
you got nukes, we got nukes.
Yes.
You got, like, you always see it in the news, like, Russia deploys forces, and the U.S. is like, we deploy forces too, motherfuckers. Like, there are always fucking war games going on, and it's always been the same way. I think it's just the way of life, man. Like,
yeah. It's always power play for each of us, right?
Yeah, like, Russia does shit, we do shit, they do more shit, we do more shit. Russia tests nuclear bombs, we test bombs.
I suck more air, my chest gets bigger. You suck more air, right? I mean, that's really what this fuck this is, right?
Yeah, like this Highway of Death mission, I guess. Maybe somebody fucked up. They should have named it Highway of Hell or something. Highway to Hell.
That's what I called it, right? That's what I felt like.
Yeah, I mean, what do you think of this, Mayo? What do you think of this Russia stuff?
I didn't think it was really that big of a deal. Like, when I played through it, I didn't care, really. To me, it's a game. I'm just playing through
game. Yeah, that's what I thought too. Like, I know that they're obviously taking some stuff from real life events or whatever, like some inspiration from them, I guess. But it's a fucking game. Who cares?
It's not like any different than any other movie where it's a Russian general who's a bad guy, right? I've seen that movie dozens of times. Folks.
The Americans are the heroes. America saves the day, as usual. Come on now, guys.
Yeah.
America's always the hero now.
Man, especially like, if you play through it and you see this American soldier, what do you think of him after what he did, right?
Yeah.
Like the choices he made, right?
Yeah.
The waterboarding. I mean, there's just so many different things that just, wow.
They're saying that the waterboarding, that showing a Russian waterboarding somebody, that's not right. Americans do the waterboarding. It's like,
play the game, okay? Stop whining and play the game.
I'm pretty sure everyone does the waterboarding. It isn't a one country thing. That shit is not just American, motherfucker. Everyone does the waterboarding. Let's be real here.
Yeah. It's a war story.
It's a war story, whatever. Like, yeah, man. Big deal. Bunch of fucking crybabies. Oh, I hurt my feelings.
Yeah, I feel like just people want to complain and complain.
I'm going to find something wrong with this game, or many things. And the more things I find wrong with it, the more people that'll follow me on Twitter.
And this game hurt my feelings, Gunny.
All right. I'm going to come attack you on Twitter later. Guys, check it out. Remember the article we talked about last week?
Oh, shit.
About EA possibly coming to Steam? Well, I think it was like the next day, or it was Monday. EA said it will start releasing games on Steam again.
Yeah,
after it moved away from the...
Starting with Star Wars.
Yeah, start with Star Wars Jedi Fallen Order. You can actually go and pre-order that right now. Making it its first new EA game released on Steam since 2011.
Why would you pre-order on Steam, though, when you could just pay $15 and play it?
Yeah, that's the thing. It's going to hurt the sales of that game. Well, not hurt the sales, but, it's kind of like the Microsoft Game Pass thing. Yeah. Why would you buy the game when you can get it in a subscription and then just cancel if you're done, or just take advantage of that subscription and keep it and play other games too? But
let me tell you why.
Because
additionally, EA announced plans to bring its EA Access subscription service to Steam starting next year. But most people are not going to wait until next year, right?
Fuck no.
They want to add this to their Steam library. Steam has been around for a very long time. So hey, they're going to pre-order to add this.
I guess if you want to get rid of the Origin launcher, you pre-order Star Wars. But I mean, I don't know. Do I really want to pay $60 for a game that I could pay $15 for and get the Ultimate Edition?
But Jesus 2, I read, and Gunny.
Ooh.
This access on Steam is going to be different from the Origins All Access package. it's going to be like the Xbox and PlayStation version.
Oh, it's just EA Access. It's not EA Premier.
Yes.
Oh, it does say Access. Oh, there's the hook right there.
Yeah.
Yep. So you're not going to get the full library like you do on Premiere.
Aha.
Yeah, it's Premiere. Premiere is probably locked down to Origin, huh?
So yeah,
Mhm.
Origin's holding back.
So wait a minute. So this coming to Steam bullshit, right? Is this if I download? Say I'm one of those people that are. I love Steam. Steam is my life. I am Mayo, and I'm like I love Steam so much. I'm buying everything on the Steam because I'm Mayo, and then I buy the Star Wars on the Steam, and I go to launch it. Is it gonna pull that bullshit that Ubisoft does, where like all of a sudden the Origin fucking launcher starts turning up, and it's like, oh, we're launching through Origin. We're going. Is it gonna do that? Where it's like actually really launching through Origin?
Pretty much, I can almost guarantee it will, because what's going to happen is it's going to want you to log into your, how anymore like any game seems to have like a login ID or an account
ID. It tells
ID.
you it requires one, right? It does tell you it requires it.
That's bullshit. So like, what's the point?
Yeah, I was gonna say the only draw I could even possibly think is if, say, Star Wars, the new Star Wars game, you want to keep your library together. Like, I have a ton of Star Wars games on Steam already, and I want to keep all my games together in one location, all my Star Wars games here, instead of me having, 10 different Star Wars games on Steam, and the new Star Wars game is on Origin. I want to have it all in one location so I can just click on the one I want to play and play. That's the only thing I can think of that would be beneficial at all. It just keeps your library a little neater, keeps it all in one place. It's not so fragmented. But yeah, I don't.
Hey,
Myself,
Mayo,
I don't see myself jumping on any of them.
Mayo, remember you said you could add non-Steam games to your library? Mm-hmm. Well, I didn't mention this before, but a couple years ago, I had, or maybe a year. Yeah, it's been a couple years. I added. There was an Ubisoft game. It was the one where you play the Stone Age. It wasn't Watch Dogs. It was because I bought that and I had another game on there that I went ahead and I figured out how to add those to Steam. And so those were on my Steam library, even though I launched them through the Uplay app. Mm-hmm. Well, when Google Stadia came along, I think it was just like perfect timing. So when that came along and they started doing the exclusive, they were doing the exclusives with them, right? And I'm not sure if those were on Steam or not at the time, but Steam basically, I got a message from them saying, get these stupid games off your library. They don't belong here.
Oh, really? Wow.
Yes, absolutely. Matter of fact, they forced them off of my Steam library. It might have been a contract thing where it says you're not allowed to have them on here.
Yeah, so I think Steam is pretty laid back about things like what's on there, because it, like I was just saying, it will let you import pretty much any game into the library. So I wonder if that was a Uplay thing. No, I'm not trying to point fingers, but I'm just wondering if that was more Ubisoft and not allowing their stuff on Steam at all.
Right. So I'm thinking it was more of the Epic thing where this is the contract that we have for these these games or something.
Guys.
So now I don't know.
Need for Speed Heat comes out next week.
That one's sneaking up on me.
The fuck?
Yes, it reminds me. I need to buy a.
Yeah, no one's talking about. Why is no one talking about Need for Speed Heat? What's going on there?
I think it's a racing game, and we've played so many racing games and so many Need for Speeds.
Need for
I've kind of
Speed
fallen off the racing, the racing scene as of late, especially with Forza. Grip came out. Nobody's talking about that. A new Grip.
The fuck is Grip?
I don't know. They were back on the last generation. They were quite popular.
They're a racing game.
There's a Grid game too. Nice. There's a new Grid that came out.
Grid, not Grip.
Okay, that's what you're talking about.
The fuck is Grip? I've never heard of Grip.
I don't know.
Isn't Grip an Xbox One title? It's on Game Pass, where you can the thing flips down. You're driving on the walls and stuff.
The ceiling, the wall,
Yeah, see, I know my Xbox game titles. Call me Mr. Master Race all the time. I say I learn these things every once in a while.
Grid 2019 video game.
Grid was cool. Like you just crash into cars going around a circle. Boom, boom. Fun.
Yeah, the new Need for Speed is coming out next Friday. Star Wars comes out the next day. So I'm signing up for EA Access and playing both of those, or EA Premier and playing both of those. Hopefully, I might not sign up for it next Friday since Death Stranding's coming out and I already got Red Dead. I'm gonna be pretty busy. I might wait a month.
So that's why I'm only doing the $5 10-hour trial.
And Need for Speed is always going to be around. I think, you know, us to talk about.
You know, and you figure it's
Death Stranding.
Yeah.
And,
I'll say that's perfect for me as well, Mayo, because I do the 10-hour trial, and then always at the end of December, I bet you there'll be a Need for Speed. There'll be a sale, and it'll be down to like $29. It'll be half off a month later.
Star Wars comes out next Saturday. Star Wars release date. Yeah. I was just telling me the movie.
It'll be at that perfect price.
November 15th. Okay, so we got a couple weeks. So I got a couple weeks to play Death Stranding and Red Dead.
Yeah. So there's trials at
November
this point
15th for Star Wars, Mayo.
I'm just looking on Steam and see if it's the same date.
This is one of those games where you pre-order the Ultimate Edition, you get early access or some shit.
That's what I was wondering.
Yeah, I wonder if that's the situation here.
If that's the case, if you have the premium Origin, would you get it a little early?
I'm assuming you would, because that's what happened with Anthem. You can play like a week early or some shit. Yeah. Okay.
Cool.
Anyways.
All right, I think that's it for the news, guys. That's all we have for the news.
Yeah.
I think it's console corner time.
I think it's gonna be a crazy fucking month. That's what I think.
Whew.
Console corner time. Let's go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Xbox, PlayStation, Switch.
Got him to say it, Gunny. You got him to say console corner time.
Yeah. Fuck yeah. He's hype, man. You guys want to hear about the new games that are coming out?
No, not really.
Oh boy, here we go. Starting with the most famous PlayStation 4 Plus games, guys. This is what you get with your PlayStation Plus. You get Neo.
Neo?
I know. I wish it was number 2. I was watching that today, and I did play a little bit of that on PC. Was it the original or was it Neo 2? I cannot remember which one I played. Yeah, so you get that and Outlast 2.
Oh, interesting. All right, nice little pickup.
I think Outlast, that was the horror game.
Yeah,
yes.
the one with the guy, naked guy chasing you.
Halloween.
Yeah, that big motherfucker chasing you down through the hallway. You're like,
chasing you. Big naked guy.
Yeah, pretty much. That's what I always thought. He was like a hulky, naked dude.
Yeah.
Trying to butt rip you as you're hiding under like a.
Pretty much. Yeah, like, it was weird. Why do you have to be naked? That's fucking weird. Anyways.
Big green dude, whatever color. Camcorder. Scare the crap out of me. I'm hiding in a. Shit. Anyway, so for your Xbox, for your Games for Gold, November 1st to the 15th, you get Sherlock Holmes, The Devil's Daughter. So for you gumshoes out there, Sherlock Holmes.
That's pretty lame. Okay.
Hey, you get another great title called Star Wars Jedi Starfighter. I think this was back on the OG Xbox or might have been early Xbox 360.
That's an old school game there.
So your backwards compatibility game is Jedi Starfighter. But still a good one. And this is not so much your console corner stuff here, guys, but on the Epic Store, your 2 free games this month are Soma. It's another horror adventure game. I don't think I've played that one. And a game that I did enjoy, Costume Quest. Okay. And there is a Costume Quest 2. Might even be a 3 out there, but you get the original. And that is a fun game for the kids to play. So go ahead and download those 2 games, Soma and Costume Quest.
I didn't download the ones last week. Was it Layers of Fear and Cube or whatever?
Yeah.
I always forget, man. Epic Store.
Layers of Fear was good. Layers of Fear 1 and 2 are really good.
I never launched that fucking launcher.
The only time I've been remembering is since I've started the console quarter along with Epic's free games. So since we're talking free games, I thought... So I actually go in... Well, you don't download them. You just go claim them. You don't have to download them.
Call it the free game corner, not the console corner.
I just threw that in. It's something more extra to talk about.
Yeah, I mean, oh man, I got all these fucking launchers now on my PC.
You know, Amazon's Twitch does the same thing, and I think I do go in and claim a free game from them every so often.
Oh, what's Prime got for us? What's Twitch got for us? Twitch Prime.
Yeah, I'd have to update my Twitch. I go in there at least once a week. I always watch on my iPad, iPhone. You know what I mean? So there's not. Matter of fact, you're finally able to, as of last week, you can now subscribe to people from your mobile devices, where before you had to actually get onto the actual, PC application to do so, or through a Chrome browser. But now you can actually do that on your phone,
You get some Red Dead loot right now, Mayo, if you got Twitch Prime.
Mm-hmm. And there's always.
Here.
Where was it? It was
there's always you get some gold bars and shit and a bounty hunter license.
There's always cool skins you can download for Apex Legends. Let's see. A few other free-to-play games, Warface. They're always putting stuff up on there on your Amazon Prime Twitch account. So make sure you guys log into that, claim that. And for anybody else out there that thinks, well, let's say that your wife it's her Amazon account. Okay, that's fine. As long as you claim it through like your email that you set up for your specific system, whether it be Xbox, PlayStation, or PC. So it's still possible. You don't have to actually have it. It could be somebody else's account. As long as you claim it through your email, you still get that benefit, which I have found out. So yeah, sometimes it's like, do I want to claim that for my Xbox version of a game, or do I want to claim it for my PC version of a game? It's cool to get that choice. For Apex Legends would be a good example.
Yeah.
You only choose one. So wherever you play it the most is where I recommend you take advantage of that.
I did see too in the news. They did mention for some reason they're going to do duos again in Apex. So that's like the third time they're doing it as a special. I wonder if they're just going to hurry up and just launch the duo option, because it's starting to get kind of old.
Yeah.
I mean, it's fun. But have they? I guess I take it back. Have they been doing duos? I know they've done solos.
I've been doing solos.
Yeah, that's right. So yeah, I guess I think next week they're doing duos.
That's interesting. Wonder how that'll work out. I think they should just do solo mode, like standard solo mode, man. Like people would play that a lot more, I think. Anyways, what else, guys? That's it for news. That's it. We got all the news.
That's it for the news.
All the video game news. No more news ever. No more news.
No more news. We are done for the week.
No more news. No one's going to release news this week until we come back next week.
Please don't. I hate it when they put shit on Monday and Tuesday.
Yeah, so do I. I'm listening to other podcasts. They're like talking to them. I'm like, what the fuck, man? Why do we have to record? Yeah, why do we have to record?
It at the end of the week.
Some bullshit, dude.
Yeah, that's why I used to see a lot of podcasts. They do their stuff on Tuesday or even Wednesday.
Thursday.
They get it fresh.
Friday. Yeah. Speaking of podcasts that do it on Tuesday, what happened to TXL? You guys still alive over there? I need some
they've been
damn TXL podcast on my fucking feed. It's not there anymore.
I know. I haven't talked to Wingman 709. I saw that I listened to the last one from earlier in October. So what's going on over there, TXL? Let us know.
I got a podcast that released like 3 weeks ago. Like, no Call of Duty, Wingman? What the fuck, dude? Come on. Get on Call of Duty. This is your shit. Get on the car,
baby.
That's his,
get on some Battlefield
game. Yeah.
Rob, get on that Battlefield 5.
I don't like Battlefield. That was Brunt's thing. But I mean, still, come on, guys. Get on that fucking Call of Duty train. Let's go. Anyway.
All right, guys. We have community questions. As we always do.
Leave questions in the Facebook group or Discord, people. Go ahead, Gunny.
Go ahead and put them on there. Mayo, if you want to check the Discord, I did not add those on there. But our first one comes from...
Can I just jump in real quick? I do have a community question for Jesus, just real quick.
Fuck.
Jesus, I have a question for you. What do you think of your Steam controller you recently picked up?
Oh, thank you for the community question, Mayo. I want to thank the Mayo first of all for sending it to me. That was pretty awesome. It was nicely packaged. It has everything in here. Like, you even included the receipt for this fucking thing. I could go return it if I wanted to.
It might be a little old.
Let me check. Yeah, I'm assuming the receipt's a little old, but yeah, I got like the packaging here, a nice little blue Steam box. Yeah, look at this box here. Got the little insert on the inside.
USB dongle, USB cord.
USB dongle, the cord, the
I haven't given you some Duracell batteries.
You put new fresh batteries in here?
No, they weren't new fresh batteries, but I had batteries.
This receipt is so old, like the ink is gone. This is blank.
Oh yeah, it's a heat thermal paper. Yeah.
Anyways,
GameStop paper.
Anyways, I mean, I like the Steam controller. I think it's pretty dope looking. It's really hard to use though. Like it's maybe it's just the game using it for. Like I've tried it with Call of Duty and I got it to work. It's just very finicky. The turning with the this pad here, like this is like a mouse pad type thing where you're using your thumb on it.
The touchpad.
Yeah, the turning is really finicky. Like I can't get it to do it exactly how I want to like turn it. It's either too sharp or too slow. So I was trying to mess with the settings, like switch it to joystick. I switched it to joystick. I switched it to mouse pad. I switched it to mouse input. Mouse input was the best, but then my game was acting kind of funny because they would think that it was a gamepad. It wasn't a mouse. And I was like, what the fuck are you doing? You got to use a gamepad. You got to use a mouse. So at the end of the day, I gave up on it, using it for Call of Duty.
Yeah, I mean it's different. I mean, what do you think of the feedback in the touchpad? Isn't that kind of unique?
That's unique. Yeah, it has haptic feedback on the touchpad. So like, you may think like, oh, this is just a touchpad, but it's not. You actually have like feedback on it. So when you have it set to joystick, it was different from having it set to mouse. When I had it set to mouse, the feedback would follow my thumb. Like everywhere my thumb was, like I could feel like a little, like kind of like on your iPhone when you would touch the.
I was just thinking of the iPhone. Yeah.
The iPhone 7. You remember when you touched that button that wasn't really a button, but it felt like you were clicking a button? That's what it feels like.
That's what I have. 7.
When you switch it to joystick, the haptic feedback was in the center, and everywhere you moved it, it would give you like a feedback, like oh well, you're going too far, like your thumbstick is right here. Like it was really weird, but really interesting and really cool. I like the back paddles. It reminds me of the Elite controller, kind of.
Yeah, see, that kind of reminds me of like the early SCUF controllers. I can't remember when these things came out, but I want to say it's like pre-SCUF and all that stuff. So that they were probably the first ones to offer this.
I mean, the triggers feel good. The RBLB buttons feel good. The D-pad feels all right. It's a touchpad as well. But
can you put that up again, Jesus, so I can see it?
Yeah.
Is it standard size of a controller? It looks a little larger.
It seems a little bit larger than the Xbox. It's more wider, but it's weird because, as you can tell, it's not like a. It's like a C shape here. Like it's like a curve.
Yeah,
you know, like it's like this is inside, like it's sitting in. So like when you have your thumbs on
flatter, it's not quite got that curve.
It feels really comfortable actually when you have your thumbs sitting. And it feels like natural to have your thumbs like that, and it feels good. These paddles feel good. But I do like it. The problem is I need to find a game to be able to use it with. Maybe I should try it with Outer Worlds. I don't know if it would work.
I can't remember. I'm trying to remember. Did you launch it under big picture mode on Steam?
So it defaulted to big picture mode.
Okay, I thought it did.
Yeah.
And then when you launch a game, it's going to ask you what kind of control layout you're going to use, and you can download ones that are already existing. So you can make it pretty easy. Like, I just want to use this one, or you can set it up completely yourself.
Yeah.
I just didn't know if you've messed with that in it or not. But what I thought myself was the games that were nice. Like if I wanted to play when I was playing like downstairs in my living room on my TV, games that require like a mouse and keyboard touch, but not like fast paced. A good example would be an RTS, like a top down like Jurassic Worlds.
Yeah.
A game like that where you're kind of using your thumb to move the mouse around, and it's literally just like playing on your PC, except for you're using a touchpad on your controller.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah, you might be right. That might be actually a pretty good thing to try it on. Like I said, I tried it in Call of Duty. I even downloaded a good Black Ops 4 profile, and it wasn't really doing what I wanted it to do.
Yeah, I figured it'd be really, really tricky, and I've never cared for it myself, and that's why I said you could gladly have it and check it out, and at least give it a try, and just as a little experiment.
I'm
just
messing
mess
with it. But yeah, I need to mess with it a little bit more. I wish I could try with the Outer Worlds. I guess I could if I installed Outer Worlds into Steam as a non-Steam game or whatever.
And you just probably just have to map the controls to whatever you want.
We'll see.
Interesting.
There is a map you might have seen there. So this is back in, I want to say, in the 360 time. So there's like a 360 gamepad preset you can do. So that's going to be pretty similar to what you're using button-wise and stuff.
Does that make the touchpad does it make it a joystick?
Yeah, it's going to act like a 360 controller.
Okay.
For other games, yeah.
The biggest thing for me is it felt weird on the smooth analog stick. I feel like I wanted my thumbs on something. If they could have took that away, or maybe just had one side like that, but both sides like that, or make it difficult for me. I wish that my left thumb had an actual joystick to be on, and then the right one could have been like a touchpad.
Yeah, it's tricky, man. It's kind of weird to use, but I'll find a use for this fucking thing somehow, somewhere.
Everything else would be an item you can display in the background of your house, and some people be like, "What's that controller?" You know?
Oh my!
A Steam controller. And I can't remember too. You may have to reset it. If you notice when you turn it on, it plays a little theme song.
Yeah.
And there's a profile assigned to that controller, so it's saved in the controller itself. And there's probably a way to reset that, so you can change like the sound that it plays and some of the defaults. So it might be playing something off on my end. So there might be a way to reset that and create your own.
No wonder it says the Mayo is awesome every time I turn it on.
That's right. That's what that little chime stands for. But if you notice, it makes a different chime when you turn it on and off. You know, it makes a different sound. But yeah, definitely, it's going to be saying the Mayo is awesome. But you might have to reset that because it has
Jesus
some
is
stuff
awesome. That'll be the new tune.
Internally.
Yeah.
Right.
I like how the little Steam logo lights up. It looks just like, it reminds me of a 360 controller, to be honest.
It does.
Without this bullshit, but yeah, you can tell they took inspiration from 360 because it has the same kind of layout with the guide button in the middle and everything. Steam Big Picture Mode is pretty cool. It looks like a console layout almost, where you have your games laid out, and it's really interesting how they make that real user-friendly for controls. You know what I mean? It's just...
Have you ever tried doing the text wheel on that with a controller on Big Picture Mode?
No.
So it's been a long time since I've done it now, but you know, like how on the Xbox, how you have a little keyboard that pops up, and you mouse over to each, you arrow over to each letter you want, and you click A. This has like two wheels, and it has like so many letters in each wheel, and they go off of each other. So it's actually pretty nice. Try using your Xbox controller on Steam Big Picture Mode and try to type something in once. Okay. It's a really unique interface, and it's actually really nice.
I'll have to check that out. Yeah, I mean, I don't really play Big Picture Mode because I'm always on the PC, but...
Yeah, I'm the same way. I don't really use Big Picture Mode either, but when I was messing with it when it first came out years ago, that's what I was trying to like checking different things out, and that was one of the things they bragged about was like the way you type in there. It's like a wheel, and it's gonna have different letters off of that. So you kind of go up and to the right, and it's gonna give you access to say these letters. Then your other thumbstick will give you access to that whole letters in that group. So say if you go straight up, it gives you access to A, B, C, and D. Then you use your right thumbstick to go to D, and then you just hit, and then it.
So this box right here that you sent with the Steam controller, it's just an extender, right? I connect the wireless adapter to it.
And you can use that for anything.
Okay.
And Mayo, as far as I remember, these were not widely received. These Steam controllers,
they weren't real popular. Like people got them and then just didn't really enjoy the biggest thing was the control of the analog sticks and keypad pressures.
So my question to you is, do you think Valve is going to announce like maybe a new controller, or do you think they're waiting for maybe to kind of see how this cloud thing works out before they announce
I don't think so.
Another new controller?
I think they're kind of done. I don't know because see, they've
They're
always
in the hardware
Gabe
business.
who
They're doing
runs-
this.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
Gabe
doing
is
the.
always good.
No, I was going to say they're doing the whole VR thing, right? That's
Mhm.
right. So they're still doing some hardware. That's why I asked that.
Yeah, and Gabe has always said that he wants to. He's always admired Nintendo actually, and has always wanted to do hardware, and they've always pushed. That's why we had the Steam machine, and that's why we had these controllers come out. They are continuing not making games anymore, but they keep trying to bridge that gap at the time to playing on your TV. Now they haven't done so much here recently, but yeah, besides VR headsets, so I think maybe they gave up on the whole console aspect because the Steam machines didn't do well.
Mm-hmm.
And the biggest problem with Steam machines, I think, is they're kind of like fighting with Microsoft a little bit at the time, and
Right.
so instead of making it
Yes.
Windows based, they made it Linux based,
Yeah.
and so you didn't have quite the library that you would have on Steam because not every game supports Linux, so that made it kind of hard too. But these Steam machines, I think at the time they were more expensive, and people didn't really know what they were getting into, so they didn't really want to mess with them.
And they had different tiers. I think that's where they really messed up too. Where
Mm-hmm.
this one's 400, this one's 700, and I'm just like, what? I remember that time, and I'm like,
And
so which one do I
really
get?
expensive prices, and then they were partnered with Alienware, and Alienware is owned by Dell, and they're expensive. They're not necessarily better.
And it
So
looked like
your
an
PC
Xbox
community
One.
was like, we can build our own, because you could build your own. You could download the software and download Big Picture Mode onto it, so you could build a small little form factor PC for $500 or $600, they'd say,
Yeah.
and do the exact same thing and actually be a little cheaper. So people just wasn't bum up either.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
I think that
Yeah.
kind of hurt them.
Sweet.
Yeah.
But yeah, I was just curious before I forgot about your thoughts on the Steam controller since you had it.
Yeah. I thought it was interesting. I just don't see the use for one when I have an Elite controller that I can just plug into my PC or use as wirelessly. You know what I mean? Like I can just couldn't I just go to big picture mode and use my wireless Elite controller?
Yes.
Yeah. So see, I would much rather do that because of the two thumbsticks or whatever. It just makes it way easier. I'm used to it. You know what I mean? I'm wired to that controller.
Mm-hmm.
And you can even make Steam launch in Big Picture Mode. So when you first turn your Steam on, it would actually launch in Big Picture Mode.
Interesting.
And that's just an option.
I don't even need a console anymore.
Steam. It'll act just like that interface.
Shit, I don't even need an Xbox anymore.
You need Scarlet in your life.
I don't need no fucking Scarlet, Gunny.
She's calling you.
I'm gonna have a motherfucking 3080 whatever card in my shit.
3080 Ti. How much
Yeah.
money do you have?
I'm
God.
gonna have a 3080 Ti. Well, I could spend that on the fucking Scarlet or buy myself a 3080 Ti.
I think the
Don't worry if you get
3080
Scarlet.
Ti's are going to be like 700 when they come out. 750 range.
I say I'm gonna buy a normal 3080.
Probably 500.
See?
600.
There you go, Gunny. I could spend $600 on a normal 3080 or buy your stupid Scarlet and be outdated in a year.
You're going to have to patch your game and update, and do different tweaks. Where if you got Scarlet, it's a plug-and-play system. Oh, get your 120.
I don't know, man. I'm gonna
on
rather
the new Halo.
I'd rather get a new graphics card than a new console. I'll be real with you.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. Each his own, man.
I might get a new
With you.
Intel.
One little benefit is all your old games are still going to play.
Get my i9 because they're probably dropping price hopefully by then.
I did hear that they are going to have new i9s coming out here announced. Well, they're going to be announced, and this is more rumors, but I think that's 10 core. I think is coming out soon, and then there's a couple other ones. I think they have a 16 core out now too. Even
shit.
that's like a higher end one.
And then
But that's more of a workstation and for like game design and video editing and stuff. We won't really see a benefit.
or maybe I just a Ryzen whatever the fuck 3700X. Is that what it's called?
And well, the 3900X is like $499, and it's 12 core.
And that'll probably be what 300 by next year.
Yeah.
You know. So get one of those. Pair that up with the fucking 3080 and your motherboard. Yeah, it'll be another $1,000.
Mm-hmm.
But do better.
Poor Gunny over there. He's like, whatever.
Oh, sorry. I was falling asleep, guys. I was taking a break. Sorry.
Fuck
okay,
you, Gunny,
wake.
dick.
30, 80, 90, 80 TXI. High, what? Anyway, community questions.
Yeah, go back and play your XXX2.
Oh, man, I can't wait to because I'll be playing Call of Duty tonight. And then guess what? Xbox compatibility mode. I'll be playing an old-ass Medal of Honor game. Right?
Okay.
It's going to look a little crummy, but I can upscale it to 4K.
Go play your bullshit-ass hobo console games. Go break your Xbox by playing Modern Warfare.
I'm kind of worried about that when that shit shuts down. I'm like, crap, is it going to turn back on?
Go break your fucking console, you console peasant.
I have an old.
Yeah.
My Xbox One is older. It's one of the original 1 terabyte ones. And my boy got me the other day, and he's like, Dad, it keeps turning itself off like right away. Like you turn it on, and it'd make that little noise, and then it would have the big green Xbox Splash logo, and then it would just immediately power itself off. And it did it like 10 times, and then it finally stayed on. I don't know what it was doing, but
Mine used to do that. I don't know. I think when it updates, you're not sure like what the hell's going on with the original Xbox One.
yeah, and it could be just
That was from launch. I was like, how do we know it's updating? Just know that it is updating. That was the thing.
Yeah.
Or at least with the 360, you knew what it was doing. It had a big thing on the screen, you know? Yeah.
Okay.
All right. Community questions. Go over to Facebook, Discord, whatever. First one from Brian Tulp. He asks, so if the HGP West Coast gets together, happens, and the East Coasters crash does, Jesus walks a lot, have room on his rooftop for us to crash?
What the fuck did you just say?
I don't know. He doing something about getting together.
I think he's saying maybe a West Coast get together and us East Coast guys come and crash it, but we need somewhere to stay.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Thank
Do you have enough room, Jesus, for us all to crash at your place on your rooftop? Do you have a roof? Is it slanted, flat?
Oh, pretty slanted. Yeah, you're kind of be fucking hanging on to that motherfucker because it ain't flat. Tell you that.
What about your room? Is there enough room in your room for
I
all
have
of us
enough
to crash?
room in this house, I think, for like 30 people.
Hell yeah, the party house.
1, 2. I say we could put people on the floor, on the couches, in the spare bedroom, on the staircase, in the kitchen,
Shit.
in the garage even, the bottom floor bathroom. We could put like 2 people in there. 2 people in the upstairs bathroom. There's plenty of room in this motherfucker. Bring it on. Let's go.
On the living room.
You're going to put your Airbnb listing in your house.
Yeah, the garage has plenty of space. We'll put fucking
The
40
garage sounds
people.
cold.
Oh,
Concrete
yeah.
floor.
Yeah, it's very cold in the garage, but
We'll set it up for June. So it's not so damn
not so cold. It'll be
winter.
hot. You
don't
want to
wanna
be in the
freeze to
garage. Anyways.
Yeah, it'll be a good June meetup, guys. All right. Brian has another question. How early do you put up your Christmas decoration crap?
Right after Thanksgiving.
You know, I'm a little different. Like last year, I think we did it a week and a half before Christmas. Like we put up the tree and the
Holy
decorations
shit,
and stuff like that.
Your kid's going to school wondering who's going to celebrate Christmas. Like, holy shit.
I
My
think,
parents haven't put shit up. What the fuck?
but the year before that, it was the day after Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Kind of weird, huh? How I did
Yeah,
that.
that's
Where it was
weird.
like, fuck yeah, get in the Christmas hype of things day after.
Keep the kid guessing. So he's
wait.
like,
To the last day before Christmas.
I mean, we had
wait
like
till
4
Christmas.
gifts.
Christmas
wait till the day
Eve.
before Christmas and then put your tree up.
We had 4 gifts with them a week after Thanksgiving. Like a couple were like that we went shopping,
Yeah.
and then I think I'm just old and tired. And I was like, we really got to pull the tree out and hang stuff on walls and bang little nails into the wall and
That's so
put
annoying.
shit up. And I
Fuck
didn't
all
want to
that.
do that. I think.
What you need to do, Gunny, is last year I come home from work and my daughter, my older daughter, and my other kids all dragged it out from my attic and actually put it up and had it up in the living room. I mean, my wife and I got home from work, so we didn't even have to do anything.
Oh,
They're like,
wow.
look, we got the tree out, put it up
Nice.
ourselves. I'm like,
Wow.
well, there you go.
I need more
dope.
kids. That's what I need. More children. I need more minions in the
Yeah.
house to put stuff up early.
Mayo, Gunny.
But you know what I think I should do? Like, that's a good idea, Brian. I think what I'll do is, day after Thanksgiving, I'll grab the stuff from the... It's like we have a couple shelves up there. I'll just grab it all, put it in the middle of the living room, and the kid can go to town and put all
Yeah,
that
just
crap
go to
up for
work
me.
and tell me you're too busy, and you come home and see what happens.
Well, you know how these kids are. They get like
Gunny
a holiday
comes
break.
back home. All this shit's still there.
You know, he's just playing Roblox all day. I
Fuck
think
you,
can put up a
Dad.
few
You
decorations.
put that shit up. I ain't putting that shit up.
He'd be sitting on the box playing Xbox.
Yeah, using it as like holding up his laptop. Oh, this is a nice laptop holder, Dad. Thanks.
Yeah.
Fuck your decorations. You put them up.
Yeah, they'll still be sitting there when I come home.
Oh,
Yeah.
shit.
They'll sit there for a couple of weeks.
Oh, this is what you got. You gotta tell him though, Gunny. No decorations, no Christmas.
Oh, yeah. No
Those fucking
presents.
things will be up in
gifts.
2 minutes.
Tell him nobody's getting presents because there's nowhere to put them.
Yep.
I bet that tree will be up in the next day.
It'll be up in
Yeah.
10 minutes. It'll be up. Anyways, go on. Next question, Gunny. Let's go.
Brian wants to know, what did we dress up for as Halloween?
I did not dress up for Halloween.
You were not a sexy maid that you sent pictures. Okay, fine. We're nothing then.
What did you dress up as, Gunny? Tell me.
I was a oh my gosh, I was well, I wouldn't say sexy, but I was a construction worker with the short shorts,
Oh.
the real tight shorts.
Oh, my,
Construction worker.
damn.
I don't know. I had the Daisy Dukes on. No, I didn't. You know what? We didn't even go out because because of the fires. We were on fire, and matter of fact, you guys were trying to get a hold of me, and the National Guard was down there with the United States Marine Corps, literally down the street. They took over comms.
What the fuck?
No joke. Yeah.
I think you missed a golden opportunity, Gunny. I think you should have dressed up as a firefighter and went out and helped them.
You know, it's weird because they had
Show up,
fake
and
firefighters. They were arresting fake firefighters. There was 5,000 of them here. I'm not joking.
What?
Yes.
Wait,
There was 5,000.
There was
yes.
5,000 fake firefighters.
No, not. There was a couple they were arresting for being fake.
Oh,
Them poor kids.
You know, looters, they come in because
what
they
do
shut
they
down
do?
like whole cities here. They shut down whole cities.
Oh, so they're driving into like the cities that are evacuated and
looters.
they're breaking into shit?
Yeah, looters. And then some people would be like, hey, whether they drive up from wherever or drive down, and they come over and they're like, oh, I'm a firefighter from, because we had firefighters coming in from places like the Alobo Indian Tribe Center, like actual legit firefighters from Arizona and Washington and Oregon and different places.
Sent some.
Canada.
Canada even sent
coming
some,
in.
yeah.
BC, Canada apparently has a big fire department. Thank you, Canada. And so, yeah, and then like people were coming in, and then how do they? That was the thing. Like, how do they, identify these folks as being legit or not?
Wasn't you have like a fire chief that you're with usually?
Well, like I don't
Somebody
know.
you fucking
So the fire
answer to,
chief
or
was like, they
badge?
got these mobile command centers down there. Yeah, it was humongous, but yeah, we didn't go out. It was like no power to some of the places anyway.
Damn.
No electricity.
Okay.
So, yeah. What about you, Mayo?
No, I didn't dress up either. Wife and I actually went out to eat, and the kids actually kind of went out, but it was too cold here. It was actually a cold, rainy night here in Ohio. And like my kids, and I mean they're older now, but we let them go. That's pretty much gonna be one of the last few times I can. And my daughter, who she's 16 now, and she went with them, and she's like, "It's cold." I think they were out for like maybe 40 minutes, and they came back home, and they were like, "Yeah, it ain't worth
Like,
it."
fuck this. We'll go buy candy instead. Woo!
But we were getting like really high winds and lots of rain that night. So like, it was in the, I want to say low 40s, and then with like 20-mile-an-hour wind gusts and raining. And so
Damn.
they were just like, "Yep, no thank you."
Should have went dressed as Eskimos.
Yeah.
Right? Yeah, we're Eskimos, folks. But
But
right.
Jesus, you were dressed up as something the other night.
I was. Oh, I was on my stream. I was a black
Yeah.
cat. I was a black cat on my stream. I was legit a black cat.
You were playing Cat of Duty, weren't you?
Cat of Duty.
Cat of Duty.
and then
Meow.
and then I switched it up. What was I today? I think or this morning or yesterday morning. I became Trump. Holy shit, that was wild. Yeah, I could be anyone.
Mm-hmm.
Cat of Duty, guys. Go watch the streams. You'll see me be different characters. Yeah, fuck yeah. But I'm not streaming. I'm not streaming Outer Worlds. That's my personal game. That's my TV game.
I tried streaming it the other night a little bit, but I said it was just for a short time I played it. So
That's my TV game. That's my personal take 20 minutes to make a moral decision game. I don't think you want to see me sit there for 20 minutes thinking, fuck, what should I do? Yeah, no.
right.
Next
I think
question.
Gunny had to step away for a second. I can read it off.
Okay.
Oh, well, I guess it's kind of a question for Gunny. We'll skip that one here. From Bill Gardner II, do you still believe in Stadia? And it says, you want to start 100% from scratch again with no library and trust that a company that gives up on services pretty fast.
Yes. I still believe in Stadia. I canceled my pre-order, but I still believe in it. I still think that it's going to be a success. I still think that come next year, like I said, when the consoles release and they're pretty expensive, Stadia's going to be a great option for $10 a month. You don't even need the Chromecast. If I wanted to, I can sign up for the $10 a month thing, play through my browser, and connect an HDMI cable to my PC, and I'm good. I don't even need the fucking Chromecast. And I can play with my Xbox controller. And all I'd have to do is pay for a game and or Ubisoft Pass or whatever, and hook up my Elite controller to the PC, which I already do, and play. That's literally all that. I don't need anything. I need $70, Mayo. That's all I need.
Mm-hmm.
To play games in 4K 60.
I think you're sold. Have you canceled your pre-order yet?
I did. I canceled it.
You
Oh,
did
wow.
cancel it then?
But I am sold on it. I'm next year. I'm telling you, next year, come fall next year, Gunny. I'm not even gonna buy your stupid Scarlet. Fuck you and your hobo ass fucking Scarlet box, piece of shit console thing.
It's backwards compatible.
And
by the way.
big fucking deal. Big fucking deal. Okay. You know what else is backwards compatible?
You could bring that old library forward. I know you love old games.
What kind of used car salesman tactics you using on me? What the fuck's
Sure,
going on?
those old classics you loved as
know
a young man.
Gunny, alright, okay, you talk about a fucking stupid library coming forward. How many times on the podcast has Jesus come on the show and said, oh guys, guess what I did today? I went to my old library of games and decided to play one of the games I had in my old library of games. How many times does that happen on the podcast?
Yeah, probably never.
Yeah, I don't think it ever has
Maybe
either.
once a year, right? Maybe once a year I go back and play like a Civilization game or something. But besides that, how many times does that happen?
No,
Most of the
none.
time, I'm either playing a game that had recently came out a month before, and I'm like, oh, guys, I'm still grinding through Division, or I'm still playing this, or I'm playing this multiplayer game still. Like, it's never like, oh, Jesus went back to the old library of games he has, 500 Mayo games, and he played some good old Star Wars Battlefront from 2003.
Yeah, but don't you want to play Crackdown 1 sometime?
Fuck, that's a piece of shit game. Fuck no. Jesus Christ. That's why I don't give a fuck about my old library, Bill Gardner. No one gives a shit. Fuck old libraries. Start fresh, 100% scratch. Scratch me, Google, motherfucker you. Let's go, I'm down. Let's go. You know what? I'm going to pre-order Google Stadia again. Just fuck you guys and your stupid consoles. fuck the
No, but I
PC
think
too.
I think what
Going
Bill
Stadia
is saying.
all the way.
Oh yeah. Start with 100% from scratch from the library, but yeah, I mean it's. I don't know. I mean, this is not for me, right? The whole Google Stadia thing. I still want to try it for the podcast, for sure, because I am that truck driver. I don't travel. I'm not on the train. So whenever I'm playing games, it's at home. So this is. I mean, it's not something that I'm really super hyped or looking forward to.
I mean, really, like...
Besides putting it in the living room with the Chromecast Ultra.
You guys are not seeing the possibilities, man. 4K gaming, 60 frames a second, without the need of hardware, without the need of anything but a fucking controller and your fucking PC. Any PC, it could be a piece of shit laptop. You fucking literally plug an HDMI cable to your shitty ass laptop, plug it into your 4K TV, pay $10 a month, pay for a fucking game, and play 4K 60 without having to worry about anything else.
Yeah, and the other thing too that
amazing.
I'm gonna do,
I don't know how people are not losing their shit over this. Am I really the only one who notices how great that is? For years we've been clamoring for 4K gaming. For years, everyone's been like, graphics are not up to par. Xbox is underpowered. And then Xbox One X comes out with this 4K. Now, all of a sudden, no one gives a fuck about it. It's like, we don't care. Oh, 4K 60, big deal, Stadia. Oh, no one gives a fuck. Like, everyone should be losing their fucking mind that you don't need anything but a fucking internet connection to play that shit. It's amazing.
Yeah, I like this I do like this option that Chromecast Ultra has, because I've been seeing this in the Google Stadia group, that it has an Ethernet connection. And
yes.
I thought, oh, cool.
Yeah,
My box is going to be, it's literally 1 foot to the actual Chromecast Ultra, like where it's going to be hooked up. And I thought, perfect. I know exactly where that cable's going, right?
Yeah, you plug it into that motherfucker, Gunny, and you play that shit on, like, and then everyone's talking about data caps.
I want to get the most out of it. I do have the unlimited.
Fuck your data caps. There's going to be unlimited data somehow, some way.
In Ohio. Sorry.
Yeah. But to answer Bill's question, for me, like, I don't see myself building any kind of library. To me, it'll be more like what I have with my PlayStation. I have discs.
I personally do see
70-30 right now.
I see myself completely switching to Stadia, even from PC, if it's cost efficient, and I never have to worry about upgrading a stupid graphics card, or how much RAM I need to upgrade, or oh, my fucking SSD is dying, oh fuck, I need a new one, or oh, my bullshit ass fucking PC is overheating and I need to figure out why it's doing. Like, if I never have to worry about that, if I never have to worry about a fucking console hard drive breaking, or my console got an update and it bricked itself, if you never have to worry about that, and all I have to worry about is turning on my fucking controller, turning the fucking TV on, and playing a game at great quality.
No downloads.
No downloads, just literally turn it on.
Well, I don't think you're going to be able to 100% fanboy on this whole Google Stadia thing, because I think that Activision's going to hold Call of Duty as close to their heart as possible and just keep that right on that launcher, man. And let's see, what else? I think Fortnite will obviously be available on there. Microsoft would be like, take Minecraft and put it over there, but I don't know. What else would be another one that somebody would want to keep exclusive that you would want to play, Jesus?
I'm telling you this right now.
Ubisoft will be on there. That'll be good.
If the Xbox streaming fails, you're going to see Game Pass on Stadia. If xCloud doesn't take off, if xCloud has too much lag, if xCloud is a failure, because if people think xCloud is going to be free, fuck you. You think Stadia is charging too much for $10 a month? How much do you think Xbox is going to charge for xCloud? That shit ain't going to be free. You're going to have to be paying them to stream games over xCloud. That shit is not free. And they may be charging you $15 a month, $10 a month, or they may create another tier of Xbox Live, whereas now it's not Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, it's Xbox Game Pass Ultimate, Super Extra. It's $25 a month now because they're charging you $10 more for the streaming. I think if that fails, if people are not signing up for the Xbox, or they think it's too laggy, they think Stadia has better performance, I think at the end of the day, we might even see Xbox Game Pass on Stadia. Why not? Xbox doesn't give a fuck about... We know that already. Xbox doesn't give a fuck about exclusivity. They give a fuck about how many people are paying them for access to their shit.
True.
They don't give a fuck about how many players or how many boxes they sold or how many controllers they sell. They don't give a fuck about any of that. Xbox gives a fuck about money. And if Google can guarantee them 1 billion gamers because everyone has a Stadia controller now, or everyone has Stadia, everyone has the internet, Microsoft could easily just be like, you know what, Stadia? We'll just put our shit on your shit. You give us like... we'll give you a cut of our profit that we make off of this $10 Game Pass thing, and people are going to be paying you to stream it in 4K because they still have to pay you to stream it in 4K, and you make money, we make money, and we all make money, and there's a bunch of gamers that are happy because they're all just streaming shit.
True.
No one gives... Like, I think that people are kind of like thinking this isn't going to take off, and I think Stadia is the future of games. I think streaming everything is the future, man, and it's just going to happen. You never have to worry about hardware again, dude. The only people that are going to worry about hardware is going to be like fucking Google. You know what I mean? It's going to be them at their fucking warehouses thinking, oh, fuck, we got to change out all these graphics cards and all these fucking computers.
Yeah, true.
No one's going to... You're not going to...
We need to get ray tracing up in here.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's coming to streaming, yeah.
I think it's the future, and I think it's going to be a hit. Like I said, Game Pass won't be there day one. Game Pass won't be there next year. But if xCloud doesn't take off, what does Microsoft do with all that technology? I think they partner with Stadia. They're not going to partner with Sony. Sony's PlayStation Now thing, it's not that much of a hit. They know it. You know, they're struggling to compete with Xbox. They lower their prices. They can't compete, dude. No one's signing up for that. So, I don't know.
No, and a matter of fact, I mean, we already read that, you know, they started using, what is Microsoft's streaming technology called?
The Azure servers?
The Azure service that Sony is actually licensed to use now. Yeah. And you can download the game because they were like, yeah, we obviously saw that we were not able to do this without, 100, or like 700 data centers around the United States that we don't have.
Go ahead and try PlayStation Now on your PC. You only get 720p streaming.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking
I've
Google.
actually tried it when it first came out.
Google is offering you 4K streaming, Mayo, and 1080p for free. For free. 1080p. It's better than fucking what PlayStation's offering you for paid. They're giving to you for free.
Yeah.
You know?
And what is it, like $15 a month, and they just cut their cost down? Yeah. Or was it like 10?
Yeah, it's $10 a month.
I think it's like 15. Okay. It was 20 then?
Yeah, it was 20. They cut it in half, so...
Cut it in half, yeah.
To try to compete with the Game Pass.
And you see the pawns moving into the position along with the queens, Mayo, with EA partnering up. They're basically made up with Steam, right? Can we come back, right?
Mm-hmm.
Just kind of get out of Google Stadia's way, just in case, right? In case this thing really takes off.
Can you imagine if Steam partnered up with Google Stadia? If somehow Stadia convinced Steam, hey, how about we let Steam users link their library to Stadia? They just stream the games.
Yeah, that would be huge. Like,
that would be huge.
At least for me. Just because if I could import my library, that would be nice.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Cool.
I guess initially, when you were kind of going on at first out there, you said like how are people not hyped about this? I think it's just it's a combination of things right now. I think it's still a combination of wait and see because nobody is really sure. And I know, different people have tested different things and tried it out and seen how some of it works. And like I've tried out the xCloud this week, and people in general, I think, are still a little leery. So they're kind of waiting and seeing. So I'm thinking maybe also once you get this in stores and once this actually gets released, that's when you're going to see it kind of blow up, I think. Because right now, the younger generation, they probably don't know a whole lot about it right now. Yeah. The people that aren't really looking hardcore into the news, they may know it's coming out. They may know it's like a computer thing and it's like a streaming thing, but they may not know the exact details until they see it firsthand in front of them. Then they might get excited about it. So I think it's really going to get more hyped when it comes out, and when you can go into a store and they have like a demo playing where you can play,
That's
this is
going
what
to be the seller, dude.
Not only that, but if you have But I think it also just takes a friend to go, give me your phone. Let me install the Google Stadia thing. Boom, check it out. Look what you're playing right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Not even that, but like imagine like walking into a Best Buy and some dude standing there with the controller in his hand. He's like, "Hey, you like games? Yeah, I play games. Here, try this fucking game in 4K 60. Check out. You're playing Red Dead right now off the internet." And they're like, "What?" Like, yeah, there's nothing hooked up to this but a Chromecast, and you're playing Red Dead in 4K, or you're playing Cyberpunk in 4K because Cyberpunk is coming to it. You're playing Cyberpunk in 4K 60, and they're gonna be like, "Holy shit, this works." You know, you gotta just demonstrate it. I think like you're right, man. You may be right. Like a lot of people don't know what the fuck it is. But I'm hyped for it. I think it's gonna be a hit. The only reason I canceled my pre-order, like I said before, and I'll say it again, there's not a game at launch that I want. And
Didn't really utilize per se.
yeah, like I really want to play, like, you know, like if fucking Cyberpunk or something crazy was coming on there, like even like the EA games, like if they somehow got like Star Wars coming out on it, I would have probably bought Star Wars and be like, you know what, I want to try Star Wars or something, you know, or maybe not Star Wars, but something else. I would have tried it, but there's nothing coming out to it that's like super big. But I think next year we're gonna see big things come out on it. It's gonna be pretty wild. I think when we get those reviews of people playing Cyberpunk, and you're gonna see Digital Foundry's breakdown of like, this is what Cyberpunk looks like on a PS4 Pro, on an Xbox One X, but Stadia is doing this. I think that's when you're going to be like, whoa, this thing is actually pretty powerful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's when the word really gets around for friends and people within communities to go, man, you need to play this on Stadia, dude.
Yeah, dude,
you
Cyberpunk runs at 60 on Stadia. Yeah, Cyberpunk runs 60 on Stadia and only runs 30 on the Xbox One X. You know, like that's going to be when people are going to be like, whoa, that thing is pretty powerful. Holy shit. But yeah,
I just feel like I said it's so, because it's such a new technology that the mass people don't know about it. That would be like an Atari back in the day, you know, when the Atari first came out, when you get your home consoles. They probably weren't real hyped for it until it was out, when you actually seen it and played it. It was like, oh, this is really cool. This is a lot like, you know, the arcade, you know.
But in my house.
I bet that era, leading up to that time, they probably wasn't too concerned about Atari, you know, or anything like that. But once they got it in hand, you know, it's a big change in technology. I mean, we're going from having a physical unit to a non-existing unit in our house, you know, and just having a controller. And that's just what they're just not used to it yet, so they can't get hyped for it. They just don't know what they're getting yet.
It reminds me of the story that I've always heard of Netflix CEO going to, he went to the Blockbuster executives and he told them, hey, look, I got this streaming thing, this like movies on the internet. I'll sell it to you. The whole idea. Give me $5 million. And they fucking laughed. They laughed at him like, no one's going to do streaming videos. What are you talking about? Everyone wants to come to the store to rent the movies. They want to rent the DVDs. And they were laughing at this dude. And he was like, okay. And he was like, well, what about like my mail order shit? Like I send videos in the mail. And they're like, fuck you. We could do that ourselves. We don't need you. And look who the fuck became the king and who the fuck went bankrupt. Blockbuster went fucking bankrupt. And they could have easily bought the technology. They could have easily at the time paid that much money to get the rights to Netflix or whatever, you know?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I remember when Blockbuster came out with their streaming service, but it was a little too late. It was too late. Yep.
And they started putting up all those, like, remember they started copying Redbox, and they started putting, like, the box machines that look kind of like a Redbox. You know, they started putting those around.
Yeah.
Like, they were like Blockbuster machines, but they kind of look like Redboxes or whatever. But it was too late. It was like, dude, it's 2007. You're going bankrupt. You're out of business.
You waited too long. Yep.
What are you doing? And I think that some people may be laughing at Stadia now, but Mayo said, future's here, man.
It's is instead of Blockbuster and Netflix, it's now Stadia and GameStop.
Yeah, Stadia and GameStop. Yeah, Stadia and the big game store. Yeah, like you don't have to sell physical boxes. You can.
Right.
I mean, you'd think like, oh, Nvidia and AMD would hate this idea, but they don't give a fuck. They could, instead of selling PC cards and GPUs to the consumers like me, Mayo, and Gunny, and you listening, they sell those PC cards to big corporations, which is probably even better for them because they just need to make one and they just fucking mark it up because the corporations will pay for them.
I've seen those big machines and coolers and
Yeah.
the things they at Google. You could watch some not a documentary, but just like currently what they have. It's pretty cool.
Servers that they use.
Yeah, and funny how like they cool it with these, the liquid nitrogen and stuff.
Nuts.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Awesome.
But yeah, that's what I think, Bill.
All right. Our next question comes from Gib877. He wants to know, why does Henley never say my name? He only calls me by my gamer tag. Are Jesus and the Mayo ready to throw it out this weekend and destroy the GFNG in Call of Duty for good?
I'm not even worried about GFNG.
We're in talks right now, guys. We started last night.
I'm not even
with
worried.
The other crew.
Like, you know what? I don't even. It's like I'm not even thinking about it. That's how worried I am right now about losing to them. I'm not even thinking about it. They could challenge me they could come right now and message me, Jesus, let's go right now. I'd probably be like, okay, let's turn and let's go.
They get smoked.
Yeah, I'm not even. Yeah. Fuck you, GFNG. You're an afterthought.
We're making schedules.
Try to schedule something for like today even, and my day was so full. My wife had to run a 5K this morning, and my kids had a volleyball game, and then we had the podcast. I'm like, dude, I have like zero time to get any kind of gaming in. And then we needed Gunny on Friday, but Gunny works like a 90-hour day on Fridays, so he can't play. But maybe that's what they're hoping for. Maybe they're hoping for a really tired Gunny or a worn out Mayo on a Saturday.
Right.
Okay, guys, I got 15 minutes to squeeze in some game time. Let's hurry up and just do this real quick and lose, and so I can get off. Maybe that's what they're hoping for.
Yeah.
So maybe.
In that case, then I need to get somebody else in there to replace me if I can't make it to the scheduled event on the time. So. Yeah. But to answer Gib877's question, I don't know. That's why I just go off your gamer tag since you're not on the show anymore. And I remember, I'll just Ryan Gibson, fine. Ryan Gibson's got a question, guys.
Ryan Gibson.
I don't know. I tend to do that even with like Brian Tulp, right? I never say Brian Tulp Jr. or Bill Gardner I never get the full name, Yeah. Sometimes they'll just say Bill. I like just keep it shorter. I keep it to gamer tags that I actually know. So they can add you on, Ryan.
I miss Ryan.
That's what it is.
Ryan, I miss you on the show, Ryan.
And we need to have Ryan on for a guest.
You fucking Canadian. I fucking miss arguing with you about all kinds of dumb shit. See, I can't get Gunny riled up, and Mayo doesn't get riled up either. Like, there'd be moments where Ryan would piss me off, and I would yell at him, and he would yell at me. And that was fun times. I miss those moments.
I thought it was a blast, especially when you two went at it. It was like fun for me. And then Ryan would start yelling at me. Man, like especially like I would say, Ryan, I'm just gonna use your name from now on. Like the end of the year shows are great.
Yeah.
Right? Where we all just start yelling at each other. Those were a lot of fun.
Ryan, we need you for the Game of the Year show.
That's what I was just going to say. We need to have him on and give us some Game of the Year talk.
Yeah. Get on the Game of the Year podcast. We need to set the schedule and the time for that, guys. We really do, because I feel like this year we're going to have some arguments.
Oh, yeah?
I feel like we all have different tastes in gaming. I feel like we're all pretty distinct. Like Gunny, I feel like I know Gunny's Game of the Year already.
Oh, do you? Do you know what it is?
Yeah, I know what it is.
I don't know what mine is yet. Because I haven't played Death Stranding.
I know what it is.
Yeah.
And Mayo's, I think I could assume I know what it might be or what it is. I don't know though. Maybe.
I told you you're disqualified from Red Dead
because you just don't know me as well.
Yeah, I don't know yet. Mayo you seem like a mixed bag, Mayo. You're kind of into shooters, but you're really not. But then you kind of are. So I don't know.
Right. Like I'll play a good amount of shooters when they're available.
Yeah.
But then you look at my Discord library. Like look how wild that library is.
It's all fucking nerd shit. What the fuck?
Yeah, and then the other thing too, Mayo, since you're
What are you
fairly
saying?
new to the show, as far as like what did you play the most out of that library? And I think the other thing with you too is, you're playing Heavy Rain. I'm like, man, does he like that? Like,
Does
is
he
that a
hate that
game in your
fucking
wheelhouse?
game?
You play a lot of those, where I just expect you to be just like shooters all the time,
By the way, Heavy Rain cannot win Game of the Year. Or can it? Because didn't it release on PC this year?
On Epic.
Yes, it was released on PC. So if Red Dead is capable of winning Game of the Year,
Red Dead's disqualified.
Heavy Rain
is disqualified. All of those disqualified. Those are old games.
I feel like Red Dead has to be... I think it's a whole new beast.
Is it a whole new beast? Listeners, in our private little chat, I told Jesus that game is disqualified. It's an old game. It already came out. We already gave it a score.
Listeners, we need to know.
It already made Game of the Year, didn't it? Last year?
So what would happen if I could make a
Game of the Year again?
It came out in 2010 Game of the Year in Heavy Rain.
Yeah.
No Heavy Rain. No Red Dead Redemption.
I mean, Heavy Rain was released on PC this year. So was Red Dead. Can these games be considered Game of the Year for somebody who's played them for the first time this year?
Yeah, especially because, like, in my situation,
I never thought of that.
Really change my top 10 list because obviously Red Dead's probably going to be in this list somewhere. But
where? For me, I guess the argument could be said that for me, it cannot be on my top 10 because I played it last year. But at the same time, like, if Mayo really thinks that game deserves Game of the Year on PC, then and if by default I can't put it in my top 10 and you can't either, Gunny, then we all know Mayo's going to lose that argument. So I think that we shouldn't make those rules up. I think that it should be anything goes.
I'm just being argumentative here. At least I'm trying. But I say let the community decide because we do what we want here on this show, damn it. And I say we put it to a vote.
I say we should. I think the PC, if a game's released this year on a platform, brand new platform, the first time, it should possibly be considered for Game of the Year.
Okay.
But what does that apply to Switch games? All the Switch games releasing this year.
Paladins and Overwatch.
Paladins Game of the Year. Overwatch Game of the Year.
I'm sure Skyrim came out at some point in time this year on some console.
The Witcher 3 just came out this year on Switch.
Skyrim fucking comes out every year on something new.
Right, that's what I'm saying. It comes out somewhere on some console. The phone or something.
It's like, does that have to keep popping up on my Steam library?
I don't know what's going to be.
I would like to see some fun, interesting categories. Maybe our community could give us some categories. Because I thought the other day of maybe launcher of the year because we have so many launchers. But maybe some of the community could come up with some kind of category for us we could figure out and go through also.
Yeah.
Yeah, and we have a ton of categories that Jesus said. We have another. We have in our Google Docs or something like that, and I'll send it to you as well, Steve. The oh my gosh, I slept. Look at that, me with the names. And so, see, now that I switched to Ryan, right now you're Steve. Oh, geez, off the air, it's totally different here. I got to get back into character. Yeah, I'll send that to you as well, okay. and then we can look at what other categories we can add to.
Yeah.
End of the year show.
I think that I don't know. For Mayo, Red Dead should count. I don't know. For me, maybe not. But what if I was playing on Stadia?
It's a new platform, but it's the same game.
I guess. Fuck.
But I consider
let the community decide.
A little different because it's going to have new textures. It's going to have a little bit of new content, So I think it's going to be a new experience. Like for you, Jesus, yes, you're going to know the story, but maybe the overall presentation, the controls are going to maybe feel a little different because you're playing with mouse and keyboard if you desire. Maybe it'll feel clunky. Maybe it'll feel different with mouse and keyboard. Or you'll stick with the controller. That's what I'll probably stick with is a controller. But maybe it'll play different on a mouse and keyboard. Having more, key shortcuts and stuff. And, you're not so bound to a limited amount of button presses. Or not button presses, but button combinations. So, you can instead of, trying to figure out hold, what was it in Red Dead? You had to hold RB and then do another button to do something.
Yeah.
Maybe on the PC, it's just going to be the M, and it's going to do that action.
Okay. You might be right.
We'll see. We're going to put it to a vote. Our next question comes from John Jerome. He wants to know, this is a question for you, Jesus, because you know more about it than I do. Why do these companies, these podcast companies that charge like hosting fees, what do they do? Are they just uploading the audio to different services, or is there a lot behind the scenes red tape that they take care of for us, you, as far as like the feeds and the money that we pay yearly or monthly? As far as like Podbean and stuff like that.
What do they do for hosting fees? So hosting, yeah, it's pretty much they're hosting our audio, so they're keeping our audio, and they put it up. So when you're downloading the audio, you're downloading off of their servers. It's pretty much what they're doing. Technically,
Isn't it?
We could set up a server and have you download it off of our server, but that'd be a whole new beast. You know what I mean?
Yeah, and I think the question he's trying to ask is, I think we pay that monthly fee, and correct me if I'm wrong, that goes to, what is it, Apple, or what is it called, iTunes? And then iTunes distributes it to actually the other podcasting apps pull from that, correct? To simplify things?
So everything goes to Podbean. We pay Podbean money. And so basically what's happening, all the podcast services, like, iHeartRadio, Apple Podcasts, Stitcher, everything pulls from Podbean. So they download from Podbean.
Okay, it works that way.
And then, so every time you download, we get a download number, like, oh, this person downloaded from UK, or this person downloaded from India, this person downloaded from Japan, and we can see that. But different podcast applications do it differently. For example, Stitcher, I know for a fact they used to do it where they download it once, and then they redistribute it themselves off of their servers. So
yeah. So there's a few like that, right?
Yeah, to find out how many downloads we get off of Stitcher, we have to go to them and ask them, hey, how many do we get for here? And, so that's how it works with them. So technically, we only get one download from Stitcher.
Yeah, and then it was Player FM where we just get thousands of them.
Yeah.
Which I thought was amazing that we rank up super high on there.
Yeah, so I wonder what Player FM, I wonder if they're redistributing theirs to like other podcasters or podcasting apps. Because people use different things. People use Pocket Cast. People use different podcasting catchers, that are using our feed. So, yeah. But as far as... What's up?
Another thing that they do is they provide that feedback for us.
Oh,
That's something it's entailed in that feed too, is they provide feedback of our downloads and, our listener count.
Analytics.
That kind of stuff. Yeah, the analytics of stuff. So we get to see all that too. So that's something else we kind of pay for.
Yeah, obviously, we pay for, all that. We can see how many downloads we get, how many, all that shit, all that stuff.
Yeah, so definitely worth the price for what we pay. And John has a food question here. He wants to know, do we have a go-to meal that we prepare for our families that they all like? For him personally, it's chicken, burritos, and spaghetti. Ooh, that sounds good. Chicken burritos and spaghetti. Both together, John? Like chicken burritos and spaghetti? Or just like either or? Man, I love spaghetti. I think, let's see. So I don't do any real cooking. Oh, one of the things that I do that the wife actually allows me to do while I'm in the kitchen, because I can really wreck a kitchen, man. I make it dirty, but then I clean it all up. I do admit I make a big mess, but then I clean it. Is my kid loves grilled cheese sandwiches, so I make the best ones ever. So, and then once in a while, like this, I think it was earlier this week, the wife's like, hell yeah, I'll take one of those. And so, yeah, that's really it. It's just simple. Grilled cheese sandwiches. Or heat up a bowl of, a can of soup. So, nothing too complicated.
I love my spaghetti. I like a nice, thick spaghetti.
And I like mine a little watery, so that's one thing where I'm like, I grumble with the wife when she's making that. I'm like, want my spaghetti a little more liquidy. That's how I grew up, guys.
What the fuck?
I don't like the thick sauce, where it's like cooked longer or whatever.
Why not?
I'm weird like that.
Yeah, like a little bit of hamburger and put a little bit of onion in it and chunks of different things and add that with the spaghetti. Nice and filling.
Yeah, any cheese on there? Just Parmesan? Little
Yeah, just a
Parmigiana?
little sprinkle of
Romana?
Parmesan.
Yeah, that's it. Oh, I like black olives in my spaghetti. I throw that in there along with, like you said, the onions. Well, okay, so I can throw the black olives on either, when it's being cooked or after.
Some I do like to make once in a while we will make like a loaded tater tot. So basically we take tater tots and we'll bake them and then make ground beef. And you take the ground beef and you put it on the tater tots and then you melt cheese and onion and we buy what's pico? Buy like a pico mix pre-done and you put that over. Oh, it's like
like a spice?
Like tomato. Yeah, it's like a Mexican. It's like a tomato salsa kind of material, and you put that over top of the tater tots.
You know what that sounds like, Mayo? It sounds like papas rellenas.
Yeah.
And that's pretty much like mashed potatoes, and they're stuffed with like ground beef usually. And you put them inside the mashed potatoes. You make them into like little balls, and then you deep fry that ball. It's pretty good, actually. Fucking good shit.
Yeah, that's something we like doing. And you just make it on a cookie sheet. So you just scoop it up with a big old spatula and you just dump it on your plate.
Yeah, it sounds
good stuff.
Fucking dank.
Yeah. Jesus, anything special you make for your brother, or did your brother make for you?
Fuck no.
Think of a little nacho.
All right.
Now I'm hungry.
Let's go get me some Jack in the Box, asshole. Right?
Yeah, fuck yeah.
All right. Any more? Go ahead, Mayo.
We did have a Discord question as well.
Oh, shit.
So.
Discord.
We did have one. All right.
It was a last-minute one.
Okay.
So that was from Betterholic?
Yep.
Okay, and he asked, as it was Halloween the other day, have you ever seen a ghost, UFO, anything you can't explain?
Yes.
You want to admit right now?
Yes.
What is yours, Jesus? What have you seen? Tell us.
Oh, man. You gotta start cue up the X-Files music, people.
Yeah.
So, I mean, when I was... I got a couple stories. So when I was younger, when I was like about... I want to say... I was around 8 years old. My grandma from Mexico came up. That was my mom's mom. She came to visit and stay with us. Because that's when my mom had got sick. She fell into a coma, and then she was diagnosed with like lupus and the stuff she was dealing with. And so my grandma had to come up from Mexico for a few months on a visa to help my mom out. So she was staying with us, and she was a very religious little Mexican old lady, right? Super religious, Catholic. We grew up Catholic, super religious. Super like praying to the saints and all the fucking saints, and she knew all the fucking rosary fucking prayer and all that shit. But anyways, she was staying with us, and she was sleeping in the room with me and my brother. And my brother, we had bunk beds, so my brother was sleeping on top. I was sleeping on the bottom bunk, and she was sleeping next to me. And I remember in the middle of the night, dude, randomly, I woke up. I don't know what time it was. It was the nighttime, no. I woke up, and I remember just randomly waking up and looking over at the door, like my bedroom door. And we had locked it. I don't know why, but we did. And I remember the hallway light was on. You can see the hallway, because you can see the hallway light underneath the door. It was on. And I remember the door handle moved. Like somebody was trying to get in the room. Like the door handle moved. And I was like, what the fuck? That was kind of random. Like the hallway light's on. Somebody's trying to get what's going on. And I remember it kept moving. Like it kept shaking and like rattling. Like somebody was rattling the door handle, like trying to get in, like moving it back and forth. But it was obviously locked. So I remember I started getting up off the bed and I started moving towards the door slowly. Like, it's kind of weird, like, who's out in the hallway at this time of night trying to get in our room? And I remember as the closer I got to the door, the more it rattled. Like, it started shaking the door. Like, the door was fucking shaking, dude. And, like, I remember being really, like, scared, but at the same time I couldn't stop. I wanted to keep going forward to see what was there. And I remember getting to the door, my light switch was right there for my bedroom. I quickly switched on my bedroom light, And I remember I locked the door as fast as I could, and I opened it to like scare whoever the fuck was on the other side. I thought it was my dad that was drunk or something. I was gonna go to fucking bed, you know. But remember, the shock to me was when I opened the door, we had like this long hallway in our house, and the only light switch was at the end of the hallway near the kitchen or the living room. That's where the light switch was. So for somebody to turn off the light that fast, they would have had to run down the hallway, turn the light switch off, and run into the living room in the dark. But I remember the hallway was completely pitch black. The bathroom, because the bathroom was across from my bedroom, like literally across the way. The door was open to the bathroom. The bathroom was pitch black. Nothing was like... And I remember looking towards the kitchen, towards the living room. Nothing was on. Everything was off. All the lights were off. The house was fucking quiet. And I specifically remember I was kind of scared to do it, but I walked over to my parents' bedroom, which was next to ours to the right. And I looked into my parents' bedroom, and they used to sleep with their door open, like the door was cracked open in case me and my brother needed them or whatever the fuck. I remember my mom was sleeping, and my dad was snoring, and I knew he was dead asleep because he was snoring fucking loud. Like, you know, he had, I don't know, I'm sure he had sleep apnea or something, but he was snoring pretty fucking loud. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And I remember just running back to my room, and I'm being kind of scared, and my grandma had kind of woken up by this time, and she was like looking like me, what the fuck, what are you doing up? And I told her what happened, and I remember she was being super religious. First thing she did was bust out the Bible, dude. And I remember we spent like, I don't know, 20 minutes or something praying. That was fucking creepy, man. That was creepy shit, dude.
That sounds super
I
creepy.
can never.
I got a little chills there.
I can never. I don't know. I can never explain that. Like, what was shaking the door? Why was the light on? Why was the door shaking the closer I got to it? Was it all my imagination? I don't fucking know. I know I experienced it. That's all I know for sure. Maybe it was all in my head. Maybe I was just a little kid with a vivid imagination. Maybe. I don't know. I still think it happened.
Yeah. So mine, like, oh yeah, it gives me chills because I remember living in New Jersey.
Oh shit.
And so how old am I at this time? There's different times that we live back east, and back there it's kind of like if anybody's familiar with like Daly City, kind of the way that's set up, where all the houses are like, you know, it's the same wall.
Yeah.
Right. So, but there's 3 stories, so you get your, like, it's still like a 4 or 5 bedroom house, but it's anyway. So my room was always at the top. You know, being young, you can climb all those stairs, and I think I had once in a while, like my uncle, like there was different times where, like, that he lived there, maybe a couple months at a time, but I don't think he was there at this time. And so my brothers were on the 2nd floor, and again, my mother, same thing, being very religious, Assembly of God, hallelujah, you know, grab the Bible, and she used to say that there was this evil entity trying to taunt my younger brother. And I remember, like, again, just being dark, you got the hallway, but this is like looking down in the stairs. I'll never forget it. And it happened several times where, you know, Mom would go in there with the Bible, and I think maybe because my little brother was having nightmares at the time, or what have you, something that could be explainable, but still. And she would come in there with the Bible and say, you know, be gone, you know, evil spirits or whatever. And just fucking chills going down my spine, you know, standing at the top of the stairs, you know, looking down this, like, you know, the dark set of stairs into my brother's bedroom, you know, my 2 younger brothers. And so, yeah, I think at one point, I think I maybe even, it could have been something in my mind that I made up, that there was this, like, evil spirit in there. And I remember always just like pissing myself. Yeah, I was that scared. And but I guess when I think back on it, like, wow, I guess I was brave enough to actually walk from my bed all the way to the end of the hall, you know, to the doorway, to actually look down to see if there was something there, you know. But yeah, I'll never forget that.
Scary.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Scary.
But no UFOs, no aliens or anything like that.
I saw a UFO once. This happened pretty recently. I would say a year ago, maybe 2 years ago. Me and my brother were going to drop off my daughter back at her grandma's house, you know, after she spent the day with us. And my daughter was in the back seat of my car. She was in the middle, so she could see out the front window. and me and my brother were driving. I think my brother was driving, I was passenger. But we're going down this road. This is called River Road here in town. But we're going down this road towards, the house. And it was dark. In Oregon, it's very dark at night. There's street lights, but, pretty fucking spread apart. It's pretty dark on the streets. Anyways, all the way down the road up in the sky, we see like this flashing like green, blue, fucking purple fucking light. It's flashing like a lot. Like it's just flashing like super bright, And I was looking at it, and I know my brother's looking at it, and we're looking at it, and all of a sudden it just disappears. And I remember, like, my kid was like, what was that? So I know I wasn't imagining it. At first I thought, maybe I'm just seeing shit. Like, what the fuck was that? And my kid was like, Dad, what was that? I was like, I don't know. And I even asked my brother, like, did you see it? And he's like, yeah, dude, that's freaking weird. And I'm like, yep, that is pretty fucking weird. And we don't know what the fuck it was. It was just like a big green flashing thing in the sky. Like it was purple, pink, blue, like different colors. It was just flashing lights. And then it disappeared. I don't know what the fuck it was that. Could be aliens.
It could be aliens. I remember there is that Air Force video that they released.
Yeah, you saw that?
That the Air Force released and said, we cannot explain this.
Yeah, those are
that
fucking... They're flying too fast for us.
They're flying way too fast. It's not humanly possible for any vessel,
shit.
be it any country, to fly that fast.
Mayo, do you believe in this shit?
No, I've never... I can't say
here comes Mayo.
I've never had anything like myself have happened to me, but my mom actually, you speak of stuff like that, when she was younger, she claims, she'd seen a UFO, and she would always tell us, and where I grew up here in Ohio, actually, it wasn't around Columbus, it was actually in the top part of Ohio, up by the Michigan border, and it's a completely flat country fields. I mean, it's just all fields up there. When I mean flat, I mean you can see the next town over 15 miles away if you're in the edge of town. I mean, you can just see forever. And I guess, back some history, quick lesson is the glacier came down from Michigan, flattened that whole area out. And I mean, Ohio on the northern corner is very flat. And when she was younger, she was traveling late at night, and she had claimed, that she thought she seen like a UFO like hanging in one spot with some lighting, and it was kind of moving in erratic patterns, and she just continued to question. They continued to watch for a while. It's too bad we didn't have like video cameras like we do today, back then. But so she just kind of dismissed it, thought it was really bizarre, and just kind of kept it on her mind. And then the next day, I guess there was a whole bunch of reports of this sighting, around our area that people had seen and stuff like that. So, to this day, she tells us, about what she had seen.
A lot of crop circles out there in Ohio.
Yeah, I haven't really seen any, but I might have made a couple as a kid.
Yeah, I bet that was you. Yeah, you and your tractor.
Fucking man.
We used to run out, like, the little town I grew up in actually was like a small town of 1,000 people, and my house was like one block over the edge of town. Well, right there at the edge of town was a cornfield, and so what we did as kids, we would run out there and like basically tear the corn up out of the field, great kids that we were, and make a fort out there. So we'd make a little circle, and then we'd take the corn that we did throw up, we would sit and throw at each other at a distance. So we'd have like two little forts, and we'd try to hit each other with it all the time, Smart things like that when we were kids.
Corn husk, late. I knew it. I knew you were like that kind of person.
So we were like children of the corn out there running around at night.
That is the most fucking hillbilly ass shit I've heard.
I knew you were a redneck.
Yeah, pretty much.
You have to run around fucking playing with corn, Mayo.
Yeah, we used to throw apples at each other too when we were kids.
Oh shit! Heather.
Man, you were all real ghetto, weren't you?
Fucking around wearing his overalls, throwing apples at each other.
My straw hat.
Hey, Tom. Tom Sawyer, is that you? Yeah.
Yeah. They're
Don't shut the screen door so loud.
We had one little bowling alley in my town where I grew up, and we had 4 bars and 1 gas station and 1 stoplight. So
We didn't call it honky tonks.
we didn't have a whole lot of options. So if you weren't old enough to drink, you didn't really have a whole lot of things to do.
How much moonshine did you make?
What's that?
How much moonshine did y'all make?
My grandpa made some good old grape wine all the time. He had his own little vineyard in his backyard, actually, and would make grape.
Or did you guys grow tobacco? Which one?
No.
Fucking Mayo, dude. Straight up like some country dude out there. Yeah, we gonna
hardcore throwing corn at each other.
I reckon we throw corn at each other real nice like.
Billy got a black eye.
Now I live in the big city. You know?
You heard Mayo? He done moved out to the big city.
He done evolved.
Mm-hmm. He left us little folk out here. Forgot about our corn throwing adventures.
That's where my oldest son, he moved back up that way, actually, so he lives kind of out there in the middle of nowhere.
Hey, but I know what you're talking about, Mayo. I do a very small town on Fridays that I go to, and you guys know it takes me several hours to drive to it, and they just opened up a brand new video store. Well, it's not brand new. It's actually like an existing store from, once you get like super, like even, you think in California, you're thinking Silicon Valley, everybody can like teleport to different cities and, we're the innovative technology. But, once you get past like Santa Rosa, if you go with that, it's like, yeah, people still rent videos and drive old cars and talk to each other. And they're like, you got one of them cellular phones? Yeah.
Yeah, I wanted them fancy iPhones.
Like a different world up there. Totally different.
Damn, that's crazy. That's crazy talk. I grew up in a city, man. Fucking ghetto ass city with you didn't even see trees where I grew up. There was no such thing as trees. We had
to go plant one, right?
Yeah, we had fucking rocks and dirt. In my backyard was dirt, and that's what I played in.
We had cement. We just kind of chipped at it with ice picks.
Real nice, down there in Vegas.
Played marbles on it. Marbles on the cement.
The cement. Oh man, yeah, that's crazy. Crazy. Good stories, guys. Good stories. Good stories.
That was your moment with ghosts and ghouls and unexplained events.
Yeah. Anyways, people, I can explain where you can find me. You can find me over on Steam as Jesus Walks Loud. You can find me Battle.net as Jesus. All right, let me tell you real quick. I don't know. Last time I think I gave it out wrong, but let me go on real quick. Let me launch Battle.net. It's launching. It's going. It's really slow. Alright. Jesus HGP hashtag 1210. There you go.
Oh, yes. Oh, I gotta bring. You know what I gotta do is bring up my Call of Duty deal, because I gave you guys my Blizzard ID, which is different than my Call of Duty thing. Yeah. So I will. Oh, here it is, right here, guys. Let me see. Basic info. Okay, here it is. This is to add me on for Call of Duty, because I'm an Xbox console peasant. Okay. But if you're not, if you're a PC Master Race person, add me on. Gunny Chief, one word, then that hashtag 4945081. Again, Gunny Chief, hashtag 4945081. Add me on Xbox, Gunny Chief, Steam Gunny Chief, PlayStation, HGP Space Gunny, and yeah. What about you, Mayo? Where do we add? Where's the place we add you on at? Play Call of Duty.
I don't know if I want to plug my Call of Duty now, because I think I have Outer Worlds and Red Dead to play.
Yeah, fuck Call. Don't add me on Call of Duty. I'm gonna add you back. I'm done. Call of Duty's over, guys. It's Red Dead time.
No, we've got another week. One more week of Call of Duty.
Outer World time.
I paid $60 fucking for this game. We're gonna play that multiplayer and co-op mode. Hey, real quickly. Either of you, what? Have you guys? I know they have. I don't know if they've patched it yet. Will they continue to patch it? But the co-op mode, we didn't talk about that.
Oh, I haven't tried it. It's fucking hard. It's really hard.
It needs a patch. It definitely needs a couple
fucking
more
broken,
patches.
dude. Oh man.
Yeah, it's a little broken, I will say. I will say that. Everything else works. Single player, campaign, multiplayer works perfectly well. But yeah, the co-op mode, I think once they get that in, another thing I want to add real quick is it doesn't feel like a Call of Duty game. It feels like some kind of Ghost Recon
type shit.
feel. Yeah,
that's what
different.
I thought. I had like a Division feel to it in a
Very
way.
Division-like. But you're still like, it's still like your Call of Duty weapons and stuff. And almost like, yeah, we'll talk about it more next week. Where do we add you, Mayo?
All right, you can. Yeah, I'll plug it. My Activision ID is you can find me as Mayo #6448640, and that's if you want to add me on there, and I'll surely accept it. So, but I'm not sure how much I'll be playing here the next week or two. That's probably actually getting Pinpoint probably excited. He wants to challenge us over here. He's probably over there hoping that we're not.
He reached out to us. Shout out to the GFNG crew. He reached out to us. Let's get something going. We can put this to bed once and for all. Who's the best? So we got to get that scheduled, and yeah.
I guess if we really want to put this to rest,
I think people are ready to rest after this long show. So Jesus, what does Gidget say?
Peace out, Brussels sprouts. We'll catch you on the next week's edition of the Horrible Gamers Podcast 6-hour special Death Stranding show. Fuck. Mayo, you thought we were gonna be done early, huh? Yeah,
I gotta get some sleep.
We're gonna start early. We're gonna be done early. Like, nope, didn't work out. 5-hour fucking show.
It's only 11:20 here, so it would have been
what time?
1:20 because we started about 2 hours earlier than normal.
Damn. Wow.
Oh my.
Okay, next week we're starting earlier. It's going to be a 7-hour show.
We're starting at noon next week. Woo!
Some people. You want to do it noon my time next week?
Noon your time. Let's go, man. Noon your time.
Yeah. Dude, you got to see the end of the year shows. We all get up in the morning, have coffee, and then it's like everybody's eating dinner and ready to go to bed by the time we're done.
We'll have to pause the show to go eat in between.
That's what we've done.
Game of the Year show, man. It's going to be long, I'm telling you. This year...
Take little breaks.
I'm scared. We're going to have to split it up into like a 2-day event.
Yeah, it takes us a couple days. Yep.
I was going to say, what about making a 2-parter episode?
Yeah, but we gotta get the arguments in there. We gotta
get the people scheduled, and it's going to be fun. Stay tuned for that, folks. I mean, that's what you're going to want to hear the most.
Game of the Year show coming up, people.
Good night, folks.
Bye. Bye.
Eyes ahead.